Chosen one, listen closely. Chosen one, listen closely. This is not a coincidence. You were not led here by accident. This very moment, right now, is a divine appointment orchestrated by God Himself. There is a shift happening, a movement in the spiritual realm that is about to manifest in your life. But here's the truth. Most people will miss it. Only those with eyes to see and ears to hear will recognize what God is doing. Will you be one of them? For some time now, you've felt it, a stirring deep within your spirit, an unshakable sense that something is about to change. The restless nights, the unexpected challenges, the feeling that no matter how hard you try, something greater is just beyond your reach. Could it be that God has been preparing you for a divine wealth transfer? Could everything you've endured, the waiting, the struggles, the tests, be leading you to the moment where your financial breakthrough finally unfolds? I need you to pause for a moment and ask yourself, have you noticed strange patterns in your life lately? Have there been sudden roadblocks, unusual tests, or an overwhelming feeling that you're on the verge of something massive? If so, you might be closer than you think. God is about to shift the wealth of this world into the hands of His chosen ones, but only for those who are spiritually prepared to receive it. Before we dive in, I want to hear from you. If you sense this shift in your life, if you know deep down that something is changing, declare it boldly by commenting 777 below. This isn't just a comment, it's an act of faith. A prophetic declaration that you are ready to receive all that God has for you. And to those of you who have poured into this ministry through Super Thanks, your generosity does not go unnoticed. I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Your seed is planted in good soil, and I truly believe God will multiply it back to you in ways you never expected. But now, let's get real for a moment. This type of blessing isn't for everyone. Some people will receive this message and take action, stepping boldly into the divine overflow that God has prepared. Others will hesitate, letting doubt and fear hold them back, missing the very opportunity that heaven has placed before them. Which one will you be? You need to hear this, because what I'm about to share will confirm what you've already sensed. Today, I'll reveal 7 powerful signs that a wealth transfer is coming your way. If even one of these signs is happening in your life, take it as a warning. God is calling you into a new season of provision, favor, and abundance. But the question remains, will you recognize the signs before it's too late? Let's begin. God's chosen ones, 7. Warning signs, you're about to receive a wealth transfer. The first sign that a wealth transfer is coming into your life is when your finances suddenly become unstable. You may notice that money that once seemed to last longer now disappears faster than ever before. Deals that you thought were certain suddenly fall apart without any explanation. Unexpected expenses begin to drain your savings. Everything you thought was secure starts to feel like it's slipping through your fingers. But is this an accident, or could this be a divine test? Before God transfers wealth into your hands, He first removes what is built on weak foundations. This is part of His refining process. Think of the story of Moses. When he fled Egypt, he had no idea that his years in the wilderness were preparing him for his mission to free the Israelites. Those years might have seemed like setbacks, but in reality, they were a necessary part of his training. God allows a shaking, not to harm you, but to prepare you for something greater. This is not punishment, but an opportunity to build your life on a stronger foundation. The structures you once relied on, whether it's a job, a business, or a financial plan, are being tested. How will you respond? Will you panic, retreat, and start questioning your path? Or will you stand firm, knowing that God is repositioning you for a higher purpose? Look at Job. He lost everything in an instant, his wealth, his health, and his family. But that loss wasn't a punishment. God was clearing the way for a much greater blessing. Job was eventually restored, and his blessings were doubled. Can you imagine what it must have felt like to trust God when everything around you seems to be crumbling? It was in his darkest hour that Job's faith grew the strongest. Take another example, that of Howard Schultz, the former CEO of Starbucks. Before his success, Schultz faced numerous challenges, including growing up in poverty and being rejected by investors when he first wanted to expand Starbucks. Schultz was told that his idea of bringing high-quality coffee to the masses was unfeasible, and he almost gave up. But instead of retreating, he stood firm in his vision and God's plan for his life. Today, Starbucks is a global brand, and Schultz is a millionaire. His financial turbulence was a test, one that he passed by persevering through adversity. Does his story resonate with you? Sometimes the greatest blessings come after the greatest tests. Right now, you might feel like things are falling apart in your life. But what if they are actually falling into place? What if this is God clearing the way for the wealth transfer that is coming to you? Can you see how these tests might be preparing you for something much greater? If you've been experiencing financial turbulence, I invite you to comment below and declare with faith, I trust God's plan. Those who see these challenges as a test of faith will be the ones to receive the wealth that follows. Just like Job and Howard Schultz, you are being prepared for your breakthrough. How will you respond to the shaking in your life? Will you stand firm and trust that God is working behind the scenes? The transfer's coming, and it is up to you to stay grounded in faith as God prepares you for what's next. The second sign that a wealth transfer is coming into your life is when a massive opportunity appears, but it feels too big for you. You might receive a business idea that excites you, but fear whispers that you're not ready for such a big leap. A door opens in your career, but doubt tells you that you're not qualified for the role. A divine connection is placed before you, yet insecurity says you're not good enough. How many times have you been presented with an opportunity that felt larger than your current capacity? But what if that is exactly the moment that God is calling you to step into something greater? This is a divine test. When God is about to increase your life, He often disguises the blessing as a challenge. Think about David. Before he was crowned king, he first had to face the giant Goliath. On the surface, this seemed like an impossible challenge. David was just a young shepherd, and Goliath was a seasoned warrior, a giant with weapons that seemed undefeatable. But David's faith in God was bigger than his fear, and with nothing but a sling and a stone, he defeated Goliath. The giant wasn't just an obstacle, it was the very thing that positioned David for promotion. God often works this way, using the challenges in our lives to set us up for His promises. When the Israelites arrived at the Promised Land, a land flowing with milk and honey, they saw giants and walled cities. Despite the promise, many turned back in fear because the obstacles looked insurmountable. But God had already assured them that He would fight for them. How many blessings have been left behind because people turned away from the very thing God had placed before them? In your life, have you ever faced an opportunity that seemed too overwhelming? A new career path, a business venture, or even a relationship that feels like it's too much for you to handle? But what if this opportunity is the sign of a wealth transfer that God is preparing you for? The real question is, will you step forward in faith, or will you let fear hold you back? Remember, God does not call the qualified, He qualifies the called. Like David, you're being invited to step into something greater, even when it seems impossible. Consider the story of Thomas Edison, who failed thousands of times before successfully inventing the light bulb. Imagine how many people would have given up after their first or even 100th failure. But Edison kept going. He didn't let fear or failure stop him. Instead, he viewed every setback as part of the process. Through perseverance and faith in his purpose, Edison eventually changed the world. His journey wasn't easy, but it was necessary for the breakthroughs that came. If you're currently facing an opportunity that feels beyond your capabilities, know that this could be the sign of a wealth transfer that's about to take place in your life. God is preparing you for something greater. If you've been feeling overwhelmed by what lies ahead, I encourage you to comment below and declare, "I am ready for my blessing." What if the very challenge you fear is the one that will unlock your next level of success? Will you stand firm, knowing that God is guiding you, or will you shrink back? The choice is yours, but remember, stepping forward in faith could be the very thing that leads you to your breakthrough. The third sign that a wealth transfer is about to come into your life is this: people start leaving unexpectedly without explanation. You might notice friends who once felt like family becoming distant. Individuals you relied on may suddenly turn their backs on you. Relationships you thought would last dissolve with no warning. Have you ever felt this kind of shift in your life? Have you wondered why those you thought would be with you forever are suddenly fading away? This is not an accident. It's a divine separation. When God prepares to bless you, He must often move people out of your life who cannot go with you to where He's taking you. But why? Some people are secretly jealous of your future. Others may try to talk you out of your breakthrough, not understanding the magnitude of the blessings you're about to receive. It's also possible that some are unknowingly blocking the very blessings God has prepared for you. Isn't it intriguing to think that some of the people around you may not be able to carry the blessings God has set aside for you? Let's look at the example of Abraham. Before God could bless him with the promise of becoming the father of many nations, He told him to leave his homeland. In Genesis 12:1, God said, "Go from your country, your people, and your father's household to the land I will show you." Abraham had to leave everything familiar: his country, his people, his comfort zone. Could it be that sometimes to walk into the divine blessings God has for us, we must first walk away from what we know? If Abraham had stayed in his homeland, would he have been able to receive the fullness of God's promise? Just like Abraham, when God prepares you for something greater, He will sometimes ask you to let go of the familiar. Consider the life of Joseph. Before he could rule and fulfill his destiny, he was betrayed by his own brothers, sold into slavery, and sent to prison. Can you imagine the pain Joseph must have felt when the very people who should have supported him turned against him? Yet in Genesis 50:20, Joseph speaks to his brothers, saying, "You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives." Joseph's journey was filled with hardship, yet each painful step led him closer to the position God had prepared for him. His betrayal by his brothers was not the end of his story. It was part of God's plan. Could your own trials and losses be part of God's plan to position you for something greater? Even Jesus experienced abandonment. Before he could fulfill his divine purpose, he was betrayed by Judas and deserted by his closest followers. In Matthew 26:56 it says, "Then all the disciples deserted him and fled." Jesus' abandonment was not a punishment. It was part of the divine plan to fulfill his mission on earth. If Jesus could endure such betrayal and abandonment to fulfill his purpose, what might your own losses be preparing you for? God is not punishing you. He is protecting you. He is removing distractions and people who are not meant to be part of your journey to the blessings He is about to pour into your life. Can you trust that God knows who and what needs to be removed for His perfect plan to unfold in your life? Sometimes the people who leave you are doing so because they are not meant to carry the blessings that are coming your way. If you have been noticing this shift, if you've felt that certain people are leaving or drifting away, don't mourn what is gone. This is not rejection. This is preparation. God is preparing you for something much bigger than you can imagine. And as hard as it might be, trust that it is all for your good. Think of the story of Elon Musk. He has gone through a series of personal and professional transformations. In his early years, Musk faced many obstacles, including skepticism and failure. Yet, through every trial, he was propelled into a future that changed the world. Despite the critics and those who left or doubted him, he continued to trust in his vision. Now, he is leading multiple groundbreaking companies, from SpaceX to Tesla, changing the future for generations to come. Just as God's chosen ones face seasons of separation, those moments of struggle are often preparing us for the greater things God has in store. If you've been experiencing this divine separation, I encourage you to comment below and declare, "I trust God's plan for my future." Trust that the people who are leaving were never meant to walk with you into the abundant future God has prepared. Each step, each shift is a sign that your divine blessing is coming. Do you believe that God is setting you up for something bigger? The fourth sign that a wealth transfer is about to come into your life is this: God will ask you to give before you receive. You may have prayed for increase, asking God to bless you, and suddenly a test appears. God prompts you to give, to sow, or to release something, even when it doesn't make logical sense. How many times have you felt a tug in your spirit to give, even when you didn't feel like you had enough to spare? This test could take many forms. It might be giving a financial seed when you feel your own finances are tight. It could involve helping someone in need, even when you have your own struggles. Or perhaps it could mean walking away from something that brings you comfort, something you've held on to tightly. This is where many people falter. They hesitate, holding on tightly, afraid to let go. They think, "I'll give when I have more." But in God's kingdom, the principle is the opposite. Giving comes before abundance. What if the very thing that will unlock your blessing is the act of giving, when it feels hardest? Consider the story of Elijah and the widow in 1 Kings 17. This widow had only a handful of flour and a small amount of oil left, enough for one last meal for herself and her son. Yet, when Elijah, the prophet of God, came to her and asked for bread, she was faced with a choice. In 1 Kings 17:13-14, Elijah said, "Don't be afraid. Go home and do as you have said. But first make a small loaf of bread for me from what you have, and bring it to me, and then make something for yourself and your son. For this is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says: the jar of flour will not be used up, and the jug of oil will not run dry until the day the Lord sends rain on the land." It seemed like an impossible choice: give away the last of her food when there was no more left. But she obeyed, and when she gave, God provided for her in a way that didn't just meet her immediate need, but overflowed, with her flour and oil never running out. Could this be the kind of overflow God has in mind for you? But it requires the act of giving first. Now, look at Abraham. In Genesis 22, God asked Abraham to sacrifice his son Isaac, the son through whom God's promises were supposed to be fulfilled. Abraham's obedience was tested to the deepest level. And in Genesis 22:12, when Abraham raised the knife, God intervened and said, "Do not lay a hand on the boy. Do not do anything to him. Now I know that you fear God, because you have not withheld from me your son, your only son." In response to Abraham's obedience, God provided a ram in the thicket as a substitute for Isaac. Abraham's willingness to give up his most precious possession unlocked a powerful blessing. Not only was Isaac spared, but God reaffirmed his covenant with Abraham, promising him that his descendants would be as numerous as the stars in the sky. In both stories, the principle is the same. When God asks us to release something, it's not because he wants to take from us, it's because he's positioning us to receive something far greater. The question for you is, what is God asking you to release? Is there something in your life that he is calling you to let go of, whether it's money, comfort, control, or even fear, so that he can pour out blessings in a way that you can't even imagine yet? If you've been sensing that God is testing you in this way, don't resist. It may feel uncomfortable, but understand that God is not taking from you. He is positioning you for more. And those who pass this test of faith are the ones who step into the divine wealth transfer that God has prepared for them. Consider the story of well-known entrepreneur and philanthropist Bill Gates. Despite his immense wealth, Gates has been known for his commitment to giving, particularly through the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Gates once said, "We always have to remind ourselves that the real test of whether we are successful or not is not about how much wealth we accumulate, but how we use it." In his life, the act of giving, not waiting until he had more, has unlocked even more opportunities to make a lasting impact in the world. His story reminds us that in God's economy, giving is not about having more. It's about trusting that when we give, God will provide what we need. If you've been feeling this divine test, I encourage you to comment below and declare, "I trust God's provision." God is positioning you for a wealth transfer, and the act of releasing is the key to stepping into it. Trust that when you obey, you are setting yourself up for something greater than you can imagine. Are you ready to pass the test and receive the abundance God has prepared for you? The fifth sign that a wealth transfer is coming into your life is this: you feel a sudden, unshakable desire to gain wisdom about wealth. Have you ever found yourself thinking differently about money? No longer do you view it simply as something to spend. It's now something you want to manage, grow, and multiply. Have you felt that shift in your heart, a deeper understanding that wealth is not just for temporary pleasure, but for purposeful stewardship? This is not random. It is divine preparation. Before God releases financial increase into your life, he often gives you the wisdom to handle it well. Think about it. What good is wealth if you don't have the knowledge to manage it, protect it, and use it for God's kingdom? This desire to gain wisdom is a clear sign that God is getting your heart and mind ready for a transfer of wealth. As Proverbs 24:3-4 says, "By wisdom a house is built, and through understanding it is established. Through knowledge its rooms are filled with rare and beautiful treasures." This verse illustrates that true wealth doesn't just come from accumulation, but from wisdom and understanding. Let's take a look at Solomon. In 1 Kings 3:5-9, when God offered to give him anything he desired, Solomon could have asked for wealth, fame, or power. Instead, he asked for wisdom. "Give your servant a discerning heart to govern your people and to distinguish between right and wrong. For who is able to govern this great people of yours?" Solomon didn't ask for riches, yet because he sought wisdom first, God granted him wealth beyond measure. In 1 Kings 10:23 it says, "King Solomon was greater in riches and wisdom than all the other kings of the earth." Because Solomon put wisdom as his priority, he became the wealthiest king to ever live. Imagine what could happen in your own life if you sought wisdom first. How might that change the way you approach money and wealth? Even in our modern world, people who have stewarded wealth wisely often attribute their success to knowledge and understanding. Consider Warren Buffett, one of the world's wealthiest individuals. He once said, "The more you learn, the more you earn." His focus on understanding business, finance, and investing has made him an iconic figure in the realm of wealth. But just as Solomon's wisdom came from a divine source, so too can our understanding come through God's guidance. Warren Buffett didn't just earn money through luck. He used his wisdom to make strategic decisions. God offers this same kind of wisdom to you so you can manage and grow the wealth He's about to release into your life. So, what does this mean for you? If you've been feeling this divine pull toward gaining wisdom about money and financial stewardship, understand that it is not by chance. It is God preparing you for the overflow He's about to pour into your life. Your heart is being aligned with His purpose for your wealth. If you've sensed this divine pull, I encourage you to comment below and declare, "Lord, prepare me for overflow." Trust that as you seek wisdom in managing your finances, you are positioning yourself for a wealth transfer that will not only bless you, but also enable you to be a blessing to others. Just as God gave Solomon the wisdom to handle great wealth, He will equip you with the understanding you need to steward His blessings well. Are you ready to embrace this preparation and step into the overflow that God has for you? The sixth sign that a wealth transfer is coming into your life is this. You begin to see supernatural confirmations everywhere. Things that once seemed disconnected suddenly begin falling into place. Opportunities, resources, and connections appear at precisely the right moment. Doors that had been closed for years swing open effortlessly, and the pieces of your life's puzzle seem to fit together on their own. Have you ever experienced that moment when everything seems to align perfectly, as if the universe is conspiring in your favor? But let me be clear, this is not luck. This is divine orchestration. When God is at work in your life, He moves with divine precision. He does not leave things to chance. He will align circumstances in ways that you might consider impossible. It's not just about doors opening, it's about the right doors opening at the right time. God will place the right people in your path, people who will help you fulfill your divine purpose. He will bring opportunities that you could never have orchestrated on your own, positioning you exactly where you need to be. Isn't it remarkable to think that God's plan for you is unfolding in ways you might not even fully understand yet? Consider the life of Joseph. For years, Joseph suffered. He was sold into slavery by his brothers, falsely accused and imprisoned. But in a moment, everything changed. One encounter with Pharaoh's officials, and Joseph found himself standing before Pharaoh, interpreting his dreams. In Genesis 41:46, the Bible says, Joseph was 30 years old when he entered the service of Pharaoh, king of Egypt. From being a prisoner to becoming second in command of Egypt, the shift was sudden and divine. It was not a coincidence that Pharaoh had a dream, and it was not by chance that Joseph, who had the God-given ability to interpret dreams, was there to answer it. Joseph's rise to power was not a product of luck. It was a divine setup. In your own life, when you begin to see things aligning in ways that seem supernatural, take notice. This is a clear sign that God is at work. The wealth transfer that once seemed like a distant promise is now approaching. When doors that once seemed closed begin to open effortlessly, it is a clear signal that God is preparing you for something bigger. Can you trust that God's hand is moving in your life, even when you can't see the full picture yet? Take a moment to think about real-life examples of this supernatural alignment. Look at the story of J.K. Rowling. Before she became the famous author of the Harry Potter series, Rowling faced numerous hardships. She was a single mother living on welfare and struggled with depression. Her manuscript for Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone was rejected by multiple publishers. Yet, in what seemed like a hopeless situation, her story was eventually picked up by a publisher, and it became a global phenomenon. Every setback she faced led her closer to the right publisher and the right time, setting her up for an extraordinary success that changed her life. Does this not show how God can take what seems like failure and use it to align you with the right people and opportunities? When you begin to experience unusual alignment, when people, opportunities, and circumstances start showing up at just the right moment, this is a sign that the wealth transfer is near. God is putting the pieces together. The breakthrough is on the horizon. If you've noticed this divine alignment in your own life, I encourage you to comment below and declare, "Lord, I see the signs." It's a powerful declaration of faith that God's plan is unfolding and your moment of breakthrough is approaching. Do you believe that God is aligning everything for your good? Trust that when God starts putting the pieces together, it means something great is on its way. The seventh and final sign that a wealth transfer is coming into your life is this. Right before the breakthrough, you will face intense pressure. It may feel as though everything is weighing down on you. Your spirit senses that change is on the horizon, yet you find yourself encountering resistance like never before. Out of nowhere, obstacles appear. People around you begin to question your decisions, and doubts are cast upon your journey. Your emotions may feel heavier, and the temptation to give up becomes stronger than ever. Have you ever been in that place where it feels like you're on the edge of something great, yet everything seems to push back against you? This pressure is not a sign of defeat. It is, in fact, the final test. Before God releases the breakthrough, there is always one last challenge. Think about Moses standing before the Red Sea. Just before leading the Israelites to freedom, he was trapped between the sea and Pharaoh's army. The situation seemed impossible, but it was in that moment that God made a way where there was no way. Or consider Daniel, who was thrown into the lion's den right before he was elevated to a position of great influence in Babylon. In Daniel 6:23 it says, "The king was overjoyed and gave orders to lift Daniel out of the den. And when Daniel was lifted from the den, no wound was found on him, because he had trusted in his God." His obedience and trust in God led to his miraculous deliverance. And don't forget Jesus, who faced the cross just before the resurrection. He endured the greatest pressure just before fulfilling his divine purpose. In Luke 22:42, he prayed, "Father, if you are willing, take this cup from me, yet not my will, but yours be done." His struggle in the Garden of Gethsemane was a sign that the greatest victory was just ahead. What you are feeling in this moment is not the end, it is the transition. This is the critical moment where many people give up. They begin to ask, "If this blessing was meant for me, why is it getting harder?" But the truth is, the pressure before the promise is often the greatest. This final test is designed to build your faith and strengthen your resolve. It's in these moments of difficulty that your breakthrough is drawing near. Can you trust that this challenge is simply part of the process leading to your blessing? Take the story of Thomas Edison, for example. Edison faced countless failures while working to invent the electric light bulb. He was mocked and told that he would never succeed. Yet, instead of giving up, he pushed through the pressure. When asked about his many failed attempts, Edison famously said, "I have not failed. I've just found 10,000 ways that won't work." His perseverance led to the groundbreaking invention that changed the world. Just like Edison, your perseverance in the face of pressure can lead to your breakthrough. If you are feeling this resistance in your life right now, I urge you to stand firm. This is a sign that you are closer to your breakthrough than you think. The obstacles you are facing right now are preparing you for the blessing waiting on the other side. It may feel intense, but remember, this is the final test before the manifestation of your wealth transfer. If you've been facing intense challenges but feel like something big is coming, I encourage you to comment below and declare, "I will not turn back." The breakthrough is coming, and those who endure through this final test will step into the abundance and blessings God has prepared. Do you have the faith to push through and hold on to what God has promised? Trust that your greatest victory is just around the corner. You've now seen the 7 warning signs that a wealth transfer is coming into your life. These are not just coincidences. God is speaking directly to you, guiding you towards a breakthrough. But here's the truth. Not everyone will receive it. Some will see these signs and ignore them, continuing to live their lives the way they always have. They may recognize the shift, but decide to stay in their comfort zone, afraid of the unknown. Others will see the signs and hesitate, uncertain or too afraid to step into the abundance God has prepared for them. But then there are the few, the ones who truly understand the season they are in. These are the people who take action, who move forward in faith, and who refuse to turn back no matter how hard it gets. They recognize that God's timing is perfect, and they are willing to embrace the challenges that come with the blessings. It's not always easy, but they trust in His plan and know that their obedience will lead them to a greater purpose. Do you see yourself as one of these people? Consider the story of David, who faced giants, but despite the pressure, he took action in faith. In 1 Samuel 17:37, David said, "The Lord who rescued me from the paw of the lion and the paw of the bear will rescue me from the hand of this Philistine." David did not hesitate. He moved forward with courage and trust in God, and it was through that faith that he was able to defeat Goliath and step into his destiny. Now, I ask you, which one will you be? Will you be the one who sees the signs and moves boldly into the blessings God has for you? Or will you stand back, paralyzed by fear, and miss out on what's waiting for you on the other side? Take a moment to reflect. Are you ready to step into the life of abundance and blessing that God has prepared for you? It's time to act in faith, because those who understand their season and respond with obedience will be the ones who walk into the fullness of what God has planned. Don't let this moment pass you by. What step of faith is God calling you to take today? If you've seen these signs in your own life, it's not by accident. God is calling you to prepare, to align, and to be ready for what's about to unfold. This transfer isn't about greed, it's about purpose. When God places resources into the hands of His people, it is for a divine reason: to build, to uplift, and to bring change. This transfer is not just for you, it's for those around you, for the community and the world you are called to impact. So, I ask you now, do you believe that you are being positioned for something greater? Do you feel the weight of this divine preparation, the shifting of circumstances that seem too precise to be coincidental? If you believe that, if you sense God is preparing you for more, then now is the time to declare it. Comment below and say, "I receive my wealth transfer." Let this be your statement of faith, your confirmation that you see the signs and are ready to step into what God has promised. Because when the time comes, only those who are prepared, who have moved in faith, will receive the blessings that await. Right now, you might be thinking, "I see the signs. That means my transfer is guaranteed." But let me warn you, knowing the signs is not enough. Acknowledging the signs is just the beginning. It's about how you respond to them that determines whether you receive the blessing. Think about this. How many people saw the promised land but never entered it? How many were called to greatness but never stepped into it? The Israelites stood at the edge of the promised land, looking at the land of abundance. Yet an entire generation died in the wilderness because they refused to move in faith. In Numbers 14:29, God declared that the generation who doubted His promise would not enter the land. They saw it, but their fear and lack of faith held them back. Then there's the story of the rich young ruler who stood before Jesus and offered the key to eternal riches. Jesus invited him to follow him, to sell his possessions and give to the poor, but the young man turned away, sorrowful. He saw the blessing, but he couldn't let go of his comfort and his possessions to embrace the greater calling Jesus had for him. He walked away empty-handed. In Mark 10:22 it says, "At this the man's face fell." He went away sad because he had great wealth. He missed his opportunity. The same thing is happening today. Many people see the signs, but they never receive the blessing. Why? Because God does not just reward knowledge, He rewards obedience. A sign is not an end in itself. It is a call to action. When God shows you something, He expects movement. He doesn't just want you to acknowledge the sign, He wants you to take the next step in faith. When God reveals a door, you must walk through it. If He removes people from your life, you must let them go. If He positions you for a test, you must pass it. It's easy to pray for blessings, but too many people fail to take the actions that will unlock those blessings. They pray for prosperity, but hesitate when God opens a door to financial opportunities. They pray for healing, but refuse to step into the process of change that leads to health. So the question is, now that you see the signs, will you move? Will you take the steps that align you with God's will? Many miss their wealth transfer because they think God will do everything for them, that the blessing will fall from the sky without them doing anything. But the truth is, God provides the opportunity, but you must take the action. Faith without works is dead, James 2:26. You are part of the process. God opens the door, but you must walk through it. And in just a moment, I'm going to reveal exactly how to position yourself so that these signs don't just pass you by, but lead you directly into the blessing God has prepared for you. Stay with me, because what comes next is the final key to unlocking your wealth transfer. Don't let this moment pass you by. Your destiny is waiting for you to take the next step. You've seen the signs, and you understand that God is preparing you for a wealth transfer. But here's the critical truth. You're not done yet. The signs alone are not enough. It's not enough to simply recognize that the blessing is coming. You must take action. Let me be clear. God will not force you into your blessing. He will show you the way. He will open the doors, but He is waiting for you to step forward in faith and obedience. The process of receiving what God has promised you requires participation. You see, when God moves, He often requires you to move first, just like the Israelites who had to step into the Red Sea before it parted. In Exodus 14:21 it says, "Then Moses stretched out his hand over the sea, and all that night the Lord drove the sea back with a strong east wind and turned it into dry land." But notice, the water didn't part until the Israelites actually stepped into it. It wasn't enough for them to know that God promised deliverance. They had to act on that promise. Their faith had to move their feet first. Consider Noah. God told Noah to build the ark before the flood came. Can you imagine how crazy it must have sounded to Noah? It had never rained, and he was being asked to prepare for something that seemed impossible. He could have said, "I'll wait until the rain starts, then I'll build the ark." But Noah didn't wait. He acted in faith when there was no sign of rain, and because of his obedience, he and his family were saved. Genesis 6:22 says, "Noah did everything just as God commanded him." He didn't wait for the storm to come. He moved before it arrived, trusting that God's word was enough to guide him through. And what about Peter? When Jesus called Peter to walk on water, Peter had to step out of the boat. The waves were crashing, the storm was raging, but Peter stepped out in faith. His action turned his fear into faith. Matthew 14:29 says, "Then Peter got down out of the boat, walked on the water, and came toward Jesus." Peter didn't just talk about the possibility of walking on water. He actually took the step and moved in faith. His obedience in the middle of the storm enabled him to do the impossible. So, the question is, will you step out in faith even when the storm rages around you? Will you take action even when the situation seems uncertain or the timing doesn't seem right? The storm may be fierce, but your faith in God's promises will be your foundation. The wealth transfer that is coming into your life is not just a matter of waiting for the right moment. It's about stepping out when God calls you, trusting that He will provide what you need as you move in obedience. God has shown you the signs, and now it's your turn. Will you take the step of faith required to receive the blessings He has prepared for you? The choice is yours. Will you wait for the storm to calm, or will you walk through it, knowing that with God by your side, nothing is impossible? The key to receiving your wealth transfer is simple, yet many miss it. You must take bold, deliberate action in the direction of your blessing. God is waiting for you to move, but the decision to act is yours. It's not enough to just recognize the signs and understand the warnings. Now is the time to step into the abundance that God has prepared for you. If you're ready to act, if you believe that God is calling you to step forward, then comment below, "I am ready to move." Let your declaration be the first step toward the overflow that God is about to release into your life. This is the moment to take action, to move forward in faith and obedience. You've seen the signs, you've understood the warnings, but here's the final step to receiving your wealth transfer. It's not enough to simply know that your breakthrough is on the horizon and wait for it to happen. God has prepared a moment for you, but now it's your turn to step into it. The missing key, the one thing that separates those who receive the blessing from those who miss it, is positioning. You must position yourself for the transfer. Think of it like preparing for a race. You can see the finish line ahead, but if you're not in position to run, you'll never cross it. Just like the Israelites, God showed them the promised land, but they had to step into it. It didn't come to them by sitting still. They had to act and move in obedience. God has placed everything in your path, but now He's waiting for you to take action and move in faith. He has opened the doors, and now it's time for you to walk through them. Positioning yourself for the transfer involves taking action on what God has already revealed to you. It could be stepping out in faith, giving, or trusting the process. It's not just about waiting. It's about being obedient to the steps God has placed before you. Think of Noah, who built the ark before the flood came. He didn't wait for the rain. He acted when there was no sign of it. His obedience positioned him for salvation. Preparation is also key. God will often show you the door, but you must be ready to walk through it. Prepare yourself mentally, spiritually, and financially. This means taking the time to study, learn, plan, and do the work so that when the blessing arrives, you're ready to handle it. Just like David, who prepared in the fields before he ever wore a crown, you must actively prepare for what God is about to bring into your life. Every decision you make from this point forward must be rooted in faith. Move with confidence, trusting that God is leading you. When Peter stepped out of the boat, it was a decision of faith, despite the storm around him. His action transformed his fear into faith, and he walked on water. In the same way, your faith will guide you to take the necessary steps, no matter the circumstances. Positioning is not passive. It's an active process that requires you to trust, prepare, and obey. It's about aligning your actions with God's will for your life. It's about stepping forward in confidence, knowing that God is leading you to something greater. This is the moment you've been waiting for. You've seen the signs, you've felt the shifts, and now God is calling you to take action. The question is, will you step forward when the time comes? Don't let this moment slip by. If you're ready to step into your wealth transfer, comment below and declare, "I am positioned and ready." Let this be your statement of faith, your commitment to receiving the abundance God has for you. This is your moment. Will you rise to meet it? This is it, the moment of truth. You've seen the signs, you've felt the shift. God is calling you, and you can feel the weight of what's coming. Will you step forward in faith when the time comes? Only those who position themselves in obedience, preparation, and faith will receive what God has promised. Are you ready? You've seen it before, haven't you? People who knew something big was coming, but they hesitated, waiting for more signs, more certainty. They ended up watching others walk into their blessings, wondering why it never happened for them. It's painful to see, but here's the truth. They missed the moment because they couldn't take that step of faith. Now, I'm going to tell you something you need to hear. Your wealth transfer won't happen because you're waiting for perfection. It's right in front of you, but it's only available if you're willing to step through it. God doesn't wait for you to get everything perfect. He waits for your faith and willingness to move. Think about the Israelites. They knew the promised land was waiting, yet they hesitated. They stood at the edge of their blessing, looking at the giants in the land. They saw the opportunities, the land flowing with milk and honey. But fear took over. Many of them turned back because they were too afraid to face what God had already promised them. They didn't trust that God would help them overcome the obstacles in their path. They let doubt and fear keep them from stepping into their destiny. This is your moment. The question is, will you be like them, hesitating in fear, or will you step forward in faith? God is not asking for perfection. He is asking for faith. He's asking you to take that step, even though it feels impossible, even though the road ahead seems uncertain, even though the obstacles appear too big. God is asking you to trust Him and move forward anyway. He's asking you to walk boldly into the unknown, knowing that He has already prepared the way. The truth is, the road may look intimidating, the giants may appear large, and the challenges ahead might seem overwhelming. But if you don't take that first step, you'll never know what's waiting for you on the other side. You'll never experience the abundance that's already been set aside for you. So, I'm asking you right now, are you ready to step into your wealth transfer? This is the final test. Will you move in faith even when everything seems impossible? Will you take that leap and claim the blessing that has been waiting for you? God has already prepared the way, and the only thing standing between you and your breakthrough is your willingness to act. If you're ready to take that step, to step into your breakthrough, then comment below and declare, "I am stepping into my breakthrough." Let this declaration be a signal to the universe that you are no longer waiting for the perfect moment. You are moving forward in faith. This is your moment. It's time to claim what's yours. Are you ready? You've seen the signs. You've felt the divine shaping in your life. You've sensed that God is preparing you for something greater. But here's the crucial truth. Knowing the signs is only the beginning. It's not enough to simply see the signs and wait for the blessing to come. The wealth transfer isn't about passively watching. It's about actively stepping out in faith and positioning yourself for what God has already set aside for you. You cannot just sit back and expect the transfer to come to you. God will open the doors, but you must walk through them. He will show you the path, but you must take the first step. This is your time to move forward boldly and confidently in faith. Think about the paralyzed man by the pool in the Bible. Jesus asked him, "Do you want to be healed?" The man could have stayed where he was, waiting for someone to help him into the pool, hoping for a miracle to come to him. But Jesus told him to take action, to stand up and walk, and the moment he did, the miracle happened. In John 5:8, Jesus said, "Get up, pick up your mat, and walk." The man's healing didn't come by waiting. It came by acting in faith, by moving when Jesus told him to. You see, the miracle isn't in the waiting, it's in the movement. When you take a step of faith, that's when God meets you with His power. God is waiting for you to move, to take that first step. When you act in faith, God meets you in that moment and provides what you need. You don't have to have all the answers. You don't need to know every detail. You just need to move. And that's when God steps in. Now, if you've been feeling that nudge, if you've been sensing that this is your time, don't hesitate. The moment to act is now. Don't wait for the perfect moment. Don't wait for everything to be perfectly aligned. Step forward in faith and declare that you are ready to receive what God has prepared for you. The wealth transfer is here, but only for those who are positioned to receive it. So, I'm asking you today, are you ready to act? Are you ready to move in faith? The time to step into your blessing is now. Comment below and declare, I am stepping into my blessing. Let this declaration be your first step of faith, your commitment to take action and move forward in the direction that God is calling you to. The wealth is coming, but you must act now. Don't wait. Don't hesitate. Step into your blessing today and watch as God meets you in your obedience, bringing the breakthrough you've been waiting for. As we come to the close of this powerful message, let us reflect on the 7 clear warning signs that God is preparing to bless you with a wealth transfer. These signs are not random. They are divine indicators that God is moving in your life, preparing to shift your circumstances and open doors of abundance. The wealth transfer that is about to take place in your life is not just about financial gain. It's about spiritual growth, healing, and breakthrough in every area of your life. It's important to remember that God's timing is perfect, and His plans for you are far beyond anything you could imagine. Even when it seems like things are difficult or uncertain, trust that He's working behind the scenes, aligning everything for your ultimate good. The signs you are experiencing are not just coincidences. They are affirmations of the blessings that are about to overflow. Keep your faith strong, stay obedient to His call, and be ready to step into the fullness of your divine inheritance. If this message spoke to you, I encourage you to support this ministry through Super Thanks. Your generosity helps us continue to spread God's word and empower others with these transformative messages. But even if you're unable to give, know that I deeply appreciate your presence, your prayers, and your belief in the power of God's word. Every view, comment, and share helps us grow together in faith. I ask that you take a moment to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and share it with others who might need to hear this encouraging word. Your actions can make a difference in someone else's life today. Please leave a comment below. Your thoughts and experiences are valued, and they could inspire someone else on their journey. May God bless you abundantly as you step into this new season of prosperity. May His wealth transfer manifest in your life in ways that exceed all expectations. May you walk confidently into the promises He has for you, knowing that He has already gone before you to prepare the way. You are chosen, you are blessed, and your breakthrough is just around the corner. God's love and blessings are upon you always. Chosen ones, what I'm about to share might leave you speechless, but you must hear this, because the truth is unfolding right now, and it directly concerns you. If you're watching this, it is not by accident. Every event, every trial, every moment that has led you here is part of a divine plan. God does not make mistakes, and the fact that you have arrived at this message at this exact time is proof that something is shifting in the spiritual realm. There are people who thought they could take what was meant for you and walk away without consequence. They believed they could hide behind silence, that time would erase their wrongdoings, and that greed would be their protection. But what they failed to understand is that debts, especially spiritual ones, do not simply disappear. They accumulate, and now the weight of what they owe has become too great to bear. At first, they convinced themselves that no one would notice. They thought they were clever, thinking that by keeping what was yours, they could secure their own future. But they overlooked one fundamental truth. What is destined for you can never truly belong to someone else. The energy, the blessings, the divine favor that were meant for you cannot be stolen without consequence. They are not just losing what they took, they are losing everything. Like interest piling up on an unpaid loan, their burden is growing day by day, and there is no escape from what is coming. What they took wasn't just money or material wealth. It was something far greater. It was a piece of your destiny, your spiritual inheritance, your divine favor. And because it was never meant for them, it has turned against them. What once felt like a blessing in their hands is now a curse. The foundation they built on stolen ground is cracking beneath them, and no matter how much they try to hold it together, it is falling apart. They thought they could manipulate the natural order, but the truth is this: what was meant for you is never lost. It only grows. Every single resource, every opportunity, every blessing they tried to withhold from you has been multiplying in the background, waiting for the right time to return. And that time is now. Chosen ones, if this message is stirring something deep within you, confirm it by commenting 777 below. Stand in agreement with what is already in motion. And to those who have supported this message through super thanks, your kindness does not go unnoticed. May God multiply everything you have given, returning it to you in ways beyond your imagination. You are truly a blessing, and your faith will not go unrewarded. What is happening now is not just karma, it is divine justice at work. Every person who played a role in taking what belonged to you is now being forced to reckon with the consequences. The more they stole, the faster it slips from their grasp. They thought they could spend, invest, and build their future on what was never theirs to begin with. But they were wrong. Their illusion of security is crumbling, and the weight of their choices is pressing down on them harder than ever before. But why is this happening now? Why is their downfall inevitable? And how does it ensure that your blessings will return to you in even greater measure? Let's uncover the undeniable truth together. God's chosen ones, they're losing everything for stealing your inheritance. At first, they might brush off the unfolding events as nothing more than a temporary setback, an unfortunate twist of fate, or perhaps just bad luck. They may convince themselves that this is simply a rough patch, something that will pass in time. But have you ever wondered how long they can deny the consequences of their actions? How long will they be able to evade the inevitable? Slowly but surely, the truth begins to unravel. Little by little, the carefully constructed world they had built for themselves starts to crumble. Businesses that once thrived, flourishing with success and promise, now begin to falter and fail. Money that should be multiplying mysteriously disappears, and unexpected debts materialize from every direction. Doesn't it make you pause and think, what is it about greed that triggers such an unrelenting chain reaction? How does it bring ruin to every facet of one's life? It is as though each act of greed has set off a domino effect, bringing ruin to every part of their world. Their financial structures, once thought to be unshakable, now show cracks as the weight of what they owe becomes too burdensome to bear. Does this sound familiar to you? The Bible warns in Luke 12:2, "There is nothing concealed that will not be disclosed, or hidden that will not be made known." Isn't this a powerful reminder that nothing remains hidden forever? God's justice will find its way, even when others think they can hide behind their wealth or power. But this destruction isn't confined to just their finances. The toll on their health begins to show as well. The stress, guilt, and anxiety that plague them now manifest in their physical bodies. Unexplained illnesses surface, and restless nights are filled with worry and regret. The Bible tells us in Proverbs 14:30, "A tranquil heart gives life to the flesh, but envy makes the bones rot." How do you think the weight of their wrongdoings has affected them spiritually and physically? Is it any wonder that their bodies are showing signs of this internal turmoil? As they carry this burden, doctors can't explain what's happening to them, leaving them in confusion. Isn't it almost poetic that their stolen peace is now being repaid with sickness, a clear reminder of the toll of sin? They feel the weight of their choices pressing down on them, almost suffocating. What once felt like a firm, secure grip on their ill-gotten gains now feels more like sinking sand slipping through their fingers. The more they try to hold on to what they've taken, the faster it slips away. In Job 31 verse 8 we read, "Then let me sow and another eat, and let my crops be uprooted." Isn't it fascinating how God allows the plans of the unjust to unravel? The more they try to restore what they lost, the deeper they spiral into chaos and instability. This becomes a vicious cycle, a never-ending downward spiral. Every attempt to fix what is broken leads to even greater setbacks. But you, as one of God's chosen, don't need to chase after revenge. Isn't it reassuring to know that you don't have to force any form of retribution? You can rest in the fact that the natural course of fairness is already at work. What is it about God's justice that makes it so certain and inevitable? Psalm 37:9 assures us, "For those who are evil will be destroyed, but those who hope in the Lord will inherit the land." You may not see it immediately, but His justice is unfolding, and it is intensely personal for you. Everything they stole from you, every asset, every possession, every ounce of what was rightfully yours will be repaid. And not just repaid, but repaid with interest. The very forces that govern the balance of life are ensuring that what was stolen is returned, multiplied, and made more powerful than it was before. As Galatians 6:7 reminds us, "Do not be deceived. God cannot be mocked. A man reaps what he sows." Can you imagine how their stolen wealth will come back to you, amplified by God's hand? Just like the story of the prodigal son in Luke 15, when the time is right, the lost inheritance will be restored, far beyond what it ever could have been had it stayed in their hands. Do you believe God will make this restoration happen for you? They may have thought they locked away their wealth, safely hidden from view, but no matter how hard they try to hold on to it, the wealth keeps slipping away. It's as though an invisible hand is at work, ensuring that every stolen dollar finds its way back to you, multiplied. Take the example of Bernard Madoff, who built his empire through deception, stealing billions from unsuspecting investors. In the end, everything he took came crashing down. He was sentenced to prison, and his wealth vanished. The stolen riches didn't stay with him. They were returned to those who had been wronged. And just like Madoff, the wealth that was stolen from you will eventually find its way back, restored by the justice of God. As Romans 12:19 tells us, "Do not take revenge, my dear friends, but leave room for God's wrath, for it is written, 'It is mine to avenge, I will repay,' says the Lord." Do you trust that God's timing is perfect and that He will make things right for you? When He does, it will not only be a restoration, but it will come back more powerful, more abundant, and more life-changing than ever before. At first, they may have shrugged off their misfortunes, attributing them to external factors, things like the economy, bad luck, or small miscalculations. Yet, as the setbacks continue, it's hard to ignore the truth. The dominoes keep falling, profits vanish, opportunities slip through their fingers, and losses stack up higher with each passing day. Isn't it curious how, at first, they believed these were just isolated incidents? But now, the unplanned expenses seem relentless. A broken appliance here, an unexpected legal issue there, or a medical bill that drains their savings in the blink of an eye. Could it be that what they initially saw as mere bad luck is something much deeper? The Bible speaks of how sin and deceit can lead to the downfall of those who think they can outwit divine justice. Proverbs 11:18 tells us, "The wicked man does deceptive work, but he who sows righteousness will have a sure reward." Isn't it fascinating how these so-called misfortunes are starting to pile up, almost as if their actions have set a course that is now working its way back to them? They may not see it yet, but every expense, every lost opportunity, and every failing asset is a sign of the imbalance they created. In their frantic attempts to stop the financial bleeding, they resort to desperate measures, trying to restore what they once thought was theirs to keep. But no matter how hard they work, nothing seems to work. Can you imagine how this must feel, to be constantly battling an invisible force that keeps stripping away everything you've built? This isn't just a string of unfortunate events or simple bad luck. It's the correction of the imbalance they set in motion with their own actions. Their wealth, which once felt like a fortress, is now becoming a source of stress and constraint. What once seemed like security has transformed into a chain, tightening around them with every passing moment. Their once sturdy foundation now resembles a bottomless pit, swallowing everything they try to build upon it. How long will they be able to hold on before it all crumbles? They believed they could secure their future with stolen wealth, but it was never meant to stay in their hands. The more they try to retain it, the faster it slips away. Isn't it fascinating that God, in his justice, doesn't need to confront them directly? He simply allows the natural order to take its course. The debt they owe must be repaid, and there's no escaping it. As Romans 2:6 reminds us, God will repay each person according to what they have done. Have you ever seen the way that the universe seems to right itself when someone wrongs another? It's not always immediate, but it always happens. Piece by piece, every dollar they thought was safely tucked away is being stripped away, not through acts of vengeance, but through forces far greater than any human hands could control. This is not about revenge. It's about balance, the divine principle that ensures every stolen resource finds its way back to its rightful owner. Do you ever wonder how God works behind the scenes, setting everything right, even when we don't see it happening? As everything they built begins to unravel, their once prideful possessions fall apart. The house they once boasted about now requires endless repairs. Pipes burst, electrical systems fail, and damages occur so frequently that it seems as if they can't catch a break. No matter how much effort they pour into fixing one issue, another one springs up immediately. Have you ever watched someone try to fix something only to have the problem multiply? It's almost as if they're fighting a battle they can't win. And it doesn't end with their property. Even their vehicles, which they purchased to enjoy a life of luxury, are now burdened with constant repairs. The car they thought would symbolize success now spends more time in the repair shop than on the road. Doesn't it seem like everything they touch turns to dust? It's as though every asset they possess has turned against them, rejecting the very idea of wealth gained through deceit and greed. What does this say about the way we are meant to live? With integrity, not by taking from others to secure our own future. Consider the story of the famous financial mogul, Bernie Madoff. For years, he built his empire by deceiving investors, hiding his fraudulent scheme behind a facade of success. But in the end, everything he had worked for came crashing down, and those who had been wronged saw their losses restored, while Madoff himself was left with nothing. His wealth, gained through deceit, slipped away, just as God's justice ensures that those who wrong others will face the consequences. Isn't it incredible how God's justice unfolds in ways that no one can predict? In the end, their efforts to cling to stolen wealth will be futile. As Jesus says in Matthew 6:19-21, "Do not store up for yourselves treasures on earth, where moths and vermin destroy, and where thieves break in and steal. But store up for yourselves treasures in heaven. For where your treasure is, there your heart will be also. Isn't it interesting how the pursuit of earthly treasures ultimately leads to their own destruction? They will realize too late that their attempts to secure what wasn't theirs have only brought them deeper into ruin, while you, God's chosen, are on the path to restoration. They once believed that by securing their future through ill-gotten gains, they were laying the groundwork for a lasting legacy. But in reality, they were unknowingly setting themselves up for a series of inevitable losses. Losses that only deepen over time. Every dollar stolen has transformed into a heavy burden, a constant drain on their resources that leaves them further away from any real sense of security. Do you ever wonder how someone can keep chasing after something that slips away every time they grasp it? This is the cycle they're trapped in. No matter how hard they try to replace or repair what's been lost, nothing endures. The truth is, what they took was never meant to prosper in their hands. Proverbs 10:2 reminds us, "Treasures gained by wickedness do not profit, but righteousness delivers from death." Isn't it clear that when wealth is acquired through deceit, it cannot stand the test of time? They assumed they could build a strong foundation on land that was never theirs. But now, the inherent instability of that foundation is becoming undeniable. Every time they attempt to fix one issue, another pops up, as if their resources are being consumed by an invisible force. Have you ever witnessed someone work tirelessly, only to see their efforts evaporate with every step? As they watch their possessions deteriorate and their money slip away into repairs that never truly resolve the issues, the harsh truth begins to sink in. They didn't just steal money, they stole problems that no amount of effort or resources can fix. In their misguided attempt to secure a future based on stolen resources, they failed to realize something profound. Wealth acquired through deceit and greed can never offer true stability. This is why what should have been their breakthrough has instead turned into a dead end. Every door they open leads to another obstacle. Every risk they take, every desperate move to regain what they falsely claim as theirs, only results in another loss. Can you imagine how exhausting it must be to fight against a force that keeps pulling you downward, no matter how hard you struggle? Meanwhile, as they continue to struggle with one setback after another, your path is clearing effortlessly. You don't need to chase after opportunities or manipulate situations. As Proverbs 10:22 says, "The blessing of the Lord brings wealth without painful toil for it." Isn't it remarkable how God's plan for you will unfold naturally, without force or deceit? While they clung to their stolen resources, the real wealth, your inheritance, was always meant to flow to you. No one can stop this process, no one can block it, and certainly no one can reverse it. The more they try to hold on to what isn't theirs, the deeper they sink into their own troubles, while every step you take, in true alignment with your purpose, propels you upward. This is not about luck or coincidence. It is simply the natural order at work. Their every attempt to hold on to a future built on theft only accelerates their own downfall. Meanwhile, in the very same moment, your future becomes clearer, stronger, and more certain. Do you ever wonder how it feels to be walking in divine alignment with the Creator, knowing that everything you need is already on its way? This process is governed by an unyielding balance, one where every wrong finds its correction. Romans 12:19 reminds us, "Do not take revenge, my dear friends, but leave room for God's wrath, for it is written, 'It is mine to avenge, I will repay,' says the Lord." Isn't it comforting to know that God is the one who will repay what has been taken, and He does it with perfect justice? In this unrelenting system of divine justice, nothing stolen remains untouched by the inevitable rebalancing of the scales. The more they accumulate through dishonest means, the faster their losses mount. The Bible makes it clear, whoever sows injustice will reap disaster. Proverbs 22:8. Their stubborn refusal to return what is rightfully yours only intensifies the consequences they face. As they continue down this path, unaware of the forces working against them, you walk steadily toward the blessings that are rightfully yours, knowing that nothing can derail the divine plan for your life. Each setback they face, every misfortune that befalls them, is a direct reflection of the imbalance they have created through their own actions. It's as if the very universe itself is keeping meticulous score, ensuring that every act of greed is repaid in full, with interest added to every stolen moment and every misappropriated dollar. Have you ever wondered how the laws of fairness truly operate? How the balance of life works to ensure that justice is eventually served? The Bible reminds us in Proverbs 11:1, "The Lord detests dishonest scales, but accurate weights find favor with him." Isn't it powerful to know that God keeps an exact accounting of everything and no injustice goes unnoticed? Their financial misadventures are a clear sign of this imbalance. Businesses that once flourished are now collapsing, and every deal seems to backfire. They watch as their profits evaporate into thin air, their opportunities slipping through their fingers like sand. The never-ending string of repairs, the decline of their health, and the pressure mounting on every aspect of their lives point to a fundamental truth. What they took was never meant to stay in their hands. In a way, do you see how these failures are a consequence of their own choices? It's almost as if every wrong move they make is a reminder that nothing built on dishonesty can stand the test of time. This intricate balance of life doesn't let any wrong go unaddressed. Every act of theft, every attempt to manipulate and control, sets off a chain reaction that ultimately leads to their own undoing. Can you imagine the frustration they must feel as deal after deal falls apart, as opportunities slip by, and as every effort to salvage what's left only deepens their desperation? The Bible warns in Luke 16:10, "Whoever can be trusted with very little can also be trusted with much, and whoever is dishonest with very little will also be dishonest with much." Isn't it clear that their dishonesty has caused them to lose everything they thought was secure? With every failure, they draw closer to the inevitable moment when everything they built on stolen ground crumbles into nothing. In a way, this cycle of failure is almost self-perpetuating. Each setback leads to another, and the pressure grows heavier. Their past choices continue to haunt them, showing them that the money they once believed would secure their future is nothing more than a burden, a debt they can never escape. Have you noticed how their every effort to patch up the cracks only deepens the divide? They try to hold on to the stolen wealth, but it keeps slipping away, as though it's not meant to stay with them. As they sink deeper into the mess of their own making, do you wonder how long it will take before they realize that their future is no longer theirs to control? Meanwhile, your path is growing brighter. You don't have to chase after them or force anything. Your future is already set in motion. Every time they sink deeper into their quagmire, your opportunities grow clearer and more accessible. As they cling to their stolen gains, the scales of justice tip in your favor. It's almost as if every act of greed they commit accelerates the return of what is rightfully yours. The Bible speaks of this restoration in Joel 2:25. "I will repay you for the years the locusts have eaten." Isn't it comforting to know that whatever was lost to you will be restored, multiplied and more abundant than ever? Their attempts to secure a future with resources that were never meant for them have set them on a path of continual loss and decline. Isn't it ironic that the more they try to hold on, the more they lose? Each effort to grasp what was never theirs only deepens the instability they've created for themselves. Meanwhile, your future, built on integrity, on what is genuinely yours, becomes more and more abundant with every passing day. And this is no coincidence. It is the natural, unbreakable order of life at work, just as it is written in Romans 8:28. And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose. Do you see how, in the end, what is rightfully yours will always find its way back to you, stronger and more vibrant than before? It's not a matter of luck or chance. It is the divine law of restoration. No stolen fortune can ever withstand what was always destined for you. They may have convinced themselves that by keeping your rightful inheritance locked away, they were preserving the family's legacy. They argued that you didn't deserve it, or that you lacked the wisdom to manage it properly. In their minds, by denying you what was rightfully yours, they were acting in the family's best interest, making a noble sacrifice for the sake of generational wealth. But in reality, their actions were driven by pure greed and a hunger for control. Have you ever wondered how easily people can deceive themselves into thinking their selfish actions are for the greater good? Proverbs 14:12 reminds us, "There is a way that appears to be right, but in the end it leads to death." This was the path they chose, believing they were building a legacy, but in truth they were sowing seeds of destruction. They craved control and power, desiring to keep the wealth in their own hands rather than letting it enrich you. They believed that by shutting you out, they were securing their future and keeping you perpetually beneath them. But in the end, what they failed to realize was that their efforts to maintain control were weakening them. Instead of strengthening their position, their actions were unraveling everything they had worked for. Proverbs 11:1 states, "The Lord detests dishonest scales, but accurate weights find favor with him." They built their fortune on dishonest means, believing it would last, but now their financial security is crumbling. Savings are vanishing, assets rapidly depreciating, and the money they thought they were protecting is slipping away. This is the inevitable consequence of hoarding wealth through deception. It always turns into a curse. They imagined they were constructing an impregnable fortress to protect their ill-gotten gains, but all they built was a prison, a vault so tightly sealed that now even they find themselves trapped inside it. Isn't it ironic how what they thought would give them power and control is now their greatest weakness? They longed to dominate the family's resources, to keep it all for themselves, but now they watch helplessly as everything evaporates around them. Unexpected bills, legal disputes, and mounting financial instability have all come crashing down on them in ways they never predicted. Does it make you wonder how often the pursuit of control leads to chaos? Isaiah 55:7 reminds us, "Let the wicked forsake their ways and the unrighteous their thoughts." Had they chosen the right path, they might have preserved their own stability, but now they are paying the price for their greed. While they bear the crushing weight of their own greed, you are rising. As you move forward, rising above a system that was never designed for you to struggle or be deprived, the natural order is beginning to restore what was taken. The more they try to hold on to their stolen wealth, the more it slips away. The more they struggle to keep what was never meant for them, the brighter your path becomes. In the irony of their downfall, can you see how the very assets they tried to guard are now the instruments of their undoing? This is the justice of God at work, aligning the balance of what was taken and what was meant for you. The Bible assures us in Romans 8:28, "And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose." The very thing they tried to hoard is now slipping through their fingers, and your rightful inheritance is being returned to you. Wealth destined for you will never yield the false sense of security they craved. Every dollar they clutched so tightly is now compounding into an ever-growing debt, a debt that multiplies with each year they refuse to amend their ways. Their losses have doubled, and now it seems too late to reverse. Their inability to correct their course is evident in the increasing instability surrounding them. The Bible warns us in Galatians 6:7, "Do not be deceived. God cannot be mocked. A man reaps what he sows. They have sown greed and dishonesty, and now they are reaping the consequences of their actions. Their attempt to secure their future with resources that were never theirs has only set them on a path of continual loss and decline. Meanwhile, your future, built on the foundation of what is truly yours, is growing more abundant with each passing day. Isn't it fascinating how the balance of life, as ordained by God, always rights the wrongs? As they sink deeper into the quagmire they've created, you are ascending, moving ever closer to the destiny that was always meant for you. The more they cling to what they have stolen, the more they lose, and the more the scales tip in your favor. You, God's chosen, will see what was meant for you restored, not just in the same measure, but magnified far beyond what they could ever have imagined. The course of events, the walls are closing in, the burden becomes unbearable, and the very ground on which they built their empire is starting to fracture. They can see it all unfolding, the financial turbulence, the cascade of unforeseen disasters, and the gradual disintegration of everything erected on ill-gotten gains. Yet still they resist. They stubbornly cling to what was never theirs and fight against the inevitable force that is pulling it all away. But the longer they hold out, the harsher the reckoning becomes. What might have been a straightforward return eventually escalates into a full-scale reckoning, because the debt incurred from deceit doesn't just vanish, it multiplies. They fought relentlessly to hold on to what never belonged to them. They hoarded, manipulated, and consistently resisted every chance to rectify their wrongdoings. The more they clung to your inheritance, the faster they lost everything. They believed that denying you what was rightfully yours would somehow grant them power, that by blocking your blessings, they could secure their own future. They thought that by standing in your way, they could always remain one step ahead. But the universe, or the natural order of things, had other plans. The moment they chose greed over fairness, they set off a chain reaction, a reversal so profound that it is now tearing their world apart. The very force they attempted to block is the one undoing them, and as they spiral downward, you continue to rise. The energy they once stifled is now propelling you forward. Opportunities are emerging, doors are swinging open, and wealth is aligning in your favor. In a twist of fate, even those who supported your rightful claim are now reaping unexpected rewards. People who stood by your side are seeing their own enterprises thrive, their finances improve, and their lives move toward abundance, all because they chose to align with the truth. Meanwhile, those who clung to deception and false security see their lives unraveling before their eyes. Their stability is collapsing, and their attempts to hoard ill-gotten gains have backfired in spectacular fashion. It is almost as if the universe is declaring unequivocally that what is stolen will never prosper, and what is naturally meant for you will never be denied. They thought that by safeguarding their fortune through these unethical means, they were securing their future. But in reality, they were only setting themselves up for a series of irreversible losses. Instead of nurturing a legacy that could have flourished with time, they chose a path of selfishness and short-term gain, and now the repercussions are catching up with them. Their obsession with control has turned into a self-imposed trap, where every attempt to hoard what wasn't theirs only deepens the fissures in their own lives. The wealth they clung to, believing it would keep them on top, has transformed into a relentless burden, a burden that compounds with every passing year. Their mismanaged funds, their overvalued assets, and their misguided attempts at preserving what they falsely claimed as their own have all begun to crumble. Unexpected expenses keep emerging, turning every corner into another reminder of their mounting failures. Bills they never anticipated, legal battles they cannot win, and a cascade of financial misfortunes have left them scrambling to keep up with debts that grow ever larger, each dollar multiplying the weight of their guilt and regret. In this vicious cycle, Every ounce of wealth they secured for themselves has morphed into a trap that holds them captive in a never-ending spiral of loss. The fortress they built with greed has now become a prison, where the very walls are closing in and leaving no room for escape. As the domino effect of their choices continues to unfold, they find themselves facing the harsh truth that every act of theft and every instance of hoarding has sown the seeds of their own undoing. Their belief that they were protecting the family's legacy by locking you out of what was meant for you has backfired disastrously. The more they tried to keep you from your rightful share, the more they sabotaged their own financial stability. Their savings are evaporating, investments are faltering, and assets once considered secure are now rapidly depreciating. Instead of becoming a source of strength, their ill-gotten gains are turning into liabilities, weighing them down and dragging them into deeper turmoil. The same wealth they thought they were shielding has now become a curse, a relentless chain that binds them to a future filled with regret and diminishing returns. They built their entire existence on a shaky foundation of stolen gains, and as the cracks widen and the structure weakens, it's clear that nothing they do can reverse the inevitable collapse. Meanwhile, while they are busy clinging to a system that was never meant to benefit them, you are steadily rising above the chaos. Your path is becoming clearer with every misstep they take. Their misguided efforts to hoard resources and control the flow of wealth have only accelerated their downfall, and as their world crumbles, you find that opportunities, which were once locked away, are now coming to you effortlessly. The energy they suppressed out of greed is now propelling you forward, opening doors that had long been closed and creating chances that seem almost too perfect to be true. Even those who once sided with them, who thought that aligning with their methods would secure their own future, are now reaping unexpected rewards. Their businesses are starting to flourish, their finances are finding balance, and they are beginning to enjoy the kind of prosperity that comes from aligning with a natural, unforced flow of abundance. It's a striking contrast. Those who chose the path of deception and control are now witnessing the collapse of their once impenetrable systems, while you, who embraced what was genuinely meant for you, are stepping into a future of undeniable promise. The reversal is as swift as it's brutal. Every dollar they kept, every bit of wealth they hoarded, is now working against them, multiplying into a debt that grows exponentially with time. Their refusal to acknowledge the truth that wealth obtained by dishonest means can never bring true security has only deepened their financial and emotional instability. Each year that passes without making things right sees their losses double, their resources dwindle further, and their once confident grip on their fortunes slip away into nothingness. The foundation they so carefully constructed on stolen grounds is crumbling under the pressure of its own contradictions. They see the signs all around them: financial instability, unforeseen calamities, and a slow but steady dismantling of everything they worked so hard to build. Yet, even as the inevitable collapse draws nearer, they continue to resist, clinging stubbornly to what was never theirs to begin with. Their efforts to hold on to stolen wealth only serve to accelerate the process of their own ruin, as if each act of resistance adds fuel to the fire of their impending reckoning. It is a scenario that unfolds with relentless logic, a logic that makes it clear that what was stolen can never be rightfully enjoyed by those who took it. The debt they've incurred is not just a matter of lost money or crumbling assets. It is a deep systemic imbalance that reflects the very nature of their actions. What should have been a straightforward repayment has transformed into a punitive measure that magnifies every wrong they committed. The more they attempt to cover up their misdeeds, the faster the consequences catch up with them. Their attempts to patch up the damage only result in further instability, as every effort to fix what was broken only reveals more cracks in the already fragile structure of their wealth. It's as if the very universe or the natural order of things has taken notice, and it is now methodically reclaiming what was always meant to be yours, leaving them with nothing but the bitter taste of their own failure. Even as they scramble to stop the downward spiral, their actions only hasten the process. Every financial setback, every unexpected expense, and every faltering business deal reinforces the harsh reality that their greed has sealed their fate. They once believed that by keeping you from accessing what was rightfully yours, they could somehow elevate their own status, ensuring a future of control and dominance. But in the end, their actions have only sown the seeds of their own destruction. Their wealth, accumulated through manipulation and deceit, is now slipping through their fingers faster than they can grasp it. It's a relentless reminder that no amount of hoarded fortune can ever stand against what was always destined for you. The more they resist the natural flow of what is meant to be, the more they find themselves locked in a battle that they cannot win, a battle where every moment of defiance only brings them closer to the edge of an unavoidable collapse. In this unfolding drama, it becomes clear that those who try to deny you your rightful share are not just losing money, they are losing everything. Their failure to honor the natural order of things, their insistence on controlling wealth that was never theirs to control, has left them in a state of constant decline. Their attempts to maintain a facade of stability have crumbled under the weight of mounting debts and relentless misfortunes. It is as if every stolen dollar carries with it a reminder of their betrayal, a marker of their inevitable downfall. The structure of their lives, built on deception and a relentless quest for control, is disintegrating piece by piece. In the midst of this chaos, while they are consumed by the consequences of their own making, you are finding that the path to your own destiny is becoming clearer and more accessible. Their world, once held together by fragile threads of deceit, is unraveling with each passing day. Every effort they make to secure their own future only accelerates the process of their undoing. They try to salvage what remains, desperately clinging to a semblance of power and control. But the reality is that every resource they hoarded is now being reclaimed, magnified, and redirected toward you. It is an inescapable cycle, one where the more they try to suppress the natural order, the more forcefully it pushes back. What they once thought was a safeguard for their own interests has now become the very thing that undermines them. Each missed opportunity, each moment of resistance, adds another layer to the mounting debt they owe, not just in terms of money, but in the very fabric of their lives. Their financial missteps have transformed into an overwhelming burden that they can no longer bear, a burden that grows heavier with every act of selfishness. And so, as their systems collapse and their wealth evaporates, the truth becomes undeniable. You are meant to receive what is rightfully yours, and no one can stop that flow. The very energy they tried to hoard for themselves is now working in your favor, clearing away the obstacles that once barred your path. Their downfall is not a distant possibility. It is happening right now, unfolding in real time. Every act of greed and every attempt to withhold what was meant for you only accelerates the process. Even those who once sided with their misguided plans are beginning to feel the impact as their own fortunes shift and opportunities align in unexpected ways. It's a transformation that leaves no doubt. What is divinely assigned, what is naturally meant to be, will always find a way to reach its destination. In the midst of this unfolding chaos, you continue to rise, step by step, unburdened by the weight of their misdeeds. The obstacles that once seemed insurmountable are dissolving, replaced by a steady stream of opportunities that come your way effortlessly. The energy that they fought so hard to suppress is now a driving force behind your progress, a force that opens new doors and creates a path forward filled with promise and potential. It is as if the entire universe is aligning to ensure that you receive what is rightfully yours, regardless of the obstacles that others may try to put in your way. Their attempts to secure their own future by blocking your path have only set the stage for their own undoing, while paving the way for your inevitable ascent. Every action they took to divert what was meant for you now backfires, creating a powerful current that lifts you higher. As their wealth disintegrates into a series of mounting debts and their carefully constructed plans crumble into dust, you find that the natural flow of abundance is unstoppable. The more they tried to hide and hoard, the more conspicuous their downfall has become. A stark reminder that what is truly meant for you will never be kept at bay. Their financial ruin is not just a series of isolated incidents, but a coherent narrative of cause and effect, where each act of greed builds upon the last, leading to a final, irreversible reckoning. And as this process unfolds, the doors that once remained firmly closed for you are now swinging open, one after another, revealing a future that is richer, brighter, and more aligned with your true destiny. The collapse of their empire is as inevitable as it is complete. Every failed investment, every unforeseen expense, every crumbling asset is a testament to the truth that wealth obtained through deception can never endure. Their lives, once built on a foundation of stolen gains, are now marred by instability, loss, and a growing sense of desperation. They had believed that by keeping you away from what was rightfully yours, they were protecting their own interests. But the irony is that their actions have only served to hasten their downfall. The very resources they hoarded with such determination are now being transformed into liabilities, a relentless force that they cannot control. It is a bitter lesson in cause and effect. The more they tried to hold on to what wasn't theirs, the faster they lost everything that they thought defined their success. Now, as the balance of fortune shifts with every moment, you stand at the threshold of a new era, one where what was always meant for you is being restored, multiplied, and redirected in your favor. Their struggle to maintain control has not only failed, but it has also become a powerful catalyst for your rise. The natural order of things is not one that can be defied. It is a force that ensures that what belongs to you will eventually find its way back into your hands, stronger and more abundant than ever before. Every misstep they made, every opportunity they squandered, and every attempt to divert the course of destiny now serves as a stepping stone for your own progress. Even as they face the consequences of their actions, your journey continues unabated, propelled by the unyielding current of fairness and balance that governs all things. In this ongoing saga of wealth and downfall, it is clear that their greed has become their undoing. And what they failed to recognize all along is that by holding you back, they were only holding themselves back from the true prosperity that lies ahead. Their struggles, their mounting losses, and the crumbling of their ill-gotten gains all point to a simple, unyielding truth, that what is naturally destined for you will never be denied. And as you move forward with the flow of abundance and the opening of countless opportunities, their fate serves as a stark reminder of the cost of betrayal and the unbreakable force of destiny. The more they resisted, the more they fell into the trap of their own making. And now, with each passing moment, you rise further into a future that is bright, clear, and undeniably yours. They are witnessing everything they built crumble beneath them, not because someone is out to get them or because they are being punished by an external force, but because betrayal always carries a heavy cost that must be paid in full. They see it unfolding before their eyes, watching as everything they once held dear turns against them, just as they turned against you. What they took from you was never merely money. It was your peace, your trust, a connection to something far greater than themselves. Now the tables have turned, and they are experiencing the sting of betrayal. Those they once trusted now deceive them, Business partners they relied on are abandoning them, and loved ones who once stood by their side have suddenly turned away. When you betray someone who was always meant for greatness, you don't just lose their support, you lose the very favor that shielded you throughout your life. No amount of wealth, power, or cunning can bring back what has already been lost. They made their choice, and now they must bear the full burden of that decision. They schemed, fought, and did everything in their power to block you from receiving what was rightfully yours. They convinced themselves that by hoarding your inheritance, they had secured a lasting victory. But they failed to see that your blessings were sealed from the start. No level of greed, deception, or manipulation can override a binding agreement with the natural order. Your inheritance was never just about assets or money. It was about a purpose that no one could truly steal for long. They could pass on what they thought was their prize to their children, hide it away in bank accounts or elaborate trusts, rewrite contracts, forge documents, and shift things in their favor. Yet, nothing they do can ever truly grant them prosperity. For what was never meant for them will never work in their favor. Instead of providing security, it brings stress. Instead of fostering abundance, it only leads to loss. Rather than establishing a legacy, it culminates in ruin. They thought they could rewrite destiny, replant what was already designated for you. But you cannot claim what is meant for someone chosen and expect to keep it. Now, they face a simple choice: either willingly relinquish what is not theirs or have it forcibly taken away and restored to you. It might not occur all at once, but piece by piece, the very things they clung to are slipping away. For nothing in the deeper realms can be claimed if it carries your unmistakable mark. What was always meant for you will eventually find its way back, and by the time they understand this, they will be left with nothing. At first, those who stood by quietly, those who neither directly stole from you nor actively defended you, believed that staying neutral would shield them from the fallout. They assumed that by keeping their distance, they would remain unaffected by the consequences. However, as the slow unraveling continues and the undeniable results of guilt and misdeed become clear, even they begin to see the truth. They watch as everything touched by the guilty starts to fall apart, and suddenly they distance themselves. Family members who once defended the wrongdoers are now stepping back, and those who once ignored you are now watching closely, no longer content to be bystanders. They aren't merely witnessing a series of unfortunate events. They are experiencing their own awakening, realizing that the collapse of your family's wealth was no accident, but the direct consequence of their choices. One by one, they're pulling away, some out of fear of getting caught in the storm, some out of guilt for having remained silent, and others actively aligning themselves with you as they recognize that you were never the problem. They now understand that by distancing themselves from the guilty, they are moving closer to the truth. No one wants to remain on a ship that is clearly sinking, and now the scales have tipped. Even those who once turned their backs on you cannot pretend they haven't seen it all coming. The lines are being drawn, the truth is surfacing, and those who once ignored you are finally realizing which side they should have taken all along. They attempted to block you, to steal from you, to hoard what was always destined to be yours. Convinced that doing so would make them powerful, they believed that denying you your inheritance would secure their own future, that keeping you from what was rightfully yours would keep them ahead. Yet, every act of resistance only fueled your ascent. You were never meant to struggle for scraps or to plead for what was naturally yours. You were never meant to live at their mercy, because your inheritance was never truly in their control. Every time they withheld what was yours, every act of deception or manipulation, they inadvertently set off a chain reaction, a multiplication of what was meant to be returned to you. You are not just reclaiming what was stolen, you are receiving it back with an added force. What should have been a simple restoration has transformed into a supernatural compensation. The longer they delayed, the greater your reward became. Their betrayals only expanded your territory, and the years they spent keeping your blessings from you prepared you for a comeback that they cannot ignore. While they sink deeper into the weight of their deception, you rise steadily. As their world collapses, yours expands. As their fortune dwindles, yours is restored with an added boost. Every moment they spend hoarding what was never theirs only paves the way for your elevation. This isn't just about payback. It is about the natural shift of balance, where justice and rightful power return to you. What they thought they could hold on to is now slipping away, returning to you, not because you fought for it or chased it, but simply because it was always destined for you. There is nothing they can do to stop this reversal. Their actions were never solely about accumulating wealth. They were about maintaining control. But control was an illusion from the start. Your inheritance, imbued with purpose and meant to empower you, can never truly be seized by those who operate through deceit. They could have tried to secure it for generations by all means possible, but the truth remains that what belongs to a chosen one cannot be contained by force. Instead of providing them with the security they craved, it brought them endless stress, loss, and eventual ruin. Their attempt to rewrite destiny has failed because destiny cannot be rerouted or rewritten. Now, they stand at a crossroads with only two options: surrender what is not rightfully theirs, or continue on a path that leads to their own downfall. Every act of greed, every instance of manipulation has only served to activate an unstoppable force, a multiplication of what you are meant to receive. With every delay, every betrayal, your eventual return becomes even more powerful. While they scramble to hold on to something that was never theirs to begin with, your inheritance is being restored and multiplied, leaving them to watch as their own wealth crumbles under the weight of their deception. The weight of their theft is now too heavy to bear, and your rise is not a reaction, but a natural course of events in motion. Their downfall is the result of their own choices, not your doing. You don't need to seek revenge or chase after what was stolen. It is returning to you, multiplied and enhanced by the very forces they tried to resist. They can feel it slipping away from their grasp, and you can sense its approach. They are left with nothing but mounting losses while you prepare to receive what is rightfully yours. This is the moment when the balance shifts completely, when you stand firm on solid ground while they desperately search for stability. When everything plays out and the last remnants of their stolen wealth vanish, they will be forced to acknowledge that control was never theirs to hold. In the end, you are the one who was always destined to rise, and their attempts to suppress that destiny have only accelerated their own undoing. Every act of betrayal, every moment they tried to keep you from what was meant for you, has only amplified your eventual reward. What they hoarded, what they delayed, and what they manipulated has all been gathering force, waiting for the moment when it would be released back to you. You were never in need, never lacking, and never beneath them. You were simply waiting for the inevitable shift in balance. Their greed and deception have only served to make your eventual return even greater. And now, the weight of their actions is crushing them. Your rise is not about vengeance. It is about the natural reordering of balance and justice. The power that was stolen is returning to you in ways they never imagined possible. The wealth, the influence, and the security that was always meant to be yours is coming back, not as a mere refund, but as a force multiplied by the delays and betrayals they imposed. In the end, what was always meant for you will not be lost, delayed, or blocked any longer. It is returning with a strength that leaves no room for their interference, marking the moment when the scales tip entirely in your favor. In the final reckoning, the forces that govern true balance ensure that what is destined for you will always prevail. The wrongs committed through betrayal and greed have set into motion an unstoppable process that multiplies what was taken from you. As those who sought to control and hoard your inheritance see their lives disintegrate, you are elevated to a state of restoration that surpasses even your highest expectations. The path to reclaiming your rightful place has never been blocked by mere obstacles. Every act of deceit only accelerated the inevitable return of your blessings. This is not about revenge or retribution. It is about the natural realignment of power and prosperity. The very energy that they tried to suppress now propels you forward, opening doors and opportunities that once seemed out of reach. With every passing moment, your inheritance, imbued with purpose and destined for greatness, gathers strength and returns to you in full measure. In this unfolding transformation, remember that you were never meant to beg or fight for what is naturally yours. It is arriving, multiplied and unstoppable, marking the dawn of your true era of abundance and empowerment. As God's chosen ones, you are destined to live a life of divine purpose and abundant blessing. Your inheritance, what God has prepared for you, is secure, and no one can take it from you. It's a reminder that God's justice is unwavering. Those who attempt to steal what rightfully belongs to you will ultimately find themselves losing everything, because God's will cannot be thwarted. This is a powerful truth that we see throughout Scripture, from Joseph's trials to the restoration of Job's fortunes. Just as God brought Joseph from the pit to the palace, and just as he restored Job beyond what he had lost, he will do the same for you. While the enemy may try to deceive and rob you of your inheritance, you are a child of the King, and your blessing is protected by God. This is why it is so important to stay grounded in faith, trusting in God's divine plan for your life. His promises are yes and amen, and what he has spoken over you will come to pass, no matter the obstacles you face. Your inheritance is not just material, it's peace, purpose, and protection under God's mighty hand. If this message has touched your heart and encouraged your spirit, I invite you to support this channel through Super Thanks. Your support, whether through a donation or a simple like, goes a long way in helping us continue spreading these powerful messages. I want to express my deep gratitude for each and every one of you, whether you choose to give or not. Every act of kindness, whether through your time, your prayers, or your support, is appreciated. Please take a moment to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and share this message with someone who needs it today. Also, leave a comment below. I'd love to hear how God is working in your life. Together, let's build a community that supports and uplifts one another. Finally, I pray that God's blessings overflow in your life. May His peace guard your heart. May His wisdom guide your steps, and may His favor rest upon you every day. You are God's chosen ones, and no one can take away the plans He has for your life. Stay encouraged, keep your faith strong, and walk confidently into the future He has prepared for you. You may find it surprising, even unbelievable, what I'm about to share with you today. But stay with me, because this message isn't a coincidence. It's a direct sign from the universe crafted specifically for you. This moment is filled with purpose, as you've attracted this message to receive the confirmation you need. You're standing right on the edge of a major financial breakthrough. This isn't just another inspirational message. It's a law of assumption rampage, crafted to help you fully step into the reality that you are about to become a millionaire. Pause for a moment and let this sink in. You are about to become a millionaire. Yes, you heard that right. The instant you decide it, fully believe it, and embrace it, your reality will start to align with that belief. The law of assumption is clear. What you assume to be true in your heart and mind will materialize in your life. It's a powerful spiritual principle that has changed lives, and now it's your turn to experience this transformation. Imagine for a moment that this video found its way to you right now for a reason. Could it be because your heart is finally open to the abundant, wealthy life you've long desired? The universe is constantly aligning with your inner beliefs, and it has heard your quiet requests and secret dreams. This message is here to guide you, helping saturate your mind with the truth of the life you desire, the life where financial prosperity flows to you naturally. The more you absorb this message, the clearer your new reality will become. Think of Romans 12:2, which urges us to renew our minds, aligning with God's plan for us. In renewing your thoughts to believe in your new reality, you are beginning to accept and step into your millionaire self. Before we dive into the actions needed to initiate this change, remember that this journey is uniquely yours. Are you ready to claim it as yours? If you are a chosen one, someone who feels a deeper divine call to this message, you'll know it deep within your spirit. And if this is your calling, you'll want to stick with this video until the very end, because your transformation depends on it. But this message may not be for everyone. Only those who are truly chosen will stay, sensing the powerful energy meant specifically for them. For the chosen, I invite you to connect with us at Grateful to God. Like this video and leave a 77 in the comments as your signal to the universe, an affirmation that you are ready to embrace this transformation. Watch this video as often as you need to absorb its energy and feel the shift within you. The more you engage, the stronger this reality will become. Now, let's embark on this incredible journey toward financial abundance. Are you ready to step into your millionaire destiny? God's chosen ones, you're about to become a millionaire. The time is now. Law of assumption. One, you are already a millionaire. The first and perhaps most profound truth you need to grasp, chosen one, is this. You are already a millionaire. Not at some point in the distant future, not after a series of fortunate events or a miraculous turn of fate, but right now, in this very moment. This is the essence of the law of assumption, a principle that has guided countless transformations. The reality we manifest is not shaped by what we wish for or long for. It's shaped by what we deeply and unwaveringly believe to be true. If, deep within, you carry the belief that you're only working toward becoming a millionaire, then that's exactly the reality you'll continue to live. A perpetual journey of working toward, but never fully becoming. Consider this. What would it feel like to release the idea of striving and fully embrace the truth that you already are that which you desire to be? This is the shift that the law of assumption calls for. It's not about waiting for external circumstances to change or for all the right pieces to fall into place. Instead, it's about aligning your heart and mind with the conviction that your desired reality already exists and is present in you today. Let's explore a bit further into how this profound shift works. The universe doesn't operate within the linear timelines or conditional steps that we often impose upon ourselves. God, who created time, exists beyond its limits. Recall Ecclesiastes 3:11, which says, "He has made everything beautiful in its time." This verse reminds us that divine timing transcends human understanding. The universe doesn't need a specific sequence of events to bring your wealth into existence. It simply responds to the energy of your current beliefs and assumptions. So, if you're walking through life with the thought, "I'm on my way to becoming wealthy," then that energy is what you're projecting into the world. And guess what? The universe responds by keeping you in that continuous state of striving without arriving. But what if you dared to change your perspective? What if, rather than waiting, you embrace the conviction that you are already living in abundance? Now, ask yourself, what would your thoughts, actions, and emotions look like if you truly believed you were already a millionaire. Imagine waking up each day with gratitude, fully confident in the provision that surrounds you. When you fully embrace this mindset, your faith aligns with a higher calling, much like when Jesus taught us to ask, "Whatever you ask for in prayer, believe that you have received it, and it will be yours." Mark 11:24. This is not about hoping or wishing, but rather embodying the belief with every part of your being. Chosen one, the universe responds to the energy of your deepest beliefs. Align yourself with the reality you desire now, and watch how the circumstances of your life begin to reflect that inner conviction. Will you dare to fully step into the abundant life you've been called to? Now, imagine the profound shift that occurs when you truly embrace this reality. When you walk through life with the certainty, "I am a millionaire, and it is already done." This shift is powerful, and it changes everything. As you embody this belief, you begin to emit a new frequency, one that signals to the world that you have already arrived. This elevated frequency, a mindset that knows abundance, naturally draws opportunities, connections, circumstances, and resources into your life. Elements that align perfectly with the millionaire reality you're stepping into. Remember, this power resides within you. It all begins with your mindset. From the moment you start thinking, acting, and believing as if your abundance is already here, the universe cannot help but mirror that vibration back to you. Take a moment to truly pause and absorb this truth. Finding this message today isn't a coincidence. The fact that you're hearing these words is a testament that your energy is already shifting. Whether you've been consciously aware of it or not, you have aligned yourself with a vibration of abundance, and in response, the universe is delivering this message directly to you as confirmation. It's your sign, chosen one. You are already resonating with the frequency of a millionaire. Now, the next step is to fully claim this truth, to own it, and to live from this space every single day. Just as Proverbs 23:7 reminds us, "As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he." Your belief about yourself shapes your reality. So ask yourself, what would your life look like if you wholeheartedly believed you were already abundant? In this moment, declare it with conviction. "I'm a millionaire. It is done." Close your eyes and let these words sink deep into your heart. Feel the energy of that statement resonate within you, transforming your thoughts and aligning your spirit with this reality. Imagine waking each day with the confidence that you already embody this abundant life. What doors might open? What miracles might unfold? Embrace this mindset, chosen one, and watch as the universe responds to your newfound clarity and power. Here's something crucial to remember. You don't need to know the how right now. The details, the logistics, the timeline, none of that is your responsibility. That's the work of the universe, the role of God, who sees beyond our human limitations. Your only task is to embrace the belief that you already are what you desire to be. Once you claim this identity, the universe begins to move in ways beyond your imagining, aligning each step, opportunity, and encounter to match this reality. Let me share a secret that makes this transformation even faster. The more you fill your mind with this belief, the quicker it will manifest in your physical world. Repetition is the key. Romans 12:2 reminds us, "Be transformed by the renewing of your mind." By constantly renewing your thoughts with this new belief, you reshape your reality from the inside out. Play this message repeatedly. Let these words saturate your subconscious mind. The law of assumption operates through consistent focus and unwavering belief. The more you hear these words, the more your mind will embrace them as truth. And soon enough, your life will begin to reflect this truth back to you. Trust the process, and most importantly, trust yourself. Tell yourself, "It is already done. I am already a millionaire." This isn't merely a hopeful thought. Let it become your mantra. Carry this powerful declaration with you throughout the day. I am a millionaire. It is done. Let this truth settle into your heart and mind. Feel it, believe it, and live as though it's already your reality, because in the spiritual realm, it is. As this belief takes root, you'll start to notice small yet significant shifts in your life. Unexpected opportunities will arise. Individuals with the right connections will cross your path, and you'll find yourself at the right place at the right time. Proverbs 3:5-6 tells us to trust in the Lord with all your heart and lean not on your own understanding. When you release the how and trust in the guidance of the universe, God works to align every detail perfectly. The law of assumption is simple. What you believe, you receive. Right now, the universe is inviting you to step fully into your millionaire identity. It's here, waiting for you to embrace it. So, what are you waiting for? Are you ready to claim this identity as your own? 2. Embodying the millionaire mindset. Now that you've declared yourself a millionaire, the journey continues with embodying that mindset in every aspect of your daily life. Saying, I am a millionaire is powerful, but it's only the beginning. To truly harness the law of assumption, you must think, act, and feel as though your wealth is already a reality. This is where the law begins to work fully in your favor, not just through words, but by aligning every part of your being with this truth. Imagine the difference between merely wishing for wealth and living as if it's already yours. When you walk through life with the confidence of someone who already possesses abundance, you become a magnet for opportunities, connections, and experiences that align with that reality. The law of assumption requires you not only to declare, but to embody, believing so deeply that your actions and thoughts shift effortlessly to reflect the reality of your new identity. How would your day change if you truly believed this wealth was already in your possession? Consider Proverbs 23:7, which tells us, As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. This wisdom reminds us that our inner beliefs shape our outer lives. To walk as a millionaire, begin by asking yourself, what choices would I make today? How would I carry myself? By embodying this reality, you signal to the universe that you're not waiting for abundance, you're living in it. This isn't just about affirmations, it's about alignment. Each time you act from this mindset, you're not just wishing for a change, you're calling it into existence. Remember, faith without action is incomplete. So today, let your words, thoughts, and actions reflect your new truth, paving the way for the abundant life that's already on its way to you. So, what does embodying the millionaire mindset look like? First, it's about stepping into a place of confidence and certainty. Millionaires don't constantly question their success or worry about money. They trust that they are abundant and that abundance flows naturally to them. From now on, you must let go of any doubts or fears you've had about money. Those thoughts only lower your vibration and pull you away from the frequency of abundance. Instead, shift into a space of certainty, knowing that you are financially free and that more wealth is always on its way. Every thought you think, every action you take, should be aligned with this truth. When you make decisions, ask yourself, what would the millionaire version of me do? Would you hesitate? Or would you make bold choices that align with your abundant future? Would you focus on lack? Or would you see opportunities for growth and expansion in every situation? The more you think and act from this place of certainty, the more your external reality will reflect the internal changes you've made. And let's not forget about how you feel. Your emotions are powerful indicators of your vibration. If you find yourself feeling stressed or anxious about money, Remind yourself that these feelings don't align with the millionaire you truly are. Instead, cultivate feelings of gratitude, joy, and excitement for the wealth that is already yours. Gratitude is especially powerful because it signals to the universe that you appreciate what you already have, and in turn, the universe delivers more for you to be grateful for. Each day, take a moment to envision yourself living the millionaire lifestyle. Picture the financial freedom you now have, the experiences you can enjoy, and the peace of mind that comes with knowing that you are abundantly supported. The clearer your vision, the more power it holds. When you can vividly see yourself as a millionaire in your mind, your energy shifts, and the universe begins rearranging itself to make that vision a reality. But here's the key. Embodying the millionaire mindset is not a one-time practice. It's a daily commitment. You must consistently remind yourself that you are already wealthy. Replay this video as often as you need to keep your mind focused on this truth. Let it be your guide, your reminder that abundance is not something you're striving for. It's something you already possess. With every repetition, your mind will become more saturated with this belief, and your reality will begin to transform. It is already done. 3. Releasing limiting beliefs. As you step fully into your millionaire identity, a vital part of this transformation is releasing the limiting beliefs that may have quietly held you back for years. These deeply rooted beliefs often operate beneath our awareness, subtly shaping our actions and perceptions. They whisper things like, "I can't be a millionaire," "I'm not good with money," or "Wealth is for others, not for me." These mental chains keep us tied to a reality of limitation, preventing us from stepping into the abundance we're meant to experience. But now, chosen one, it's time to break free from these constraints and claim the wealth that's rightfully yours. Recognize that these limiting beliefs didn't appear out of thin air. They likely stem from early life experiences, societal conditioning, or even past struggles that have shaped your relationship with money and success. Maybe you grew up in an environment where money was tight, creating a belief that financial security is elusive. Or perhaps you learned to view wealth with suspicion, believing that money brings greed or corruption. These stories, embedded over time, reinforce the idea that wealth is something to fight for, something just beyond reach. However, none of these beliefs are unchangeable truths. They're simply narratives you've absorbed and unknowingly held onto. Consider this. What if these stories about money and wealth are simply illusions that you now have the power to shatter? Romans 12:2 urges us to be transformed by the renewing of our minds, reminding us that we have the authority to change our inner stories and create new, abundant realities. The first step is awareness. Notice your inner dialogue about wealth and money. When you think about abundance, does a sense of unease or doubt surface? Do you find yourself dismissing the idea of financial success as impossible or unrealistic? This resistance is the voice of your limiting beliefs, speaking from the background to keep you in a familiar place. But chosen one, the beauty of this journey is that these beliefs can be rewritten. Just as you've been telling yourself these stories for years, you can now choose to tell new ones. The more you practice awareness, the more clearly you'll see how these thoughts have shaped your reality. Start noticing these beliefs and challenging them. Remind yourself that God has designed you for greatness. As Ephesians 3:20 says, He is able to do exceedingly abundantly above all that we ask or think, according to the power that works in us. Let go of any limitations and allow the fullness of your millionaire identity to emerge. Are you ready to rewrite your story? But now, it's time to bring these beliefs to the forefront, examine them, and dismantle them one by one. Once you've identified your limiting beliefs, The next step is to challenge them. Ask yourself, is this really true? When you hear that inner voice saying, "I'll never be wealthy," stop and ask, "Says who?" These beliefs may feel true because they've been with you for so long, but in reality, they are just assumptions you've adopted based on past conditioning. The truth is, the universe is abundant, and there is no limit to the wealth that can flow to you. The only thing standing between you and that wealth is the belief that there's something holding you back. Next, replace those limiting beliefs with empowering ones. This step is crucial because nature abhors a vacuum. When you remove a belief, you must fill that space with a new, more positive belief. So instead of thinking, "I can't be a millionaire," start affirming, "I am a millionaire, and I deserve to live a life of abundance." Instead of thinking, "Money is hard to come by," begin to say, "Money flows to me easily and effortlessly." And don't just say these affirmations once, repeat them often. The more you saturate your mind with these empowering beliefs, the more they will take root in your subconscious, and soon enough, they will become your new reality. It is also helpful to visualize the version of yourself who already holds these empowering beliefs. Imagine how it feels to move through life, knowing that you're a magnet for wealth, that opportunities and financial success come to you effortlessly. Visualize yourself living in your millionaire reality. Feel the excitement, the freedom, and the peace that comes with having all your financial needs met. This visualization, combined with your affirmations, will help reinforce your new belief system and accelerate the manifestation of your wealth. Remember, chosen one, your beliefs are the architects of your reality. If you continue to hold on to beliefs rooted in lack, fear, or limitation, that is the reality you will experience. But if you shift your beliefs to align with abundance, prosperity, and financial freedom, your external world will reflect that shift. This is the essence of the law of assumption. Whatever you assume to be true will become true in your reality. So, it's time to assume that wealth is already yours. Let go of the old, outdated stories that no longer serve you, and embrace the truth that you are a millionaire right now. It's not in some distant future. It's already here, waiting for you to claim it. But here's the most important part. Releasing limiting beliefs is not a one-time event. It's a continuous process of self-awareness and realignment. Every time you notice a negative thought or belief creeping back in, gently remind yourself of the truth. You are abundant, deserving, and wealth is your natural state. The more you practice this, the easier it will become to maintain your new empowering beliefs, and the faster your millionaire reality will materialize. So, chosen one, take a deep breath and release the chains that have been holding you back. You are no longer bound by the limitations of the past. You are free to step into the fullness of your millionaire identity. Replay this video. Let these truths sink deep into your subconscious and watch as your external world begins to shift in response. The abundance you seek is already seeking you. All you have to do is let go of the beliefs that say otherwise and embrace the truth of who you really are. It is already done. 4. Aligning with the energy of wealth. To fully manifest your millionaire status, it's crucial to align yourself with the energy of wealth. This means more than just thinking about wealth. It's about tuning into the frequency of abundance on a deep, energetic level. Everything in the universe, including money, is energy. Just like tuning a radio to the right station, you must adjust your frequency to match the vibration of wealth in order to attract it into your life. So, how do you do this? It all starts with your thoughts, feelings, and actions, because each one of these carries a specific energy. Every thought you have vibrates at a certain frequency, and thoughts of lack and scarcity resonate at a much lower vibration than thoughts of abundance and prosperity. For example, when you catch yourself thinking, "I don't have enough," "Money is hard to come by," or "I can't afford that," you are tuning into the frequency of lack. By doing this, you are essentially reinforcing the reality of financial struggle and blocking the flow of abundance from coming to you. But when you shift your mindset to more empowering beliefs, such as, "I have more than enough," "Money flows to me easily and effortlessly," or "I am wealthy," you begin to tune into the higher frequency of abundance. This simple yet powerful shift changes everything. Your feelings are just as important as your thoughts, if not more so, because they directly affect your vibration. How do you feel when you think about money or wealth? If you feel anxious, worried, or stressed when thinking about money, those negative emotions are lowering your vibration. You are vibrating at a frequency that is not aligned with abundance, which makes it difficult for wealth to manifest in your life. But if you can shift into feelings of gratitude, excitement, and joy when you think about money, you'll begin to align yourself with the energy of wealth. Gratitude, in particular, is one of the most powerful emotions to raise your vibration. When you feel grateful for what you already have, no matter how small it might seem, you send out a powerful signal to the universe that you are ready to receive more. Think about it. How can the universe give you more when you are not even grateful for what you have now? Gratitude acts as a magnet for more blessings. It transforms your perspective and allows you to see that wealth is already all around you. When you start to focus on all the ways in which you are already abundant, whether it's the food on your table, the roof over your head, or the opportunities that keep coming your way, you shift into a state of receiving. And when you're in this state, the universe responds by sending even more abundance your way. Now, let's talk about your actions. Aligning with the energy of wealth is not just about thinking or feeling. It's about how you move through the world. Your actions must be congruent with the belief that you are already wealthy. This doesn't mean spending recklessly or pretending to have more money than you do. Instead, it means making choices from a place of abundance, not from a place of fear, lack, or scarcity. For instance, when you make decisions about money, ask yourself, what would the wealthy version of me do? This could mean investing in yourself through education, self-care, or personal development, or it might mean making bold moves toward your financial goals with confidence and trust that the universe will support you. Another example is how you manage the money you already have. Are you treating your current finances with respect and care, or are you avoiding them out of fear or neglect? The way you handle your finances now sends a message to the universe about how you will handle more wealth in the future. If you treat your money with respect and gratitude, even when it's a small amount, you are showing the universe that you are ready for more. On the other hand, if you ignore your finances, overspend, or operate from a place of lack, you are sending out a signal that you are not yet aligned with abundance. The essential step here is to start acting as if you're already wealthy. This goes beyond mere thoughts. It's about making choices that align with a life of abundance. Perhaps it means saying no to situations that drain your energy or finances, or taking courageous steps that might initially intimidate you but resonate with your millionaire mindset. When you live with the belief that wealth is already yours, your actions will begin to mirror this conviction naturally. And as your behaviors align with abundance, the universe responds by reflecting that abundance back to you in visible, tangible ways. This is the law of assumption in motion. Whatever you assume to be true, the universe echoes back into your life. When you assume that you're wealthy and act from that position, you set a powerful transformation in motion. You become a magnet for wealth, opportunities, and success, and your reality begins to shift to support the prosperity you're stepping into. Imagine Proverbs 18:21, which says, "The tongue has the power of life and death," as a reminder that your words and actions have the power to create the reality you desire. So what reality are you speaking into existence? As you continue aligning your thoughts, emotions, and actions with the energy of wealth, your life will inevitably attract more of it. The universe constantly responds to the vibrations you project. When you consistently resonate with the frequency of wealth, it's only a matter of time before that wealth materializes fully in your physical life. Just as Hebrews 11:1 states, "Faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen." Your faith in this unseen reality lays the groundwork for it to become visible. Chosen one, trust the process, trust yourself, and know that your wealth is already on its way. The universe has heard your call. In the energetic realm, your millionaire status is already established. Now, it's time for this reality to manifest in the physical world. Hold your frequency high and watch as the universe aligns to bring the wealth you've been drawing in. It is done. You are already living in the vibration of abundance. 5. Trusting the process. One of the most challenging parts of manifesting wealth is developing a true trust in the process. It's easy to get caught up in the details, the how, the when, and the exact steps you need to take. But there's a crucial truth to keep in mind. The how is not your responsibility. That's the universe's role. Your task is to hold steadfastly to the belief that your wealth is already secured, already on its way, and to trust that the universe will handle the specifics. This doesn't mean that you sit back passively or ignore opportunities when they appear. It's about releasing the need to control every detail and instead surrendering to the divine flow. This trust allows you to release fear, doubt, and the impatience that can creep in when immediate results aren't visible. Proverbs 3:5-6 reminds us, "Trust in the Lord with all your heart and lean not on your own understanding." Embrace this wisdom, understanding that the universe is orchestrating every detail in perfect timing. When you truly trust, you realize that everything you desire is either already moving toward you or that you are being divinely led toward the right actions without needing to push or force the outcome. Trusting the process is an act of faith, one that requires you to quiet your mind and let go of the need to know every step. It invites you to focus on what is within your control, your belief, your alignment with abundance, and your openness to receive, while leaving the rest in divine hands. Imagine if, instead of worrying about each detail, you focused on embodying gratitude and living from a place of abundance, confident that every piece will fall into place. What if you approached every day with the peace of knowing that your wealth is already yours? In this way, you make room for the universe to work in ways beyond your imagination. Doubt is one of the biggest obstacles to manifesting wealth or any other desire. If you harbor doubt that you can become a millionaire, even just a sliver of it, the doubt creates resistance. This resistance slows down the manifestation process because it sends mixed signals to the universe. On one hand, you're asking for wealth. On the other hand, your doubt signals that you're not fully sure it will happen. But when you release that doubt and fully trust that it is done, you remove that resistance, and the universe can bring your desires to you with greater speed and ease. Trust is a potent energy. When you trust in the process, you send a powerful message to the universe that you believe in its infinite power to provide for you. It shows that you have faith not only in the universe's ability, but in your own worthiness to receive wealth. The more you trust, the more you allow abundance to flow into your life without hindrance. This is a key aspect of becoming a millionaire in both mindset and reality. Trust that the universe knows the best way to bring your wealth to you, even if it unfolds differently than what you might expect. Think of it this way: the path to becoming a millionaire is rarely a straight line. Sometimes you may take unexpected detours, meet new people, or encounter opportunities you never anticipated. But those seemingly random occurrences are all part of the bigger plan. Every step, no matter how small, is leading you closer to your millionaire reality. It might not unfold in the exact way you envisioned, but rest assured, chosen one, it is happening. Each moment you spend worrying about how delays the process, but each moment you spend trusting accelerates it. Let go of the need to control every outcome. Instead, take inspired action whenever it feels right, and trust that the universe will fill in the gaps. If an opportunity presents itself, follow your intuition, but don't obsess over the perfect plan. Sometimes, what we perceive as delays or obstacles are actually redirections, guiding us toward a better path, one that brings even greater wealth than we originally imagined. By trusting the process, you open yourself up to the limitless possibilities the universe has in store for you. Trust also means believing that the money is already on its way to you, even if you can't see it yet in your bank account. It's important to hold on to the inner knowing that your millionaire status is inevitable. Every day, every interaction, and every thought is bringing you closer to your desired reality. The universe is orchestrating everything behind the scenes, and all you need to do is remain steady in your belief that it is already done. The feeling of relief that comes with trusting the process is priceless. It frees you from anxiety and allows you to enjoy the journey rather than feeling burdened by the pressure to make everything happen on your own. You're co-creating with the universe, and your job is simply to hold the vision, take inspired steps, and trust the process. The rest will unfold in ways that often surprise you, but always for your highest good. So, chosen one, let go of the need to figure everything out. Trust that your millionaire reality is already manifesting, even if you can't yet see the evidence. Trust that the universe is aligning the right people, opportunities, and resources to make your dream a reality. And most importantly, trust that it is done. Your millionaire self already exists, and the path you're on is leading you straight to it. Keep your faith strong and watch as your millionaire reality begins to materialize right before your eyes. You are closer than you think. It is already done. 6. Acting as if. As you draw closer to fully embracing your millionaire reality, one of the most transformative tools you can employ is the practice of acting as if. This is where the law of assumption becomes a powerful force in shaping your life. The concept is simple yet profound. Act as though your millionaire status is already a fact. Live each day as if you have already achieved the financial success you envision. This isn't about pretending or faking it. It's about energetically aligning with the version of yourself who is already abundant. When you engage in the practice of acting as if, you send a clear, powerful signal to the universe that you are open and ready to receive the wealth you desire. You're not passively waiting for prosperity to arrive. Instead, you're actively living in the mindset and energy of someone who is already prosperous. This subtle yet significant shift moves you from a state of longing or striving to a state of receiving, thereby accelerating the manifestation process. Just as Hebrews 11:1 tells us, faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. By embodying this faith, you're showing the universe that your abundance is already part of your life. The universe responds to energy, not merely to wishes. When you embody the energy of a millionaire, acting from a place of security, confidence, and gratitude, you attract experiences, opportunities, and connections that align with that frequency. Imagine what it would feel like to live with the assurance that your financial success is already in place. What choices would you make differently? How would you handle opportunities, even small decisions, if you truly believed that wealth was already part of your life? By consistently aligning your actions with this millionaire mindset, you reinforce a powerful, energetic blueprint for the universe to respond to. Step into each day with the confidence of someone who already embodies abundance, and watch as your reality begins to shift to mirror that energy. Remember, chosen one, your faith and alignment with this truth create the pathway for wealth to flow naturally into your life. How do you act as if? Start by examining your daily habits and routines. How would the millionaire version of you live their life? Would they wake up with a sense of purpose and excitement, or would they feel stressed and worried about money? Would they make bold decisions, or would they play it safe? Would they invest in themselves and their future, or would they hold back out of fear? Take a moment to step into the mindset of your millionaire self. Imagine how it would feel to have all the financial freedom you've ever wanted. How would you carry yourself? What choices would you make? The more you can embody this energy, the more you align with your desired reality. Every decision, no matter how small, should come from this place of abundance. Whether it's choosing to invest in a new opportunity or simply deciding to treat yourself with kindness and care, act as if you are already living the millionaire lifestyle. It's also important to surround yourself with things that reinforce this millionaire mindset. Create an environment that reflects the wealth you are manifesting. This could mean upgrading your wardrobe, organizing your home to reflect abundance, or even changing the way you talk about money. When you speak, speak as though you are already wealthy. Avoid phrases like, "I can't afford that," or "I'm broke." Instead, replace them with empowering statements like, "I choose to invest in what aligns with my abundance," or "I am in the process of manifesting my wealth." Remember, chosen one, you are not pretending to be a millionaire. You are energetically aligning yourself with the reality that you are already wealthy. The more you act as if, the faster this truth will materialize in your physical world. Replay this video. Let the energy of abundance saturate your mind, and trust that the universe is already working behind the scenes to bring your millionaire reality into being. It is already done. 7. Staying in alignment. Now that you've claimed your millionaire status, embodied the mindset, and aligned your actions with the energy of wealth, the final step is staying in alignment. Manifestation is not a one-time event, it's a continuous process. You must stay aligned with your desired reality even when external circumstances seem to challenge it. This is where many people falter. They start strong, but when they don't see immediate results, they begin to doubt, and their alignment weakens. But not you, chosen one. You are here because you are ready to stay committed to your millionaire journey. Staying in alignment means consistently holding on to the energy of wealth, no matter what is happening around you. When an unexpected bill or expense shows up, you don't slip back into old patterns of lack or fear. Instead, you remain grounded in the unshakable truth that you are abundant and that wealth is always flowing to you. This steadiness in your belief is essential, and it's strengthened by consistency. Continuously feed your mind with thoughts of abundance, replaying this message whenever you need a reminder of your millionaire identity. Allow these words to settle into your subconscious, building a foundation of wealth in your mind. The more consistently you reinforce this mindset, the stronger your alignment becomes, and your outer reality will start to reflect this inner shift. Gratitude and trust are also vital. Gratitude, in particular, is one of the most powerful forces for attracting more abundance. When you're genuinely thankful for the wealth you already possess, no matter how small it seems, you create a magnetic pull for even more to enter your life. Make it a daily practice to reflect on your financial blessings, expressing appreciation for each one. This practice elevates your vibration and keeps you attuned to the frequency of wealth. Psalm 104 encourages us to enter his gates with thanksgiving and his courts with praise. Gratitude opens doors. It's the invitation for abundance to increase in your life. Equally important is trust. Trust that even when you can't see the whole picture, the universe is working in your favor. Your journey to wealth may not unfold as you envisioned, but that doesn't mean it's not happening. Remember, faith is confidence in what we hope for and assurance about what we do not see. Hebrews 11:1. Trust that your path is divinely guided and that your wealth is manifesting in the best possible way and timing. Above all, stay committed to your vision. Keep your focus on the reality you are creating rather than the one you're leaving behind. Old habits and limiting beliefs may try to pull you back, but chosen one, you possess the power to stay aligned. Each time you feel tempted to doubt, remind yourself, I am already a millionaire. The more you live from this truth, the more your external world will reshape to reflect it. Replay this message, soak in the energy, and let it continually renew your alignment with the wealth that is already yours. It is done. You are already abundant. The universe has heard your request, and your millionaire reality is unfolding right now. Trust the process and stay unwavering in your faith. You are exactly where you need to be, and your wealth is on its way. As we reach the conclusion of this episode, remember, this journey is about far more than financial gain. It's about embracing your true, abundant self. You are inherently abundant, chosen one. Aligned with the frequency of wealth, you are in sync with the universe, which is already working to bring this reality into your life. Your presence here is no accident. It's a sign that you are prepared to step into a new level of abundance, and that your millionaire reality is within reach. Revisit this message as often as you need to let it fill your thoughts and reinforce your mindset of wealth. The more you align with this energy, the more you will see your external world change to reflect your inner transformation. Stay dedicated, remain aligned, and trust in the journey. The universe is already paving the way for your wealth. It is done. To solidify your connection to this reality, like this video, subscribe to Grateful to God and type 77 in the comments as a signal to the universe that you are ready to receive. Replay this message often, allowing its energy to empower you further. If you've stayed with us to the end, you know that absorbing this message fully will amplify its power. Chosen one, your wealth is already here, waiting for you to embrace it. It is done. Dear chosen one, there are moments in life when destiny calls, and only those who are attuned to the voice of the divine will recognize the path laid out before them. If you are here right now reading these words, it is not a coincidence. You have been chosen. A work has already been decided in your favor, and the doors to abundance are opening before you. The only question is, will you step through them? Before we begin, I want to take a moment to express my deepest gratitude to those of you who have supported this message through super thanks. Your generosity is not just an act of giving, it is an act of faith, a sign that you are investing in something bigger than yourself. And whether you donate or not, know this: I appreciate you. Your presence, your energy, and your commitment to your own growth are what make this journey so powerful. This is not just another message. This is a divine transmission meant specifically for you. The universe has aligned for you to be here, and what you're about to hear could change the course of your life forever. Are you ready to receive it? I invite you now to be fully present in this moment. Give yourself permission to receive this message completely. Watch this video until the very end, because every word carries power. Every truth spoken here has been sent to shift your perspective, to break the chains that have held you back, and to elevate you to a level of success beyond anything you have ever known. And if you truly believe that greatness is calling you, take a bold step right now. Write in the comments your warmest wishes and the number 999. This number is a symbol of completion, transformation, and the fulfillment of divine purpose. By doing this, you are sending a powerful message to the universe that you are ready to receive all that is meant for you. You are claiming your abundance. Everything is aligning. The shift has already begun. Now, let's begin this journey together. God's chosen one, a work that will make you a millionaire. God has decided. Now, let's talk about something deeply important. You were never meant to live a life of struggle, wandering aimlessly, or settling for mediocrity. Deep within you, you already know this. There is something different about you, something that sets you apart. You were chosen for something greater, for a divine assignment that will not only lead you to financial success, but will also bring fulfillment, impact, and meaning to your existence. This is not wishful thinking. This is the truth that has been written about you since the beginning of time. Think about it. Do you really believe that God, the creator of heaven and earth, would place such a powerful vision inside of you only to let you live in lack? For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans to prosper you and not to harm you. Plans to give you hope and a future. Jeremiah 29:11. Your abundance has already been written into your destiny. The only question is, will you step into it? Many people in this world have been conditioned to believe that wealth and success are reserved for a select few, the ones born into privilege, the ones with the right connections, the ones who got lucky. But do you think David was born into royalty? Number, he was just a shepherd boy when God chose him to be king. 1 Samuel 16:11-13. He was overlooked by everyone except by God. And when the time came, he stepped into his calling with faith and boldness. This is the same for you. Wealth is not about where you come from. It is about where you are going. It is not about what you have been given. It is about what you become. Look at Oprah Winfrey. She was born into poverty, raised by a single mother, and faced unimaginable hardship. But she understood one thing. She was meant for more. She didn't wait for circumstances to change. She changed herself. She became the kind of person who attracted wealth, influence, and purpose. She aligned herself with her divine calling, and as a result, abundance followed. Now, what about you? Have you been waiting for the right conditions, the right moment, or the right opportunity to step into your destiny? Stop waiting. The work that will make you a millionaire has already been set into motion. God has placed inside of you everything you need to succeed. The only thing missing is your action. You might be asking, what is this work? How do I unlock my abundance? The answer is simple but profound. You must become the version of yourself that is ready to receive it. Proverbs 23:7 says, "As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he." Those who walk in wealth are not lucky. They are prepared. They have trained their minds, strengthened their faith, and positioned themselves spiritually, mentally, and physically to step into the blessings that were always meant for them. Now it is your turn. The universe is already shifting in your favor. Doors are opening, and resources are aligning to support your mission. But none of it will matter if you don't move. Will you continue to hesitate, questioning whether you are truly chosen? Or will you rise up in faith, claim what has already been written for you, and step into the abundance that is rightfully yours. The decision is yours to make. Chosen one, your journey begins with a single, powerful decision, the decision to believe. Not just to believe in success as some distant possibility, but to believe that you are worthy of it. To believe that your past doesn't define your future. To believe that despite every obstacle, every delay, and every hardship, you are being divinely guided towards something far greater than you can currently see. Many people let fear and doubt chain them to mediocrity. They convince themselves that they are not smart enough, not talented enough, not deserving enough to achieve true success. But do you think Moses felt qualified when God called him to lead an entire nation? In fact, he doubted himself, saying, "Who am I that I should go to Pharaoh and bring the Israelites out of Egypt?" Exodus 3:11. Yet God does not choose the qualified. He qualifies the chosen. And you, chosen one, have been called for something extraordinary. Fear is an illusion, a shadow that grows only when you give it power. It is the final test before the breakthrough. The enemy wants you to hesitate, to doubt, to retreat. But if you feel fear right now, understand this. It is proof that you're standing at the threshold of something life-changing. On the other side of fear is your breakthrough. On the other side of doubt is your destiny. And on the other side of hesitation is the wealth, influence, and abundance that have been waiting for you all along. Do you think the greatest visionaries of our time never felt fear? Look at Elon Musk. He risked everything multiple times because he believed in something greater than his doubts. Oprah Winfrey was told early in her career that she wasn't fit for television. But did she let that lie define her? No, she chose to believe in the vision God placed inside her. And now the world knows her name. And what about you? Are you going to let fear dictate your destiny? Or will you be like David when he faced Goliath, small in the world's eyes, but unstoppable because of the power within him? He didn't wait for proof that he could win. He stepped forward in faith, and the battle was already decided before he even threw the first stone. 1 Samuel 17:45-50. This moment is your confirmation. The work that will make you a millionaire has already been prepared, but only you can decide to step into it. Everything in this life is about energy, where you direct it, how you nurture it, and, most importantly, what you believe about yourself. If you want to see external change, you must first transform internally. If you want to experience abundance, you must first know, without a doubt, that it is already yours. Look at the wealthiest, most successful people in the world. They do not hope for success, they expect it. They do not question whether they are meant for wealth, they know it. And because of that certainty, they move differently, they think differently, and in doing so, they attract differently. And now, you have been given the same opportunity. The only question is, will you claim it? Will you rise above the mindset of lack and step into the identity that has been waiting for you all along? Will you have the courage to say, "Yes, I am chosen. Yes, I am ready. Yes, I will walk into my divine inheritance"? The answer is already inside you. God does not make mistakes. You were not placed here by accident. The struggles you have endured, the wisdom you have gained, and the fire that still burns inside of you, they all serve a purpose. You were chosen for a reason, and now that reason is being revealed to you. The only thing left to do is step forward. Chosen one, pause for a moment and truly reflect on what is happening right now. Do you think it's a coincidence that you are here, reading this message, feeling something stir deep within you? No. This is the moment you have been prepared for. This is the divine confirmation you have been waiting for. This is only the beginning, but what comes next will change everything. We are about to go deeper into the exact steps you need to take to align yourself with divine wealth. You will learn how to clear the invisible barriers that have been blocking your blessings, how to activate the work that will open doors you never imagined possible, and how to step into a level of success that most people only dream about but never achieve. But before we move forward, there is something you must understand. You've already been chosen for this path. What has been stopping you from stepping into the abundance that was meant for you? Is it fear, doubt, the belief that maybe this is not for you? The enemy's greatest strategy is deception. He wants you to believe that wealth, success, and divine favor are reserved for others, those who were born into the right circumstances, those with better connections, those who just got lucky. But that is a lie. Look at Joseph. When he was given a dream of greatness, he was just a young boy. His own brothers betrayed him, threw him into a pit, and sold him into slavery. For years he endured struggle after struggle, false accusations, imprisonment, setbacks that would have broken an ordinary man. But Joseph was not ordinary. He was chosen. And when the appointed time came, he was not only lifted out of his suffering, but elevated to a position of unimaginable power and wealth. So Pharaoh said to Joseph, "I hereby put you in charge of the whole land of Egypt." Genesis 41:41. Now what about you? Have you been through hardships? Have you faced betrayals, disappointments, or moments where it felt like your dreams were slipping away? If so, understand this: nothing has been lost. Every experience, every challenge, every delay has been preparing you for what is coming. The struggles were never meant to destroy you. They were designed to prepare you for a level of success that most people will never reach. Think about Oprah Winfrey. She was born into poverty, faced unthinkable hardships, and was even told early in her career that she wasn't fit for television. But she didn't let those opinions define her future. She knew, deep inside, that she was meant for more. And because she refused to give up, because she aligned herself with her divine calling, wealth and influence naturally followed her. She didn't chase success. She became the kind of person success couldn't ignore. And that is what is happening to you right now. If you have made it this far, it means your spirit is ready for the next level. This is not just another message. It is a divine invitation to step fully into what has already been written for you. There are no coincidences. The very fact that you are here means something deep inside of you already knows the truth. You were created for something greater. But the real question is, will you claim it? Most people will hear a calling and ignore it. They will let fear keep them small. They will let self-doubt rob them of what was meant for them. But you are not most people. You have always felt different, haven't you? You have always known, even if you couldn't explain it, that you were meant to rise. That is because you are chosen. And now, the time has come for you to step forward. What happens next is critical. The work that will bring you wealth has already been set into motion, but only those who align themselves with it will receive it. Everything you seek is already seeking you. But to receive it, you must move differently, think differently, believe differently. So, what will you do? Will you continue to wait, hoping that one day things will change on their own? Or will you rise up in faith, knowing that this very moment is your confirmation that you were never meant to live an ordinary life? The choice is yours. But one thing is certain: what comes next will change everything. Chosen one, the work that will make you a millionaire has already been decided. It is not something you have to create from nothing. It has been set in motion, waiting for you to align yourself with it. But here's the truth that most people never realize. It is not about waiting for wealth to come to you. It is about becoming the kind of person who attracts wealth naturally. You have heard the stories. People who went from poverty to prosperity, from failure to success, from uncertainty to complete confidence. But have you ever stopped to ask, what separates these people from everyone else? Why do some individuals seem to rise no matter what life throws at them, while others stay trapped in struggle? It is not luck. It is not privilege. It is not external circumstances. It is a decision to fully embrace their calling, a decision to believe, without doubt, that they are destined for more, a decision to take action before the evidence appears, before the doors open, before success seems guaranteed. And because they make this decision with unwavering certainty, the universe, by divine design, responds to them. Look at King Solomon. He did not ask God for money or material wealth. He asked for wisdom. And because he aligned himself with divine understanding, wealth chased him. I will also give you what you did not ask for, both wealth and honor, so that in your lifetime you will have no equal among kings. 1 Kings 3:13. Solomon's riches were not an accident. They were the result of alignment, and this same principle applies to you. The truth is, wealth is not about money itself. It is about energy. Everything in this universe, including success, opportunities, and financial abundance, operates on energy. Those who understand this principle never chase money. Money chases them. They do not beg for success, they attract it. And now, it is time for you to shift into that mindset. Think about it. Have you ever noticed that people who constantly struggle with money seem to stay stuck in that cycle? They stress, they worry, they focus on their problems, they talk about how hard life is. And what happens? They continue to experience lack. Their energy, their focus, their words are all reinforcing the very reality they want to escape. But now, look at the ones who expect abundance. They speak confidently about their future. They walk with certainty, even before success manifests. They make bold moves as if they already know that prosperity belongs to them. And what happens? Opportunities seem to appear effortlessly. Doors open for them. Wealth flows to them with ease. Do you think this is a coincidence? Number. This is a universal law in action. For as he thinketh in his heart, so is he. Proverbs 23:7. If you believe you are meant for lack, lack will follow you. But if you know, without a doubt, that you are chosen for wealth, that abundance is your birthright, then it will begin moving toward you in ways you never imagined. Chosen one, what you focus on expands. This is not just a motivational phrase. It is a spiritual and universal law. If you focus on struggle, you will continue to struggle. If you focus on lack, you will experience more lack. But if you shift your focus to opportunity, opportunity will begin to present itself in unexpected ways. If you fix your mind on the truth that the universe, by divine design, has already prepared the work that will make you a millionaire, you will start to see it manifest before your very eyes. But how do you tap into this power? How do you fully step into the role of the chosen one and claim what has been waiting for you all along? It begins with mindset. Your mind is the gateway to your destiny. Every single thought you think is shaping your future. Whether you realize it or not, your thoughts are sending out a signal, an energetic frequency that either attracts abundance or repels it. The Bible tells us, "As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he." Proverbs 23:7. What does this mean? It means that your outer world is a reflection of your inner world. If you allow doubt, fear, and negativity to take control of your mind, you are unknowingly blocking the very blessings that were meant for you. But when you consciously choose to think, speak, and move with the confidence of someone who is already successful, you shift your entire reality. Have you ever noticed how some people always seem to struggle financially, no matter how hard they work? They constantly worry about money, they stress, they talk about how unfair life is, and as a result, they continue to experience lack. But now, look at those who walk in abundance. They move differently. They speak differently. They don't hope for wealth. They expect it. They do not allow fear to dictate their actions. They do not wait for proof before they believe. They decide they are worthy, And because of that decision, the world has no choice but to reflect their belief back to them. Think about King Solomon. He did not ask God for riches, he asked for wisdom. And because of that alignment, wealth chased him. I will also give you what you did not ask for, both wealth and honor, so that in your lifetime you will have no equal among kings. 1 Kings 3:13. Solomon understood something that most people never will. Wealth is not something you chase, it is something you become aligned with. Look at Oprah Winfrey. She was told she wasn't fit for television. She could have let those words define her, but instead she decided that she would not live according to other people's opinions. She chose to believe in her vision before anyone else did, and because she made that decision, her success was inevitable. The truth is, you must now make the same decision. Right now, in this moment, you must begin to train your mind to see yourself as wealthy. You must feel it before it happens. You must think, speak, and act as if you are already successful. This is not pretending. This is alignment. Here's something powerful that most people don't realize. The version of you that has already achieved greatness exists in another reality. Every possible version of you exists. The struggling version, the average version, and the millionaire version. The version that achieves greatness is not some far-off fantasy. It already exists. It is simply waiting for you to step into alignment with it. Think of it this way. Imagine there are two radio stations. One is broadcasting a frequency of lack, struggle, and doubt. The other is broadcasting a frequency of abundance, success, and divine favor. Both exist right now. The only difference? Which one are you tuned into? If you have been living in struggle, it is because you have unknowingly been tuning into the wrong frequency. But the moment you shift, the moment you align your thoughts, beliefs, and actions with the identity of someone who's already successful, everything changes. Doors will open, opportunities will appear, the universe will start moving things into place for you. But now the question is, will you claim it? Most people will read this and hesitate. They will let fear and doubt convince them that this is not for them. But you are not most people. You have always known, deep inside, that you were meant for something greater. And now, you have been given the confirmation you have been waiting for. Will you continue to wait for success to happen to you? Or will you step forward, knowing that this moment right now is your chance to align with the abundance that has already been prepared for you? The choice is yours, and the moment you make it, everything will shift in your favor. Chosen one, alignment requires action. You cannot simply desire wealth, pray for success, or visualize abundance without stepping into the reality of who you were created to be. You must move. You must take inspired action toward your destiny. The work that will make you a millionaire has already been prepared, but it requires something from you. It requires movement. Let me ask you this. If you truly believed that success was inevitable for you, how would you act differently today? Would you hesitate before making decisions? Would you delay your dreams because of fear? Would you second-guess every opportunity that came your way? Of course not. You would move forward with absolute confidence, knowing that everything is working in your favor. This is the shift you must make right now. Look at Abraham. God promised him descendants as numerous as the stars, Genesis 15:5. But that promise did not manifest instantly. Abraham had to move, to act in faith, to walk toward the destiny that was waiting for him. And what happened? Because of his faith-driven action, he became the father of nations. This same principle applies to you. Faith without action is incomplete. You must not only believe in your calling, but also take the steps necessary to receive what has already been prepared for you. This is why the most successful people in the world seem to operate differently. They do not wait for opportunities. They expect them. They do not hope things will work out. They know they will. They carry themselves as if success is already guaranteed, because on a spiritual level, it is. Think about Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. He did not just sit and wish for greatness, he worked for it. He trained his mind and body long before he became one of the highest paid actors in the world. He moved forward even when there were no guarantees. He understood that certainty creates momentum, and that momentum leads to success. And now, it is time for you to do the same. The moment you decide to move as if the universe has already aligned everything for your success, everything will shift. Doors will open. Opportunities will appear. Resources will come. The right people will enter your life. It will feel like magic, but it is not magic. It is universal law responding to your belief and action. Remember this: the universe does not reward hesitation, it rewards certainty. When you walk with confidence, knowing that you are chosen, everything begins to align. But when you hesitate, when you doubt, when you allow fear to hold you back, you delay the blessings that were meant to reach you sooner. So today, I challenge you to act. No more waiting. No more questioning whether success is meant for you. It is. If you are still here, if you are still reading this, it means you are ready to go deeper. You are not just someone who stumbles upon success. You are someone who is stepping into their destiny with full awareness. You are awakening to the reality that wealth is not something you chase. It is something you become, and the work that will make you a millionaire, it has already been set in motion. Now it is time to align with it fully. Chosen one, everything you see in this world, the towering skyscrapers, the revolutionary inventions, the billion-dollar empires, was once just a thought in someone's mind. Every fortune ever built began with a single idea in the mind of a person who refused to settle for mediocrity. The only difference between those who create greatness and those who don't is this: some people believe in their vision enough to act on it. And now, it is your turn. What separates those who achieve success from those who never rise above average? It is not talent. It is not background. It is not luck. It is the ability to see opportunity where others see obstacles. It is the ability to act when others hesitate. It is the ability to persist when others give up. Look at Noah. God gave him a vision to build an ark, Genesis 6:14. But for years people mocked him. There was no sign of rain, no evidence that what he was building would even be needed. But Noah did not wait for proof. He acted in faith. And because he moved before the storm came, he and his family were the only ones saved. Now, what about you? You already have everything you need within you. You have intelligence, you have creativity, you have vision, but the only thing that has ever stood between you and the life you were meant for is belief. Belief in yourself, belief in your ability, belief that you were truly meant for something greater. Think about Walt Disney. Before he built his empire, he was fired from a newspaper for lacking imagination. Can you imagine if he had believed that lie? Instead, he saw his vision so clearly that he refused to let anyone else's doubts define him. He moved forward despite rejection, despite setbacks, and today his vision has shaped the world. Now, that belief is awakening within you. You are beginning to see yourself in a new light, not as someone waiting for success to happen, but as the one who creates it, not as someone hoping for change, but as the one who commands it. You are beginning to step into your identity as the chosen one, the person who will break through barriers, who will defy the odds, who will create the kind of success that others only dream of. Chosen. 1. Success is not about waiting for the perfect moment. The perfect moment does not exist. Those who achieve greatness do not wait. They create. They take action even when they are uncertain. They move forward before they have all the answers. And as they move, the path reveals itself. Think of it this way. Imagine you are standing in a dark room. and the only thing visible is the next step in front of you. Most people hesitate. They let fear paralyze them because they cannot see the full path ahead. But the chosen ones, the ones who go on to build extraordinary success, understand that the light will only reveal the next step after they take the first. They walk in faith, knowing that the way will become clear as they go. Look at Peter when Jesus called him to walk on water, Matthew 14:29. He did not wait for the waves to calm. He did not ask for a guarantee. He simply stepped out, and as long as his faith remained strong, the impossible became possible. But the moment he let fear creep in, he began to sink. This is what happens when hesitation replaces action. Momentum is lost, and the blessings that were meant to flow stop. Right now, the universe is waiting for you to take that step. The resources, the ideas, the opportunities, and the people who will elevate you, they are already in place, but they will not appear until you move. Wealth does not chase the hesitant. Success does not favor the fearful. Only those who take bold, unwavering action will unlock the doors that have been prepared for them. But action alone is not enough. It must be intentional. Every move you make is sending a signal to the universe. Every decision is either pulling you closer to success or pushing it further away. So, what are your daily habits? Are they aligned with wealth? Are they the habits of someone destined for greatness? The most successful people in the world do not waste time on meaningless distractions. They do not allow doubt to dictate their actions. They do not surround themselves with negativity. Instead, they are laser-focused on their mission. They invest in their growth, in their knowledge, in their skills. They seek out mentors. They surround themselves with people who inspire and elevate them. And most importantly, they operate with discipline and consistency. Think about Michael Jordan. He did not become the greatest basketball player of all time by hoping for success. He trained harder than anyone else. He practiced even when he was already at the top. He understood that talent alone was never enough. His discipline and mindset set him apart. The same applies to you. So, are your actions aligned with success? Are your habits leading you toward wealth or keeping you stuck? Because the truth is, your future is already being decided right now by what you choose to do today. Chosen one, discipline is the foundation of success. Without it, even the greatest opportunities will slip through your fingers. This is where most people fail. They desire success, they dream of wealth, but they're unwilling to commit to the daily habits and effort required to manifest it. They love the idea of being financially free, but do they truly have the discipline to show up every single day and do the work? This is the difference between those who achieve greatness and those who merely wish for it. But you are different. You are chosen. You understand that financial success is not something that happens by chance. It is something you build, one small choice at a time. What decisions have you made today that are moving you toward your destiny? Every action you take is shaping your future. Every moment spent hesitating is delaying the blessings that are already meant for you. If you are not actively working toward success, then by default, you are working toward failure. There is no in-between. Look at Daniel in the Bible. He wasn't just favored by God, he disciplined himself daily to stay aligned with his destiny. Even when it became illegal to pray, he continued praying 3 times a day, Daniel 6:10. Would you have the same discipline if the world was against you? His consistency positioned him for divine protection and elevation, even in the face of adversity. What does that tell you? God rewards discipline. He does not bless the lazy, the inconsistent, or the hesitant. He blesses those who are steadfast in their purpose. And here's something most people don't realize. The greatest wealth is not built in moments of excitement. It is built in moments of consistency. What do your daily habits say about the person you are becoming? Success is built in the early mornings when the rest of the world is asleep. It is built in the late nights when others are wasting time. It is built in the quiet moments when no one is watching, when you are learning, strategizing, and executing on your vision. This is why only a small percentage of people achieve massive success, because only a small percentage are willing to do what it takes. Most people look at successful individuals and think they were lucky. They had the right connections. They were born into the right circumstances. But what they don't see are the countless hours of sacrifice, discipline, and relentless focus that led to that success. Are you willing to put in the work when no one is watching? Look at Arnold Schwarzenegger. Before he became one of the highest paid actors in Hollywood, he dominated bodybuilding. Before he was a movie star, he was waking up at 5 a.m., lifting weights for hours, pushing himself beyond his limits every single day. His success was not given to him, it was earned through discipline. What areas of your life need more discipline right now? And now it is your turn. The very fact that you are reading this is not a coincidence. You were meant to hear this message. This is your confirmation that wealth, success, and divine favor have already been written into your destiny. Are you ready to claim what has already been decided in your favor? The only thing left for you to do is fully step into it. So now, are you ready? Are you truly ready to stop making excuses and commit to the life that has already been prepared for you? Are you ready to move past fear, past doubt, past hesitation, and step into the power that has been waiting for you all along? What has been stopping you from stepping into your full potential? If you are, then you must start acting like the person you are destined to become. Start thinking like a millionaire. Start making decisions like a millionaire. Start moving like a millionaire. How would your life change if you truly believed success was inevitable? You must align every part of your life, your thoughts, your habits, your daily actions, with the version of yourself that is already successful, already wealthy, already walking in divine favor. And when you do, something incredible will happen. Opportunities will appear where none existed before. Doors that once seemed closed will suddenly open. The right people, the mentors, the partners, the connections will be placed in your path at the exact moment you need them. Success will start flowing toward you, not because of luck, but because you have finally aligned yourself with the frequency of abundance. Can you feel it? The shift is already happening. The only thing left is for you to take action. This is the moment that separates the ordinary from the extraordinary. So, let me ask you one final time. Will you commit? Will you discipline yourself? Will you take the action that most people refuse to take? Because the truth is, the next chapter of your life has already been written in your favor, but only you can decide to turn the page. Chosen one, the universe does not withhold abundance from anyone. Everything you desire, wealth, success, divine favor, has already been made available to you. It is not a question of whether you can have it. It is a question of whether you will claim it. Right now, you stand at a pivotal moment, a moment that could change everything. Will you step into it? You have made it this far, and that alone sets you apart. Do you realize how rare that is? Most people never push past their doubts. They live their entire lives waiting for the right moment, waiting for the right circumstances, waiting for some external force to give them permission. But you have already demonstrated that you are not like most people. You have already proven that something inside of you is awakening, pulling you towards something greater. Think about Abraham. When God told him to leave everything behind and step into an unknown land, there were no guarantees, no evidence that his journey would lead to blessings. But he moved in faith, and because of that, God made him the father of many nations. Genesis 12:1-2. What if he had hesitated? What if he had doubted? The promise was already written, but it required him to step forward. And now it is your turn. The work that will make you a millionaire has already been decided. It is not something you have to search for. It is something you must step into. Every challenge you have faced, every delay, every closed door, every hardship has been preparing you for this exact moment. Can you see it now? This is why nothing else worked before. This is why you always felt different. This is why you never fit into the mold of normal. You were not meant to live an ordinary life. You were meant to step into extraordinary abundance. Look at Howard Schultz, the man behind Starbucks. He grew up in poverty, but he didn't let his circumstances define him. He believed in a vision that no one else could see. He took action before success was guaranteed, and because of that he built a global empire. What if he had waited? What if he had doubted his ability? What if he had refused to take the risk? At this point, you understand that wealth is not about luck. It is about alignment. You now see that success is not something you wait for. It is something you create. And now it is time to accelerate. Are you ready to move at the speed of faith, the speed of certainty, the speed of divine alignment? Because once you do, the doors will open faster than ever before. Resources will flow to you effortlessly. The right people, the right opportunities, the right ideas will come into your life at the exact moment you need them. But here's the truth. Most people never realize. The universe does not reward hesitation. It rewards action. It rewards those who step forward in faith, who move before they see the full picture, who trust that everything is already aligning in their favor. So let me ask you one final time. Will you claim what has already been prepared for you? Will you continue waiting, doubting, second-guessing, or will you rise up, step into your calling, and claim the abundance that was always meant for you? The universe is waiting. The opportunities are waiting. All that is missing is your decision to step forward. Chosen one, most people believe that success is a long and difficult journey. They think that becoming a millionaire takes years, decades even. But here's the truth. Time is an illusion. The universe does not operate in years, months, or days. It operates in energy, frequency, and alignment. Some people stay broke their entire lives, not because they lack talent or intelligence, but because they never shift their mindset or actions. Others go from zero to financial abundance in a short period. Why? Because they step into a higher frequency. They move differently. They think differently. They act differently. What about you? Are you still thinking like the person you used to be, or are you stepping into the mindset of wealth? Look at the story of Joseph. He was thrown into a pit, sold into slavery, and imprisoned. From the outside, it looked like his life was moving backward, but in an instant, everything changed. He went from the prison to the palace in a single day. So Pharaoh said to Joseph, "I hereby put you in charge of the whole land of Egypt." Genesis 41:41. Joseph's elevation was not gradual, it was divine acceleration. The moment his alignment was complete, the shift happened instantly. And now your shift is waiting for you. How quickly will you align yourself? The speed at which you reach your financial destiny is determined by how fast you align yourself with success. When you are completely aligned, mentally, emotionally, and in action, everything accelerates. Doors open effortlessly. Unexpected opportunities appear. Money flows in ways you never imagined. But here's the greatest truth. The biggest enemy of speed is hesitation. Every time you second-guess yourself, every time you wait for the perfect moment, you delay your blessing. Have you been holding yourself back? Have you been waiting instead of moving? The most successful people in the world make decisions fast. They trust themselves. They take action even when they don't have all the answers. They don't let fear dictate their movements. And that is exactly what you must do now. Look at Elon Musk. When he started Tesla, everyone doubted him. Experts told him it was impossible, but he didn't wait for proof. He moved before the evidence was there. And today his vision has reshaped the world. What if he had hesitated? What if he had let fear stop him? The people who change their financial future are those who act with certainty before the results appear. Now, think about the people you surround yourself with. Are they elevating you or holding you back? If you spend your time with those who think small, who live in scarcity, who fear success, that energy will slow you down. You must put yourself in environments of abundance. Read books by successful people. Watch content that expands your mindset. Engage with mentors and communities that think bigger. Stop acting like someone who is hoping to be successful. Start acting like someone who already is. Make decisions from that place. Walk into every room with the confidence of a millionaire. Speak with the authority of someone who already knows success is theirs. When you act as if, you accelerate your alignment with the reality you desire. And here's one more truth. If you want to be rich, you must create value. Money flows to those who provide solutions. Learn skills that produce massive value. Sales, marketing, investing, business, negotiation. The more valuable you become, the faster wealth will flow to you. So now, will you keep moving at the slow pace of hesitation, or will you accelerate into your destiny? Because the moment you fully align, everything that was meant for you will come rushing in, faster than you ever imagined. Chosen one, the rich do not just work for money, they make money work for them. They do not trade their time for dollars forever. They understand how to multiply their wealth, how to make their money grow even when they sleep. Do you? Look at the wealthiest people in the world. Do they live paycheck to paycheck? Do they fear financial instability? No, because they study wealth. They understand how money moves. They learn about investments, passive income, and financial strategies that keep them in abundance for generations. This is not a secret. It is a choice. Have you made that choice yet? Right now, you are standing at a turning point. You have already received the message. You already know that you are meant for more. The work that will make you a millionaire is already unfolding. The only question left is, how fast will you claim it? How much longer will you wait? You must understand that the longer you delay stepping into your power, the longer you delay your wealth. The moment you shift mentally, emotionally, and in action, everything accelerates. How much longer will you let fear slow you down? Look at the story of Nehemiah. He was just a cupbearer before he became a great leader who rebuilt the walls of Jerusalem. He didn't wait for perfect conditions. He took action, and because of that, the impossible happened in just 52 days. Nehemiah 6:15. What does that tell you? Time is not the issue, alignment is. There are people who go from struggle to massive success in just a few months. Why? Because they made a decision. They stopped waiting. They stopped playing small. They stepped fully into their power, and the universe responded instantly. And now the same is available to you. The only question is, will you take it? Because the moment you fully commit, wealth will begin moving toward you faster than you ever imagined. Are you ready? Chosen one, you must become obsessed with your success, not with desperation, but with absolute certainty. You must wake up every day knowing, not hoping, that wealth is already yours. You must move through life as someone who expects success, not someone who is merely wishing for it. Why? Because the universe responds to certainty. Think about David when he faced Goliath. He did not hesitate. He did not approach the battlefield wondering if he would win. He walked forward knowing that victory was already his. You come against me with sword and spear, but I come against you in the name of the Lord Almighty. 1 Samuel 17:45. What if you walked into every opportunity with that same unshakable confidence? If you want to see results fast, you must be all in. No more halfway commitment, no more fear, no more waiting. The ones who achieve massive success do not move with hesitation, they move with conviction. Are you ready to move with that level of speed? Ask yourself, are you truly ready to claim your success faster than you ever thought possible? Are you ready to fully align with the millionaire version of you that already exists? Because make no mistake, your wealth, your breakthrough, your divine elevation has already been written. The only thing left is for you to step into it. Everything has led to this moment. The lessons, the mindset shifts, the challenges that forced you to grow, all of it has been preparing you for the final activation of your financial destiny. Nothing has been wasted. Nothing has been random. Do you see it now? Everything that happened before was just setting the stage for what is about to happen next. The work that will make you a millionaire has already been decided, and now you are fully stepping into it. No more doubts, no more delays, no more playing small. How fast will you move now that you finally understand that success is not about chance, it is about alignment? You now know the truth. Wealth is not something outside of you, it is already within you, waiting to be unlocked. The universe does not give abundance to those who sit back and wait, but to those who boldly claim it. Look at people like Jeff Bezos or Sarah Blakely, founder of Spanx. They did not wait for permission. They did not move hoping their ideas would work. They acted as if success was already guaranteed, and because of that, the world had no choice but to match their belief. And now, this is where everything changes for you. This is the moment where you break free from old limitations. This is the moment where you rise above doubt, fear, and hesitation. Because now, you are no longer someone who hopes for success. You are someone who expects it. You are someone who demands it from life. Can you feel the shift? You must understand that the universe operates by law, the law of attraction, the law of abundance, the law of action. Everything you desire already exists. There is no shortage of money in this world. There is no shortage of opportunity. The only thing that determines whether you receive it is your alignment and your action. So now, you must start seeing yourself as the person who is already successful. You must think as they think. You must move as they move. You must live as if your wealth is already guaranteed. What would you do differently if you knew success was inevitable? Because when you make this shift, everything changes. You will become a magnet for success. The doors that were once closed will swing open. The people you need will be placed in your path. Money will flow toward you effortlessly. Not because of luck, but because you have finally stepped into the energy of absolute certainty. Chosen one, from this moment forward, there is no more doubt, no more second guessing, no more questioning whether you are worthy. You were born worthy. You were chosen. The work that will elevate you into financial abundance has already been prepared. Now, it is time to act like it. But let me ask you this. What would happen if you fully embraced this truth? How would you move differently if you knew success was already guaranteed? Would you still hesitate? Would you still question whether you are ready? Would you still waste time waiting for the perfect moment? Or would you walk with the confidence of someone who knows that every step they take is already divinely ordered? The final step in this journey is full activation. No more waiting for a sign. This is the sign. The moment you have been preparing for has arrived, and now it is demanding that you rise. Are you ready to step into it fully? Are you ready to claim what is already yours? Look at the most successful people in the world. What do they all have in common? They act with certainty. They move with power. They do not hesitate. They do not look for permission. They expect success. And because of that, success follows them. They walk into rooms with confidence. They claim their space. They do whatever it takes to turn their vision into reality. What if you started living like that right now? Think about Joshua in the Bible. He was given the mission to lead the Israelites into the Promised Land, but there was an obstacle, the walls of Jericho. Instead of hesitating, instead of doubting whether it could be done, he followed divine instruction with full faith. He led his people to march around the city for 7 days, and on the seventh day the walls collapsed. Joshua 6:20. What does that tell you? Breakthrough happens when you move in obedience, without hesitation. What walls in your life would come crashing down if you fully stepped into your purpose? What would change in your reality if you walked with the mindset of someone who already knows their destiny is secure? What opportunities would open up if you refused to let fear dictate your next move? What if you stopped waiting for proof and started acting as if success was already inevitable? From this day forward, you must embody this mindset in every part of your life. You must move differently. You must think differently. You must operate as if you already have everything you are working toward. Speak only words of power. Take only actions that move you forward. Cut out anything that drains your energy or slows you down. What distractions do you need to eliminate? What habits do you need to build? What relationships do you need to let go of in order to rise? Commit to growth every single day. The greatest transformations do not happen overnight. They happen in the small, consistent choices you make daily. Think about Jeff Bezos. He didn't wait for the perfect time to build Amazon. He started while working out of his garage. He saw the future before anyone else did. What if he had waited? What if he had doubted himself? What if he had convinced himself he wasn't ready? The wealthiest, most successful people move before the evidence appears. They step into their destiny before the world recognizes them. That is what you must do now. And now, this is your identity. This is the moment where everything shifts for you. You are no longer someone who hopes for success. You are someone who expects it. You are someone who demands it from life. How different would your reality look if you simply refused to accept anything less? Money flows to those who demand it, who are ready for it, who move like they already have it. You must become a channel for abundance. This means making decisions based on where you are going, not where you are right now. Are you making decisions from faith or from fear? Are you thinking like a millionaire, or are you still thinking like someone waiting for permission? Are your actions aligned with wealth, or are they aligned with scarcity? You must trust that the universe is already aligning everything in your favor. The people you need to meet, the opportunities you need to receive, the breakthroughs that will take you to the next level. They are all in motion. Your only job is to stay in alignment and keep moving forward. So now, I ask you one final time, will you fully embrace the identity of the chosen one, or will you let hesitation steal what is already yours? Will you continue playing small, or will you rise into the person you were always meant to be? Because the moment you say yes to your destiny, everything will shift in your favor faster than you ever imagined. Beloved chosen one, success is not complicated, it is simple. It does not require luck, privilege, or waiting for the perfect conditions. It requires total commitment. Most people never reach their full potential because they hesitate. They let doubt creep in, convincing them that success is for someone else, someone with better opportunities, more talent, or fewer obstacles. But you will not be one of those people. You will be the exception. You will be the one who proves what is possible. You will be the one who refuses to settle, who steps fully into their divine calling. You will be the one who rises, succeeds, and creates generational wealth. The cycle of lack ends with you. The decision has already been made. The work that will make you a millionaire is already in motion. The only thing left for you to do is step fully into it. No more hesitation, no more waiting for a sign. This is the sign. The moment has arrived, and it is demanding that you rise. Will you claim it? Will you move with the certainty of someone who already knows their success is inevitable? This is your final declaration. This is your confirmation. The shift is happening right now. Stay in this energy. Stay in alignment. Keep moving. Keep growing. Keep stepping into the wealth that has already been prepared for you. Everything you desire is already seeking you, but it will not wait forever. Move now. Act now. Become now. This is just the beginning. The journey continues and your success is already written. Now, go and claim it. I want to take a moment to thank you for being here, for investing in yourself, and for choosing to step into your highest potential. If this message has impacted you and you would like to support this work, you can do so through Super Thanks. Your support allows this message to reach more people who need to hear it, to awaken them to their own divine calling. But whether you choose to donate or not, know this: I am deeply grateful for you. Your energy, your presence, and your willingness to grow are more powerful than anything. The fact that you are here, that you have made it this far, is proof that you are already stepping into your new reality. May you walk in divine favor. May doors open effortlessly for you. May you move forward with the unstoppable momentum of someone who knows that abundance is not only possible, but inevitable. May every resource, every connection, every opportunity meant for you appear at the perfect time. And above all, may you never forget you were chosen for this. The only thing left to do is rise. Have you ever wondered if there's more to financial success than simply following the world's advice to secure a stable 9-to-5? Could there be a divine pathway to wealth? One that not only brings abundance but also fulfillment and eternal purpose. King Solomon, celebrated for his unmatched wisdom and extraordinary wealth, reveals a profound truth in Proverbs 8:18. Riches and honor are with me, enduring wealth and righteousness. His words challenge us to rethink the very foundation of prosperity. What if true wealth isn't tied to your next paycheck, but rooted in God's wisdom and divine principles? Take a moment to imagine breaking free from the constraints of a fixed income and stepping into a life where God's guidance leads you to financial freedom. Picture a future where your choices, inspired by God's wisdom, unlock a legacy of enduring abundance, not just in material wealth, but in honor and righteousness. This is the prosperity King Solomon invites us to pursue. A prosperity that outlasts fleeting achievements and brings eternal value. If you're ready to uncover these life-changing secrets and embrace God's higher calling for your life, don't hold back. Type 7-77 in the comments as a declaration of faith. And to those who have supported this channel through Super Thanks, we express our heartfelt gratitude. Your kindness fuels the sharing of these powerful messages. Now, let's delve into Solomon's timeless wisdom and discover how to build a life of abundance, purpose, and divine alignment. Are you ready to begin this extraordinary journey? Let's dive in. God's chosen ones. Learn wealth-building secrets from a biblical millionaire. You may have often heard that true financial stability comes from a secure job or a steady paycheck. The world around you tells you that your worth is tied to your employment, that wealth is built by following a predictable and well-trodden path. But what if everything you've been taught about success is limiting you? What if there's a better, more liberating way to build wealth, one that aligns with divine wisdom rather than conventional thinking? King Solomon, one of the wealthiest and wisest men in history, challenges this very mindset. He shows us that prosperity is not tied to a single job or employer. Instead, it comes from embracing wisdom, courage, and a willingness to think outside the box. In Proverbs 8:10-11, Solomon speaks about wisdom, saying, "Choose my instruction instead of silver, knowledge rather than choice gold. For wisdom is more precious than rubies, and nothing you desire can compare with her. Solomon understood that wealth doesn't come from mere labor. It flows from the wisdom to manage what God has given you and to trust in Him as the ultimate source of all provision. Have you ever stopped to consider how life would feel if you were no longer confined to a paycheck or a single income stream? Imagine a life where your financial freedom wasn't tied to the whims of an employer or job market, but instead anchored in divine guidance. How would it feel to know that prosperity flows from your alignment with God's wisdom rather than the limitations of human systems? Solomon's wisdom invites you to step away from the security of conventional work and place your trust in the divine power that can open doors to unexpected opportunities. In Deuteronomy 8:18, the Bible tells us, "But remember the Lord your God, for it is He who gives you the ability to produce wealth." This powerful reminder shifts the focus from your human efforts to the wisdom that God imparts to you. It is through His guidance and provision that you have the capacity to create wealth that lasts. One powerful example of this principle in action can be found in the life of Joseph. In Genesis 41, Joseph's journey was far from what the world would call secure. Sold into slavery by his brothers, falsely accused and imprisoned, his circumstances seemed grim. Yet Joseph's story didn't end in despair. Through his unwavering faith and the wisdom God bestowed upon him, he rose to a position of power in Egypt, managing resources during a severe famine. Joseph didn't gain success through conventional means. He didn't hold on to a single job or income source. Instead, he trusted God's wisdom, made bold, faithful decisions, and stewarded what he was given. His life, and the lives of many others, was transformed because he allowed divine wisdom to guide his steps. What can you learn from Joseph's story? How often do you place your faith in traditional methods, limiting yourself to what you can see and understand, rather than trusting God to open doors beyond your imagination? Joseph's success wasn't a result of following the world's rules. It was the result of divine alignment and the courage to take bold steps, trusting in God's provision. By adopting Solomon's approach, stepping beyond conventional thinking and embracing wisdom, you too can unlock the power to build wealth, not by working harder, but by trusting in God's plan and making wise choices with what He has entrusted to you. What's holding you back from breaking free and stepping into that freedom today? Today, we stand at a crossroads. Will we remain on the traditional path, relying solely on others for our livelihood, or will we take the bold step of embracing Solomon's advice? This decision isn't just about making money. It's about transforming your entire financial journey and reshaping how you view wealth and purpose. The choice you make today can lead you toward a life of enduring prosperity, one where wisdom guides your actions and abundance flows naturally. Imagine waking up each day not driven by the pressure to clock in, but by a mission that fills your heart with joy. A life where prosperity aligns with your values, your goals, and your purpose. This is the life Solomon's wisdom points us toward. One where success isn't just a destination, but a journey of faith, persistence, and alignment with God's principles. When you think about money, do you find yourself caught up in conflicting beliefs and misconceptions? It's easy to do, especially when ideas about wealth are handed down through generations or absorbed from the world around us. Phrases like, "Money is the root of all evil," or "Wealth corrupts," are often repeated. But do they really reflect the true nature of money? Have you ever wondered what the Bible truly says about wealth? Is it possible that the real issue isn't money itself, but our attitude toward it? King Solomon, the wisest of all men, provides us with invaluable wisdom on this topic. In Ecclesiastes 5:10 he writes, "Whoever loves money never has enough. Whoever loves wealth is never satisfied. This too is meaningless." Solomon doesn't condemn money itself in this passage. Instead, he points to something much deeper. The danger lies in our love for money. The issue arises when we place wealth at the center of our lives, believing it to be the key to happiness or security. In that moment, we create an unhealthy attachment to something that was never meant to define us. Solomon's words remind us that no matter how much we accumulate, the pursuit of wealth can never fill the emptiness that comes from seeking fulfillment in material things alone. So, could it be that the real struggle is not with the presence of wealth, but with the way we allow it to control us? This shift in perspective calls for a complete transformation in how we view money. At its core, money itself is neither inherently good nor evil. It is simply a tool, and like any tool, its impact depends entirely on how it is used. Think about it. When you allow money to define your values, your choices, and even your self-worth, it becomes your master. But when you approach money with wisdom, faith, and a clear sense of purpose, it transforms into something powerful, a means to fulfill your God-given responsibilities, to create opportunities, and to bless others. Have you considered how money could serve you and your purpose rather than control you? Unfortunately, many people misquote the Bible's teachings on money, often saying, "Money is the root of all evil." In reality, 1 Timothy 6:10 clearly says, "The love of money is the root of all evil." This small but significant distinction shifts the focus from money itself to your relationship with it. When you align your view of money with godly principles, it becomes a force for good. It allows you to support your family, help those in need, and invest in causes that reflect your faith and values. However, when money becomes an idol, something you chase at the expense of your integrity, relationships, or faith, it takes on a destructive power. Jesus himself warned in Matthew 6:24, "No one can serve two masters. Either you will hate the one and love the other, or you will be devoted to the one and despise the other." So, what is it that drives you? Is it the pursuit of wealth, or is it the desire to live according to God's will, using the resources He provides to fulfill your divine purpose? Solomon's wisdom and these biblical truths invite you to examine your heart. Is your relationship with money one of stewardship, or has it become an idol that controls your decisions? By shifting your perspective on money, you can embrace true prosperity. Not a prosperity defined by material wealth, but by living in alignment with God's wisdom and using your resources to honor Him. When you do this, wealth is not a trap, but a tool that helps you live out your purpose and bless others along the way. For many believers, another significant hurdle is the misconception that wealth and faith cannot coexist. This belief has created unnecessary tension between material success and spiritual devotion, discouraging Christians from pursuing financial growth out of fear of appearing unfaithful. Yet the Bible offers countless examples of individuals who were both wealthy and deeply connected to God. Abraham, for instance, was described as very rich in livestock, silver, and gold. Genesis 13:2. Job, after enduring great suffering, was blessed by God with twice as much as he had before. Job 42:10. And of course, Solomon himself was not only wise, but also one of the wealthiest kings in history. These figures teach us that wealth, when managed with wisdom and faithfulness, is not a hindrance to spirituality, but a gift that can be used to honor God and serve others. It's essential to understand that money acts as a magnifier of character. As billionaire and philanthropist Warren Buffett once said, "Money reveals who you really are. If you're a jerk before you have money, you're simply a bigger jerk with it." This idea aligns with biblical principles. If we are generous, kind, and faithful with little, we are likely to remain so with much. Conversely, if we are selfish or greedy, wealth can amplify those flaws. That's why building a strong spiritual foundation and cultivating godly character is crucial before pursuing financial success. As Jesus reminds us in Luke 16:10, whoever can be trusted with very little can also be trusted with much. Breaking free from myths about money and faith allows us to see wealth for what it truly is, a tool to fulfill God's purposes in our lives. Instead of fearing money or idolizing it, we can approach it with gratitude and responsibility. By aligning our financial decisions with God's principles, such as generosity, compassion, and integrity, we can use money to create positive change in the world. Imagine a life where your resources are not just a means of survival, but a reflection of your values and a testament to God's blessings. Now, I invite you to pause and reflect. Are there beliefs about money that have been holding you back? Have you been afraid to pursue financial growth, or have you placed too much emphasis on wealth as a source of fulfillment? Solomon's wisdom invites us to approach money differently, to see it not as a goal, but as a tool, not as an idol, but as an opportunity to live in alignment with God's plan. If this message resonates with you, take a moment to engage with it. Type, "I see money differently" in the comments, or share one way you're shifting your mindset about wealth. Remember, transformation begins with a single step. Together, let's break free from limiting beliefs and embrace a life where money serves a greater purpose, a life aligned with faith, wisdom, and God's enduring promises. Achieving financial freedom begins with the right mindset about money, but a mindset alone is not enough. To truly build a foundation of lasting prosperity, you need something more: knowledge. Practical, actionable financial education is the key to transforming your mindset into real, sustainable wealth. Without this essential knowledge, even the largest income can slip through your fingers, vanishing as quickly as it arrives. Financial illiteracy doesn't discriminate. It affects both the wealthy and those struggling financially. No matter how much you earn, without the ability to manage and grow your resources wisely, you risk falling into debt, missing opportunities, and feeling frustrated. King Solomon, renowned for his unparalleled wisdom, understood this principle deeply. In Proverbs 4:7, he writes, "Wisdom is the principal thing. Therefore, get wisdom, and with all thy getting, get understanding." Solomon reminds us that true wealth is not merely about the accumulation of money, but about possessing the wisdom to manage and multiply it. Wisdom isn't just an abstract idea, it's the practical understanding of how to manage resources, avoid financial pitfalls, and make decisions that lead to long-term success. Have you ever considered how often people wish for more money, believing it will solve all their problems? How many times have you heard someone say, "If only I had more money, everything would be easier"? Yet this belief is far from the truth. Financial success doesn't come from simply having more money. It comes from understanding how to manage what you already have. Without financial knowledge, having more money would only increase the problems you face. It's like being given a heavy weight to lift without first building the strength to carry it. Without the foundational skills, any sudden increase in resources can become overwhelming rather than empowering. A glaring example of this can be seen in the stories of countless lottery winners who, despite receiving millions, find themselves bankrupt within a few short years. Their downfall isn't due to a lack of money. It's due to a lack of financial education. They may have acquired wealth quickly, but without the understanding of how to wisely manage, invest, and protect that wealth, it quickly slips away. This highlights the importance of financial wisdom. It's not enough to wish for wealth. You must equip yourself with the tools and knowledge to sustain and grow it. So, what does this mean for you? Are you equipped with the financial knowledge needed to handle the blessings that God has given you? If not, it's never too late to begin learning. The Bible speaks about the value of wisdom in all areas of life, and this extends to managing your finances. As you gain understanding and apply that knowledge, you move one step closer to the lasting prosperity that is rooted in wisdom and good stewardship. True prosperity comes not just from hard work or luck, but from the wise management of the resources you've been entrusted with. How are you preparing to handle your financial future? Are you investing in your financial education today to ensure that tomorrow's blessings are managed wisely? Why financial education matters. Financial education goes beyond simply learning to create a budget or understanding investments. It cultivates a mindset of empowerment, allowing you to make informed and confident decisions about your money. It teaches you that wealth is not merely about earning more, but about using, growing, and protecting your resources in alignment with your values and long-term goals. This principle aligns beautifully with the Bible's emphasis on wisdom and understanding as treasures more valuable than any material possession. As Proverbs 8:10-11 says, "Choose my instruction instead of silver, knowledge rather than choice, gold. For wisdom is more precious than rubies, and nothing you desire can compare with her." Without financial education, you may find yourself overly dependent on others for critical decisions. This reliance can leave you vulnerable to manipulation or ill-advised choices from those who may not have your best interests at heart. Consider how often people lose money because they trusted the wrong advice, didn't read the fine print, or failed to understand the terms of a deal. Learning how money works protects you from such pitfalls, empowering you to take charge of your financial destiny with clarity and confidence. Take the story of Kevin, a young entrepreneur who started his own tech business. In the early years, Kevin made a significant income, but lacked the financial education to manage his cash flow effectively. He spent lavishly, failed to save, and made poorly informed investment decisions. When an economic downturn hit, Kevin's business struggled, and he found himself on the brink of bankruptcy. It was only then that he realized the importance of financial literacy. By committing to learning about money management, he turned his situation around, stabilized his business, and rebuilt his wealth. Today, Kevin credits financial education as the turning point that saved his career and gave him the tools to thrive even in uncertain times. Kevin's story is a powerful reminder that financial wisdom isn't just helpful, it's essential. It equips you to face challenges with resilience, take advantage of opportunities, and ensure that money becomes a tool for building a better future rather than a source of stress. The journey to financial wisdom begins with a single step, and there's no shortage of resources to help you along the way. Books like Rich Dad, Poor Dad by Robert Kiyosaki offer foundational insights into wealth building, while financial coaches like Dave Ramsey provide practical tools for managing money effectively. Online courses, seminars, podcasts, and videos also make financial education accessible to everyone. Each effort you make to understand money management brings you closer to a life of stability and abundance. With financial education, you'll learn the essentials: how to budget with purpose, save for the future, invest wisely, and avoid the pitfalls of unnecessary debt. More importantly, it gives you the confidence to make decisions that align with your goals and values. It ensures that you control your money rather than letting money control you. As Hosea 4:6 warns, "My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge." Gaining financial wisdom ensures you can protect and grow your resources in alignment with God's purpose for your life. Navigating wealth without financial knowledge is like walking a dark path without a flashlight. Even if your pockets are full, you may not know where to go, leading to costly mistakes and missed opportunities. But financial wisdom acts as a beacon. illuminating the way forward and helping you make wise decisions. It transforms money into a powerful tool, one that can enhance not only your own life, but also the lives of those around you. Investing in your financial education is one of the most important decisions you can make. It's not just about gaining knowledge, it's about gaining peace of mind. Imagine the confidence of knowing you're equipped to handle any financial challenge, the assurance that comes from making informed decisions, and the freedom to pursue your dreams without fear of uncertainty. This is the path to true prosperity, a path that aligns your resources with your God-given purpose. Every step you take toward financial understanding brings you closer to a life of abundance, peace, and fulfillment. Remember, this journey isn't just about money. It's about transforming your relationship with it and using it as a force for good in your life and the world. Building financial freedom starts with acquiring financial education. But to truly elevate your journey, there's another crucial step: adopting an entrepreneurial mindset. This mindset isn't confined to owning a business or climbing the corporate ladder. It's a way of thinking, an approach that's proactive, creative, and resourceful in navigating the opportunities and challenges life throws your way. It's about looking beyond a single income stream and realizing the vast possibilities available to you. Embracing this mindset empowers you to take control of your financial future, opening doors to a world of opportunities that you might have never imagined before. The entrepreneurial spirit is a powerful force, one that pushes you to innovate, create, and adapt even when the odds seem stacked against you. It's a mindset that drives you toward lasting prosperity, personal growth, and resilience. King Solomon, who is often regarded as the wisest man to have ever lived, captured the essence of this mindset beautifully in Proverbs 6:68. Go to the ant, you sluggard, consider its ways and be wise. It has no commander, no overseer or ruler, yet it stores its provisions in summer and gathers its food at harvest. Here Solomon points to the humble ant as a symbol of initiative and foresight. The ant doesn't wait for external instructions or guidance. It takes action, diligently preparing for the future. This simple yet profound lesson teaches us about the importance of taking responsibility for our own success, preparing today for the challenges of tomorrow. Are you waiting for someone to hand you an opportunity, or are you taking the initiative to create one for yourself? The entrepreneurial mindset calls you to stop waiting and start acting. It urges you to seek out or create opportunities rather than passively waiting for them to come to you. In today's unpredictable world, relying solely on a single source of income is a risky move. Diversifying your income streams not only provides financial security, but also builds the resilience necessary to thrive through challenges. This mindset encourages you to think creatively about how to generate income. Do you have a hidden talent or passion, perhaps in baking, painting, writing, or teaching? Why not explore ways to turn that passion into a source of income? The beauty of the entrepreneurial approach is that even small ventures, when approached with dedication and consistency, can grow into significant opportunities. This isn't just about making more money, it's about regaining control over your financial destiny and breaking free from the limiting beliefs that society often imposes on what is possible. As you consider your own path to financial freedom, ask yourself, what passions or skills do you possess that could be turned into something profitable? What opportunities are available to you right now that you could pursue with an entrepreneurial mindset? By shifting your focus from a fixed income to a mindset of creative potential and proactive action, you open the door to lasting prosperity. Will you choose to walk through it? Resilience is another key component of the entrepreneurial spirit. Not every venture will succeed, and that's okay. Failures and setbacks are inevitable, but they are also invaluable. Each misstep provides a lesson, an opportunity to refine your approach and build strength. Solomon's wisdom in Ecclesiastes 11:6 encourages this. Sow your seed in the morning, and at evening let your hands not be idle, for you do not know which will succeed, whether this or that, or whether both will do equally well. These words remind us to diversify our efforts and to remain persistent, trusting that our diligence will eventually yield success. Consider the story of Oprah Winfrey, a media mogul and philanthropist who overcame immense challenges on her journey to success. She once said, "Turn your wounds into wisdom." Oprah's entrepreneurial mindset allowed her to take control of her destiny, transforming personal struggles into a platform that now inspires millions. Her story exemplifies the power of resilience, creativity, and an unwavering belief in the possibility of creating something extraordinary, even in the face of adversity. Adopting an entrepreneurial mindset also aligns with faith. It is not about greed or materialism. It's about stewardship, using the gifts God has given you to create opportunities, help others, and fulfill your divine purpose. As Colossians 3:23 reminds us, whatever you do, work at it with all your heart, as working for the Lord, not for human masters. This perspective reframes work and entrepreneurship as acts of worship, where your efforts honor God and reflect His principles of diligence, resourcefulness, and generosity. What makes this mindset so powerful is that it transcends finances. It's not just about making money, it's about personal growth, fulfillment, and leaving a legacy. When you approach life with an entrepreneurial spirit, you're not simply following someone else's plan, you're creating your own. You're not bound by limitations or discouraged by failure. Instead, you see each obstacle as an opportunity to grow, learn, and adapt. This mindset empowers you to break free from mediocrity, unlocking the potential to achieve not only financial independence, but also a sense of purpose and fulfillment that enriches every aspect of your life. Embracing an entrepreneurial mindset doesn't mean you need to launch a multinational corporation. It can be as simple as turning a hobby into a side hustle, starting an online shop, or offering freelance services in your area of expertise. The key is to take the first step, no matter how small, and commit to learning and growing along the way. Each action, no matter how modest, brings you closer to a life of stability, abundance, and impact. The beauty of entrepreneurship lies in its ability to empower you, to give you control over your financial future and the freedom to create opportunities for yourself and others. The entrepreneurial mindset is about far more than financial gain. It's about building resilience, fostering creativity, and nurturing a sense of purpose. It's about understanding that failure is not the end, but a stepping stone to greater success. Most importantly, it's about trusting in God's plan, aligning your efforts with His wisdom, and using your talents to make a difference. Are you ready to think like an entrepreneur? Start small, be curious, and stay committed. Let your passions guide you toward new opportunities, and let your actions reflect the diligence and faith that Solomon so wisely encouraged. Your journey to financial independence and purpose begins with a single step. Take it boldly. On the path to financial independence, challenges and crises are not just obstacles to overcome. They are crucial stepping stones that shape your journey. These moments of adversity, though difficult, offer profound opportunities for transformation, self-discovery, and growth. They test your resolve, reveal the depth of your character, and push you to cultivate skills and strategies you might not have even realized you possessed. King Solomon, in his wisdom, speaks to this truth in Proverbs 24:10. If you falter in a time of trouble, how small is your strength? This verse serves as a powerful reminder that true strength is revealed not in moments of comfort, but in how you rise when faced with the most difficult challenges. Have you ever thought about the possibility that your toughest trials could be the very moments that reveal your greatest potential? Adversity has a unique ability to push you out of your comfort zone, forcing you to re-evaluate your assumptions, goals, and strategies. It forces you to question everything you thought you knew and inspires you to seek new ways to approach life's challenges. Think of how many biblical figures faced overwhelming circumstances and emerged stronger for it. Joseph, for example, was sold into slavery, falsely accused, and thrown into prison. Yet each setback propelled him toward the leadership role he was destined for. How might your current financial struggles be positioning you for a breakthrough that's even greater than you can imagine? In times of crisis, whether it's losing a job, struggling with debt, or navigating economic hardships, the temptation is to give up or to despair. Yet, if you approach these challenges with a mindset of growth and resilience, you can transform them into catalysts for reinvention. Just as gold is refined in fire, the difficulties you face can purify and strengthen your financial resolve, preparing you for greater success. Think about the Israelites in the wilderness. Despite the hardship, God was preparing them for something greater, a land of abundance. Could your own financial wilderness be a season of preparation for a greater future? How can you embrace the lessons hidden within these trials? Financial independence is not a destination, it's a journey. And while the road is often paved with obstacles, it is in these very challenges that you discover your capacity for growth, resilience, and innovation. Each setback is a lesson in disguise, guiding you toward the wealth-building strategies and mindset shifts that will empower you to achieve financial freedom. Just as God turned adversity into opportunity for the great leaders of the Bible, so too can you turn your financial struggles into powerful catalysts for your success. Are you ready to see your trials as the stepping stones to your breakthrough? Consider the story of Howard Schultz, the visionary behind Starbucks. Schultz grew up in a working-class family, often witnessing his parents' financial struggles. His father's job loss left a lasting impression, driving Schultz to create a company that not only offered great products, but also prioritized employee welfare. Schultz's experiences with adversity didn't hinder him. They fueled his passion and shaped the values that became central to Starbucks' success. As Schultz once said, "In times of adversity and change, we really discover who we are and what we're made of." Similarly, Sarah Blakely, the founder of Spanx, transformed a personal frustration into a billion-dollar empire. With no background in fashion and just $5,000 in savings, she persisted through rejection and self-doubt, eventually revolutionizing the industry. Blakely's story exemplifies how crises often spark creativity and push us to discover untapped potential. Her advice: don't be afraid of failure. Failure is where all the lessons are, is a testament to the power of persistence and an entrepreneurial mindset. These stories remind us that the most significant breakthroughs often arise during the darkest times. The Great Depression, one of the most challenging periods in history, saw businesses like Procter & Gamble thrive by adapting to consumer needs. Their innovative strategies and commitment to understanding the struggles of their customers turned a period of adversity into an era of opportunity. These examples highlight a critical truth. Adversity is not the end. It's often the beginning of something extraordinary. When faced with financial difficulties, it's easy to feel defeated or overwhelmed. However, it's crucial to shift your perspective. A job loss, for example, can feel like a devastating setback, but it might also be the nudge you need to explore a new career path, start a side hustle, or finally pursue a passion project. Economic downturns, though intimidating, can inspire creative ways to diversify income streams, improve money management skills, or invest in personal development. The key is to maintain a clear and calm mind, assess your situation with wisdom, and act decisively. King Solomon's wisdom teaches us that challenges are not merely tests, they are opportunities to refine and strengthen us. As he writes in Proverbs 27:17, "As iron sharpens iron, so one person sharpens another. Just as iron becomes stronger through friction, our character and resilience are forged in the fire of adversity." Every challenge you face is a chance to refine your strategies, deepen your faith, and build a foundation of strength that will carry you through future trials. Resilience is not just about surviving adversity, it's about thriving because of it. This is one of the most powerful lessons of financial independence and entrepreneurship. It's about choosing to see crises not as dead ends, but as turning points. Every setback carries within it the potential for a breakthrough. When you approach challenges with faith, courage, and determination, you transform adversity into a stepping stone toward your goals. Let me share the story of my friend Daniel. After losing his job unexpectedly, Daniel initially felt paralyzed by fear. With bills mounting and no immediate job prospects, he considered giving up. But instead, he decided to explore a long-time passion for photography. Starting with small freelance gigs, he built a portfolio, learned new skills, and eventually launched a thriving photography business. Today, Daniel credits that moment of crisis for pushing him to discover his true calling. His story serves as a reminder that the moments we fear the most can become the chapters we cherish the most. This journey isn't just about financial stability, it's about cultivating the mindset, resilience, and adaptability that allow you to thrive no matter what life throws your way. Every challenge you overcome builds not only your financial independence, but also your confidence, wisdom, and peace of mind. These experiences will serve you for a lifetime, equipping you to handle whatever lies ahead. So, what about you? Have you faced a moment of adversity that changed your path for the better? Share your story in the comments below, or type "I see opportunity in challenges" as a declaration of your commitment to growth. Remember, every setback is a setup for a comeback. Together, let's embrace the refining power of challenges and move forward with faith, strength, and determination. This is your story, and the best chapters are still being written. Let's grow together. Financial freedom and success are about much more than simply accumulating wealth. They are about transforming yourself into a person of resilience, character, and purpose. Those who face life's challenges with unwavering determination not only achieve personal victories, but also become living testaments to what is possible. Your journey, filled with both trials and triumphs, holds the potential to be a beacon of light for others. It can prove that persistence, faith, and wisdom can overcome even the most daunting obstacles. Have you ever considered how your story of perseverance could inspire someone else to keep going, even when their dreams feel too far out of reach? Persistence is the key that bridges the gap between ambition and reality. It's what turns your dreams into tangible accomplishments. As King Solomon wisely stated in Proverbs 13:4, "The soul of the sluggard craves and gets nothing, while the soul of the diligent is richly supplied." This verse serves as a powerful reminder that success isn't handed to us on a silver platter. It is earned through consistent, intentional effort. Dreams alone, no matter how grand or brilliant, will remain unfulfilled unless paired with sustained action. How often do we forget that success is not a sprint, but a marathon, requiring steady persistence, not just bursts of inspiration? Imagine persistence as a seed planted in fertile soil. Each day you nurture it with deliberate effort, and although the growth may not be immediately visible, over time, that small seed transforms into a flourishing tree. Similarly, the small steps you take every day, no matter how seemingly insignificant, are compounding. Over time, these tiny intentional actions build momentum, leading to results that far exceed your initial expectations. Do you sometimes find it hard to see the value in these daily steps? Yet, in the long run, they form the foundation of your success, turning potential into reality. Challenges are inevitable, and while they test your resolve, they are also the catalysts for growth. King Solomon, in Ecclesiastes 7:8, reminds us, "The end of a matter is better than its beginning, and patience is better than pride." It's not how you start that defines your success, but how you endure and finish the race. Persistence doesn't mean stubbornly holding on to a failing plan. It means learning from setbacks, adjusting your course, and continuing forward with clarity and determination. Have you ever wondered how much you could achieve if you simply adapted your approach after facing failure instead of giving up? Each failure carries within it the seed of a lesson, a chance to refine your approach, improve your skills, and build an unshakable character. Your persistence not only shapes your own life, but also inspires others. By choosing to persevere, you honor your purpose and demonstrate to the world that true success isn't just about wealth, it's about resilience, character, and faith. Just as Jesus encouraged his followers to build their houses on a solid foundation, so too can you build a life that stands firm through every storm. How can you encourage others? By sharing your story of persistence and growth. Your journey is far more than just a personal victory. It's a testament to the power of persistence that can lead others toward their own transformation. Consider the example of Thomas Edison, who faced countless failures before inventing the light bulb. Edison famously said, "Many of life's failures are people who did not realize how close they were to success when they gave up." His persistence turned obstacles into stepping stones, and his story is a testament to the power of unwavering determination. Similarly, your journey will have moments of struggle, but with each step, you're not just building financial independence. You're building resilience, strength, and a legacy of perseverance. Persistence isn't just about hard work. It's also about intentionality. It's not enough to simply keep moving. You need to move with purpose. This means staying focused on your goals, even when distractions and doubts arise. It means prioritizing what matters most and being willing to adapt when necessary without losing sight of the bigger picture. Whether you're working toward a financial milestone, building a business, or pursuing personal growth, persistence requires clarity, discipline, and faith. Faith plays an essential role in persistence. As Galatians 6:9 reminds us, "Let us not grow weary in doing good, for at the proper time we will reap a harvest if we do not give up." Trusting in God's plan gives you the strength to endure when progress feels slow or challenges seem insurmountable. Faith reminds you that your efforts are not in vain and that there is purpose in the process. It transforms setbacks into opportunities to grow closer to God and align your actions with His will. Moreover, persistence is not just about achieving personal success. It's about inspiring others. Every time you choose to keep going despite the odds, you create a ripple effect. Your determination can motivate those around you, encouraging them to believe in their own potential. Imagine the impact of your story on someone who feels like giving up. By sharing your journey, you become a source of hope, proving that success is possible with faith, hard work, and resilience. Building persistence is a lifelong process. It's not a trait you're born with. It's something you develop through practice and discipline. Every time you push through a challenge, you strengthen this muscle. Over time, persistence becomes a part of who you are, shaping not only your financial goals, but every aspect of your life. It helps you honor God's blessings by living with purpose, staying faithful to your dreams, and using your actions to reflect His wisdom and guidance. This chapter of your journey is just the beginning. The challenges you face today are preparing you for the victories of tomorrow. Embrace each moment with courage and confidence, knowing that your efforts are building something far greater than wealth. You're creating a life of meaning, a legacy of hope, and a testament to what's possible through faith and persistence. Now, let me ask you, how has persistence shaped your journey? What challenges have taught you the most, and how did you grow from them? Share your thoughts in the comments below, or type "I will persist" to declare your commitment to keep moving forward. Your story could be the inspiration someone needs to take their next step. Let's move forward together, with faith as our guide and persistence lighting the way. To begin your journey toward financial wisdom and lasting prosperity, the first and most vital step is to honestly assess your current financial situation. This requires looking at where you are right now with clear eyes, understanding your income, expenses, savings, and any debts you may have. This process is about more than just numbers. It's about taking a hard, truthful look at your life and seeing where change is needed. Once you've established a clear picture of your financial reality, you can then focus on creating a budget that reflects your values and long-term goals. But a budget is not a tool of limitation. Rather, it is a powerful means of empowerment. It ensures that every dollar you earn is working for something meaningful, whether it's paying off debt, saving for the future, or investing in opportunities that align with your purpose. Have you ever thought about how budgeting could actually free you rather than constrain you? As part of your financial plan, one of the most important steps is to build an emergency fund. Start small if you need to, but make it your goal to save enough to cover 3 to 6 months of living expenses. This financial cushion is more than just a safety net. It brings peace of mind. It protects you from falling into the trap of relying on high-interest loans or credit cards when the unexpected happens. Think about it. How often have we let financial emergencies throw us off course simply because we didn't have a backup plan in place? Having this fund will allow you to handle life's curveballs with confidence and ease. At the same time, it's crucial to invest in your financial education. Knowledge is a powerful tool in the pursuit of prosperity. The more you know, the better equipped you'll be to make informed decisions. Leverage resources like books, podcasts, online courses, and workshops to build a strong foundation of financial literacy. Practical guides such as Dave Ramsey's The Total Money Makeover or Robert Kiyosaki's Rich Dad, Poor Dad are great starting points to help you develop a mindset for financial success. These resources can give you the tools you need to take control of your finances and break free from financial uncertainty. Are you committed to growing in your financial understanding, even if it means stepping out of your comfort zone? For a more interactive learning experience, consider attending seminars or joining financial literacy groups. Surrounding yourself with like-minded individuals who are also focused on financial growth can provide you with invaluable insights, and the shared knowledge of experts and peers alike can inspire and motivate you on your path. Think about how much faster you could learn if you immersed yourself in a community that shares your financial goals. Remember, building a prosperous future isn't about instant wealth. It's about developing the wisdom, discipline, and knowledge that will carry you through challenges and help you build lasting financial stability. With clear goals, a sound financial plan, and a commitment to continuous learning, you can create the foundation for a future that is both prosperous and secure. What step will you take today to move closer to your financial goals? Building wealth isn't simply about knowing how to budget. It encompasses a deeper understanding of managing debt, making wise investments, and creating a sustainable plan for growth. As God's chosen ones, have you ever wondered why financial wisdom is so closely tied to spiritual teachings in the Bible? Think of Proverbs 22:7, which says, "The borrower is slave to the lender." Debt can weigh heavily on your shoulders, yet through disciplined strategies, such as the snowball or avalanche method, you can take back control of your finances. Just like the prodigal son who wasted his wealth and eventually turned back to his father, Luke 15:11-32, you too can turn your financial life around by facing your debts head-on and building a strategy for repayment. But managing debt is only part of the story. Have you ever pondered the incredible power of investment? In Ecclesiastes 11:1 it says, "Cast your bread upon the waters, for after many days you will find it again." This verse encourages you to take action, even when the results aren't immediately visible. Your investments, like seeds planted in fertile soil, will grow over time, with compounding interest increasing their value. Even small, consistent contributions to retirement accounts like an IRA or 401k can grow exponentially as long as you remain patient and disciplined. You don't need to take reckless risks. Instead, consider the different asset classes available. Understand their potential rewards and align them with your long-term goals. Have you ever considered the impact of mentorship on your financial growth? In Proverbs 15:22 we are reminded, "Plans fail for lack of counsel, but with many advisors they succeed." You don't have to walk this journey alone. Surround yourself with mentors and a community that shares the same values of financial literacy. These relationships can provide fresh perspectives, guidance through challenges, and the encouragement needed to stay on track. As you engage in these communities, whether online or in person, you'll find that success comes much faster when you learn from others' experiences. Together, you'll celebrate victories, learn from mistakes, and hold each other accountable. The key to your financial success, however, lies in consistency. As we are taught in Luke 16:10, whoever can be trusted with very little can also be trusted with much. The small, everyday decisions add up to big changes. It's not about making grand one-time moves, but about the intentional daily choices that move you closer to financial freedom. Whether it's cooking at home instead of eating out, or resisting the urge to buy unnecessary things, every small decision builds upon the last. Imagine what could happen if, like the wise servant in the parable of the talents, Matthew 25:14-30, you take what you have and multiply it by making wise choices every day. Lastly, it's crucial to keep your eyes on the bigger picture. Your wealth-building journey isn't about accumulating riches for the sake of wealth itself. It's about living in alignment with your values and using your resources to create a life of purpose. Just as the Apostle Paul wrote in 1 Timothy 6:10, "For the love of money is the root of all evil." Wealth should never be your master. It should serve as a tool to enhance your life and help you fulfill your divine purpose. Every dollar you save, every investment you make, and every expense you manage is a step towards creating a life of stability, fulfillment, and peace. By staying disciplined and trusting the process, you can build a future where money is not a burden, but a blessing. Have you thought about how each step, no matter how small, is part of the journey toward financial freedom? Each one of these steps is an investment in a brighter future, just as the Bible encourages us to be faithful stewards of what we've been given. Keep pressing forward, stay disciplined, and trust that your efforts today will lead to a prosperous tomorrow. As you reflect on your financial journey, remember that every step you take today brings you closer to a future filled with stability, growth, and purpose. Financial wisdom isn't achieved overnight. It's a lifelong process of learning, adapting, and making intentional choices. By understanding your current situation, creating a plan, investing in your education, and surrounding yourself with a supportive community, you are laying the foundation for lasting prosperity. Challenges will arise, but with persistence, discipline, and a commitment to aligning your finances with your values, you will overcome them. This journey isn't just about money. It's about creating a life of abundance, where your resources serve as a tool to fulfill your dreams and impact the lives of others. Let this be your turning point, where knowledge meets action and your vision for the future becomes your reality. The path to financial freedom is waiting for you. Step forward with confidence and make it your own. Beloved friends, today we gather with open hearts to seek God's guidance as we embark on a journey toward financial wisdom and stability. This is not just about numbers and plans. It is a deeper journey rooted in faith, stewardship, and aligning our resources with God's purpose for our lives. As we reflect on the importance of managing our finances, we recognize that God calls us to be wise stewards of all He has entrusted to us. By trusting in His divine provision, we commit to walking in His wisdom, knowing that His guidance leads us to prosperity, not just in wealth, but in peace, purpose, and fulfillment. As we begin this time of prayer, let us open our hearts to His voice, allowing His wisdom to shape every financial decision we make. Let us pray together. Heavenly Father, we come before You today with grateful hearts, acknowledging that every good and perfect gift comes from You. You are the source of all wisdom, the giver of strength, and the provider of all our needs. We thank You for the blessings You have already poured into our lives, the talents, opportunities, and resources You have entrusted to us. Lord, we recognize that everything we have belongs to You, and we are but stewards of Your gifts. Help us to honor You in the way we manage, grow, and use these blessings. Father, Your word reminds us in Proverbs 4:7, "Wisdom is the principal thing. Therefore get wisdom, and with all thy getting get understanding." Today, we humbly ask for Your wisdom. Teach us, Lord, to make decisions that reflect Your will. Help us to resist the temptations of greed, fear, or complacency. Instead, grant us the clarity to see opportunities for growth, the courage to take action, and the discernment to choose paths that align with Your purpose. Lord, we lift up our financial challenges to You, whether it's debt that feels overwhelming, income that seems insufficient, or the weight of uncertainty in the future. We lay these burdens at Your feet. Your word, in Philippians 4:19, promises that You will supply all our needs according to Your riches in glory through Christ Jesus. We trust in Your provision, Lord, knowing that You are Jehovah Jireh, our provider. Strengthen our faith to rely on You, even in moments of doubt or difficulty. Father, we also ask for wisdom to steward our finances responsibly. Help us to budget with intention, to save with purpose, and to give generously, reflecting Your heart. Remind us that wealth is not an end in itself, but a tool to serve Your kingdom and bless others. As Proverbs 11:25 says, "A generous person will prosper. Whoever refreshes others will be refreshed." Instill in us a spirit of generosity, that we may use what we have to bring hope, healing, and love to those in need. Lord, we pray for resilience and strength as we face the inevitable challenges on this journey. Teach us to see setbacks not as failures, but as opportunities for growth. Just as You refine gold through fire, refine our character through adversity, making us stronger, wiser, and more dependent on You. As Isaiah 41:10 reassures us, "Do not fear, for I am with you. Do not be dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you and help you. I will uphold you with my righteous right hand." Uphold us, Lord, and remind us that we are never alone. Heavenly Father, guide us to the right resources and mentors to help us grow in financial understanding. Surround us with people who reflect your wisdom and grace, and give us the humility to learn from their experiences. Lead us to books, teachings, and communities that will equip us to navigate the complexities of managing money with faith and integrity. We also lift up the dreams and goals you have placed in our hearts. For those pursuing new careers, starting businesses, or seeking ways to grow their income, we ask for your blessing and guidance. Let every endeavor be rooted in purpose and aligned with your will. Protect us from discouragement and fill us with hope, knowing that you are working all things for our good. Finally, Lord, we pray for peace, the peace that surpasses all understanding, guarding our hearts and minds in Christ Jesus. Teach us to find contentment in every circumstance, trusting that your plans are higher than ours. Let your presence be our greatest treasure, and may our financial journey bring us closer to you. We surrender all our plans, fears, and hopes into your hands. Thank you for the privilege of walking this path with you. We trust you, Lord, and we commit to seeking your wisdom every step of the way. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. As God's chosen ones, we are not only called to live faithfully, but also to build the wealth and prosperity that align with His purpose for our lives. The story of biblical millionaires like King Solomon reminds us that wisdom, obedience, and stewardship are the keys to unlocking financial blessings. By following these principles, we too can experience abundance that serves both our needs and God's greater mission. If you feel led to support this channel, I invite you to donate through Super Thanks. Your generosity allows us to continue creating content that blesses and uplifts, and no matter whether you choose to donate or not, I am deeply grateful for each of you. Your presence here, your views, your likes, and your comments make a difference, and I'm thankful for all of you. Please don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, and share this video with someone who could benefit from this message. I pray that you all experience God's divine favor, wealth, and wisdom in every area of your life. May His blessings overflow upon you now and always. Have you ever stopped to wonder why financial struggles seem to follow you, even though your heart is devoted to God's purpose? You have the talent, the passion, and a genuine desire to help others, yet it feels as though the doors of abundance remain tightly shut. Why is it that the chosen ones, those handpicked by God for extraordinary missions, often face these challenges while others seem to thrive effortlessly? Is it a sign of God's disfavor, or could there be a hidden divine purpose behind it all? Before we uncover these profound truths, let me take a moment to express my heartfelt gratitude to each of you who have supported this channel through Super Thanks. Your generosity is a vital part of spreading messages of hope and encouragement to so many people. To everyone watching, if this resonates with you, take a moment to comment 777 below. Not only does it symbolize your faith in divine breakthroughs, but it also unites us as a community of believers on a shared journey of spiritual discovery. Now, let me ask you something deeply thought-provoking. What if your financial struggles aren't a punishment, but a divine strategy to prepare you for something far greater than you could imagine? What if these challenges are meant to strengthen your faith, refine your character, and position you for blessings that exceed anything you've prayed for? In today's video, we're going to explore the powerful reasons why financial hardship often visits God's chosen ones. This isn't just another discussion, it's a revelation that could shift your perspective and ignite a new hope within you. Stay with me, because at the end of this video, we'll also pray together in the mighty name of Jesus, a prayer that has the power to unlock blessings and divine provision over your life. What you're about to hear today could completely transform the way you see not only your struggles, but also your entire God-given purpose. God's chosen ones, why are you struggling financially? Financial struggles are not always an indication that God has abandoned you. In fact, these challenges are often a tool in God's sovereign hand, carefully shaping you for a purpose greater than you can see in the moment. It's difficult, I know. The weight of mounting bills, the frustration of opportunities that seem just out of reach, and the feeling of being overlooked or forgotten by the world can be overwhelming. But in these moments of financial struggle, it's crucial to remember, God does not use lack to destroy you. Instead, He uses it to refine and develop you. Think about it. Could it be that your financial struggles are part of God's divine design? We often focus on the discomfort of our situation, but what if God is using this time to prepare you for something bigger? In the Bible, we see countless examples where God allowed His chosen ones to endure hardship to shape their character and build their faith. Take Joseph, for instance, sold into slavery by his brothers, falsely accused, and thrown into prison. His life was filled with struggle. Yet, in the midst of these hardships, God was developing Joseph into a leader who would later save nations. Genesis 41:46. Could it be that God is shaping you in a similar way? Could the financial struggles you face today be preparing you for a breakthrough, a promotion, or a mission you have yet to understand? There's a profound truth here. Just as the potter shapes the clay, God is molding you through your financial challenges. And while it may feel like you're stuck in a season of lack, God is making you ready for the assignment He has planned for you. It's tempting to think that our financial struggles mean we are not favored by God. But consider this. God's chosen ones often walk through seasons of scarcity, only to emerge stronger and more equipped for their destiny. Does this resonate with your own experiences? Have you ever felt like the struggle was the very thing that prepared you for greater things ahead? Let this truth settle in your heart today. Your current financial struggle is not the end of your story, but the preparation for something far greater that God has planned for you. God wants you to rely on Him, not on material wealth. This is a crucial lesson that God's chosen ones must understand deeply. Material wealth can sometimes become a crutch, making you less dependent on God. The world constantly bombards you with messages telling you to chase after riches, as though money is the ultimate source of security and happiness. But I want to remind you of something that is both powerful and true. God is your ultimate provider, not your bank account, not your job, and certainly not your wealth. Consider the Israelites wandering through the wilderness for 40 years. They had no crops to harvest, no stores to rely on, and yet God provided for them every single day. It wasn't wealth or earthly possessions that sustained them. It was manna from heaven. Think about that for a moment. Daily, supernatural provision from God Himself. God's word in Deuteronomy 8:3 reminds us of this truth, saying, "Man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceeds from the mouth of God." This wasn't just a lesson for the Israelites, it's a lesson for you, God's chosen ones today. When you don't have material wealth, you are being called to trust in the one who sustains you, even when the world says you need more than what you have. Have you ever felt like you were losing control over your financial situation? Or wondered why God allows you to experience lack when the world around you seems to be thriving in abundance? The absence of financial abundance is not a punishment. It's a divine opportunity to deepen your faith. God uses seasons of lack to strip away the false sense of security that wealth provides. It's in these moments that He desires to bring you back to your knees in prayer, seeking Him as Jehovah Jireh, your provider. Remember, you may be financially broke, but you are never spiritually abandoned. You are being trained, refined, and prepared to trust in the one who owns everything. Psalm 50:10 tells us that God owns the cattle on 1,000 hills, which is a reminder that He has more than enough for you. Your circumstances might not reflect abundance right now, but God is teaching you that true abundance comes from Him alone. Could it be that your financial lack is God's way of drawing you closer to Him, teaching you to rely on His provision and not your own efforts or wealth? What might happen if, in the midst of financial struggles, you begin to see this as an opportunity to trust in God's provision more deeply than ever before? Let this truth sink in. If you have God, you have everything you truly need. Your true security is found in Him, not in the temporary nature of material wealth. God is testing your heart for integrity. Let's dive deeper into this concept of integrity. Financial lack is often more than just a difficult season. It can be God's way of testing the true motives of your heart. Money is a revealer of character. Think about it. When you are faced with a financial challenge, do you seek God's will, or do you start scrambling to serve money in hopes it will fix everything? Jesus Himself was clear in Matthew 6:24 when He said, "No one can serve two masters. Either you will hate the one and love the other, or you will be devoted to the one and despise the other. You cannot serve both God and money." This verse reminds us that we cannot place our trust in both God and wealth. We must choose where to focus our hearts and loyalties. In these moments of financial struggle, God is asking you, His chosen one, an important question. Are you trusting Him, or are you putting your trust in the things money can buy? Your heart's true condition is being revealed, not just through how much you give or don't give, but in how you respond to financial pressure. Do you chase after wealth with all your energy, or do you chase after God's will for your life, knowing that He alone can provide for all your needs? The Bible speaks to this in Proverbs 3:5-6. Trust in the Lord with all your heart, and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways submit to Him, and He will make your paths straight. This passage invites you to place your trust entirely in God, even when your circumstances are difficult or uncertain. It's in these moments of lack that your faith is tested and refined. God allows these times of financial difficulty to help strip away the pride, self-reliance, and greed that often ensnare us. Think about the times you've felt the pull to take shortcuts, to compromise, or to act out of desperation when things seem uncertain. Could it be that God is using this financial struggle to test your heart and purify your motives? He's testing you to see if you will remain faithful to Him, even when the world tells you to rely on yourself or the wealth you can accumulate. James 1:2-4 offers wisdom during such tests. Consider it pure joy, my brothers and sisters, whenever you face trials of many kinds, because you know that the testing of your faith produces perseverance. Let perseverance finish its work so that you may be mature and complete, not lacking anything. This verse shows us that our trials, including financial struggles, are not for nothing. They are opportunities for growth, character development, and ultimately a deeper reliance on God. The ultimate question is, when the blessings come, will your heart be pure? When God opens the door to abundance, will you use it to glorify Him, or will you allow it to become an idol? God wants to know that you will use the wealth He provides for His purposes, not for self-glorification. This is a critical moment. Will you let the struggle refine you, or will you let it lead you into bitterness or compromise? In 1 Timothy 6:10, Paul warns us, "For the love of money is the root of all evil." Some people, eager for money, have wandered from the faith and pierced themselves with many griefs. This is a clear reminder that wealth should never become our idol. The struggle is not to punish you, but to purify your heart and teach you how to steward your blessings wisely. You might feel overwhelmed by the financial burden you face today, but let me encourage you, this struggle is not punishment, it is refinement. God is testing your integrity to ensure that when the time comes for wealth to flow into your life, you will be ready to use it as a tool to bless others and advance His kingdom, rather than letting it corrupt your heart. Could it be that this financial struggle is God's way of molding you into someone who will steward wealth with wisdom and integrity? Is your heart ready to pass the test, so that when you are entrusted with blessings, you use them for His glory? The challenge you face today is not the end of your story. It's the beginning of a season where God is refining your heart, purifying your motives, and preparing you for the greater blessings He has in store. As 2 Corinthians 9:8 assures us, "And God is able to bless you abundantly, so that in all things at all times, having all that you need, you will abound in every good work." Keep trusting God, knowing that your integrity in the struggle will lead to abundant blessings that will glorify Him and fulfill His divine purpose for your life. Many of you may be wondering why you're struggling financially, despite your faith in God and your belief in His promises. One of the reasons could be that you are not yet spiritually mature enough to handle the wealth He has planned for you. Yes, I'm talking about spiritual maturity. This is a crucial foundation that precedes any material blessing. God, in His infinite wisdom, is intentionally cultivating this maturity within you during this season of struggle. Think about it for a moment. If God were to bless you with wealth today, would you be able to handle it? Would you use it wisely, or would it overwhelm you? Without the proper spiritual growth, financial abundance can often lead to destruction. Let's look at the story of the prodigal son in Luke 15:11-32. The son requested his inheritance before his father's passing, eager for the wealth he thought would bring him happiness. But what happened? He squandered it all in reckless living, and when famine struck, he found himself destitute. Why did this happen? It was because he lacked the maturity to manage what was given to him. He wasn't ready. Now, you might be asking yourself, am I in the same situation? Could God be withholding financial blessings because I am not yet spiritually prepared? The truth is, God's delay in providing abundance is not a denial. It's a form of divine preparation. God is not punishing you. He is refining your character. He is teaching you humility, wisdom, and responsibility, qualities that are essential when managing wealth. When you lack these, wealth can easily become a tool for self-indulgence rather than a means to fulfill God's greater purpose for your life. God wants you to understand that wealth is not just about you, it's about the kingdom. When you become spiritually mature, you begin to see that material blessings are meant to flow through you to bless others, not just to enrich your own life. This mindset shift is essential in your spiritual development. You are being prepared not just to be a consumer of blessings, but a conduit. So, what is God doing right now? He's teaching you to steward what you have, to be responsible with the little things, so He can trust you with more. Take heart, God's delays are not denials. He is setting you up for something bigger, something greater, but He will not release the blessing until He knows you are ready. Trust that the struggles you're facing now are preparing you for the abundant life He has in store for you. Can you see it? Can you feel it? The time will come when you will step into your full blessing, but for now, allow God to shape you, refine you, and make you mature enough to handle all that He has promised. Some of you may be struggling financially not because of personal failure or poor decisions, but because of the spiritual warfare you're facing. Financial struggles can be a direct result of the attacks by the enemy, who's fully aware of your potential and the great things you can accomplish once you have access to resources. If you are feeling like you're being held back in this area, know that it might not just be about money. It could be a battle in the spirit. The enemy knows that if you are financially blessed, you will use those resources to advance the kingdom of God. He understands that you will bless others, break generational curses, and become a powerful tool for transformation. So, what does he do? He throws up roadblocks. He creates resistance, trying to choke your access to resources, because he fears the impact you will have once you're financially free. But don't be deceived by the struggle you're facing right now. This financial challenge is not a sign of your defeat. It is evidence of your significance in the kingdom of God. Have you ever felt that your financial situation doesn't align with your faith or potential? Maybe you've been faithfully serving, giving and seeking God's will, yet the financial breakthroughs seem just out of reach. Ephesians 6:12 reminds us that we do not wrestle against flesh and blood, but against principalities, powers, and spiritual wickedness in high places. This verse points to the spiritual nature of our battles. Our financial struggles aren't just natural, they have a spiritual dimension. The enemy is trying to undermine your progress by attacking your finances, knowing full well that if you were to rise above these challenges, you'd be an unstoppable force for God's kingdom. But here's the good news, beloved. You are not fighting this battle alone. God is with you in this fight. His presence is your strength, and your victory is already secured in Christ Jesus. While the enemy tries to limit you through financial hardship, God is using this season to build your faith and your reliance on Him. He is preparing you for something greater. The attack you're facing right now is an indication of the greatness that lies ahead. It is not a sign of defeat, but of the enemy's fear of your potential in Christ. Your financial breakthrough is coming, and when it does, your testimony will stand as proof of God's power and provision. When you rise from this battle, your story will inspire others, showing them how God can take you through even the toughest financial struggles and bring you out victorious. Have you thought about how your financial testimony will impact others who are also facing similar battles? The enemy may try to hold you down, but he cannot stop the victory that God has already ordained for you. Keep fighting the good fight. Your breakthrough is closer than you think. If you're going through a financial struggle right now, I want you to see it in a new light. What if I told you that this struggle is not just a sign of lack, but a sign that you are in a season of preparation for something greater? Yes, greater things are coming your way, and your current financial hardship is part of the process God is using to shape and refine you for His divine purposes. Think about the lives of David and Joseph. David was anointed to be king, but he didn't ascend to the throne immediately. He spent years in the wilderness, tending sheep, facing rejection, and enduring hardship. Joseph, too, was chosen by God for greatness, but before he reached the palace, he endured the pit and the prison. These seasons of hardship weren't just obstacles, they were seasons of preparation. They were building resilience, refining their character, and sharpening their faith. In the same way, God is using your current financial struggles to prepare you for a future you can't yet see. I know it's tough. The bills may be piling up, the resources may seem scarce, and it might feel like you're stuck in a cycle of lack. But I encourage you not to despise this season. Romans 5:3-4 reminds us, "We glory in our sufferings because we know that suffering produces perseverance. Perseverance, character, and character, hope." Your financial difficulties are not in vain. They are the forge in which God is shaping your character, building your perseverance, and testing your faith. Could it be that the reason you're facing this struggle is because God is preparing you for a breakthrough, a season of abundance, or a greater mission? Are you allowing this season to strengthen you, or are you focusing on the discomfort of it? Remember, it's during these challenging times that your resilience is being developed, your spiritual insight is being sharpened, and your trust in God is growing deeper. Think about this. Once God releases His full blessings into your life, will you be ready to carry them? The preparation you're going through right now is essential for that. Your financial hardship is not a reflection of your failure. It is a sign that you are in the process of becoming who God needs you to be. Just like a tree grows deeper roots during a storm, you are growing spiritually in this season. The greater things God has planned for you require a person of character, perseverance, and deep faith. As you endure this season, remember that you are not alone. God is right there with you, preparing you for the blessings and assignments ahead. Keep your faith, hold on to hope, and trust that God is molding you for something far greater than you can imagine. This is your season of growth, your season of strengthening, your season of becoming who God has called you to be. God's desire to protect you, His chosen ones, is far greater than any financial blessing you could receive in this moment. While you may be struggling now, I want you to see this as God's protective hand over your life, keeping you from the dangers that wealth can bring. In Proverbs 16:18, we are reminded that pride goes before destruction and a haughty spirit before a fall. God understands the temptations that wealth can present, and He knows how easily it can lead to pride, greed, and an unhealthy focus on material things, pulling you away from your true calling. What if I told you that your financial hardship is not a punishment, but rather a hedge of protection? God may be withholding abundance because He knows that your spirit is not yet strong enough to handle the weight of riches. He's not keeping you from blessing, but protecting you from what wealth can do to your heart. Imagine being given wealth before your spirit is fully fortified. How easily could it lead to self-sufficiency, pride, and a loss of focus on what truly matters in the kingdom of God? Many have fallen into this trap, believing that their wealth is a result of their own efforts, forgetting that it is God who gives the power to create wealth. Deuteronomy 8:18. In His mercy, God may be saying, "Not yet," because He knows that until you are spiritually mature enough, wealth could become a burden rather than a blessing. Jesus Himself warned in Matthew 6:24, "No one can serve two masters. You cannot serve both God and money." It's not that wealth is inherently bad, but the love of it can easily take your focus off God and onto earthly desires. God wants to ensure that money does not become your master before you've learned to master your soul. Consider this. How often do we see people with great wealth who have lost sight of their divine purpose? They are consumed by materialism, disconnected from their calling, and far removed from the life God intended for them. This is the danger of wealth without spiritual maturity. And so, God, in His infinite wisdom, may keep you in a season of financial struggle because He's shaping you, preparing you to handle His blessings without losing your soul in the process. Could it be that God is protecting you from the very thing you desire most because He knows it could lead you away from Him? Perhaps in this season of financial struggle, God is teaching you to trust Him more, to rely on Him alone, and to build your spiritual foundation before He blesses you with abundance. He wants you to learn that He alone is your provider, not your bank account or your possessions. The truth is, God is preparing you for the greater things He has in store for you. But He needs you to be spiritually mature, grounded in faith, and able to handle wealth without letting it take the place of God in your life. So, take heart. This season of financial limitation is not a punishment, it's divine protection. God is safeguarding you from the dangers of wealth, ensuring that when your time for financial blessing comes, you will be ready to steward it wisely and for His glory. Sometimes the financial struggles you're facing are not merely a result of bad luck or poor choices. They could very well be God's way of redirecting your focus from worldly pursuits to His divine purpose for your life. You see, God's idea of success isn't tied to the size of your bank account, but rather to the depth of your spiritual alignment with His will. How often do we measure our worth by what we possess, rather than by the purpose God has placed within us? For many of you, this financial hardship is part of God's plan to shift your attention away from chasing fleeting material success and toward a life of eternal significance. Colossians 3:2 encourages us, saying, "Set your minds on things above, not on earthly things." This verse speaks directly to the heart of your current struggle. It's not that money is inherently bad, but when it consumes our attention, we lose sight of the higher calling God has for us. Financial lack in this sense can be a divine redirection, an opportunity for God to clear away distractions and set your eyes on the bigger picture. Sometimes, when money is flowing abundantly, it's easy to get caught up in accumulating more, thinking that wealth defines success. But when the flow stops, something shifts. You may start asking, "Lord, what do you want from me?" And in those moments of stillness, God begins to speak into your life in ways that have nothing to do with material wealth, but everything to do with eternal purpose. Can you relate to this? Have you ever noticed how your priorities change when you're in a season of financial struggle? The pressure of meeting bills or the strain of not having enough can shift your focus, often refocusing your mind from your material wants to your deeper needs. In these quiet moments, God often uses financial lack to speak purpose into your life, calling you into something greater than personal gain. Perhaps He is calling you to serve others, to step into a ministry, or to pursue a divine calling that transcends earthly success. Think about the story of Jesus and the rich young ruler in Matthew 19-16-24. The young man, despite his wealth, was struggling spiritually. He wanted to follow Jesus, but was unwilling to give up his possessions. Jesus, knowing that his wealth had become his master, challenged him to sell everything and follow him. The young man walked away sorrowful, unable to let go of his material possessions. This story reveals how easy it is for wealth to distract us from the true riches of the kingdom of God. In the same way, God may be using your financial struggle to break the hold that materialism has on you and shift your focus to the eternal rewards that come from aligning with His will. Could it be that your financial lack is God's way of recalibrating your heart and mind to focus on what truly matters? God wants to push you deeper into the things that hold eternal value, not just those that will fade away. You are being invited into a season where your calling, purpose, and service to others will be at the forefront of your life. This is a redirection, a divine invitation to seek His kingdom above all else. So as you face this season of financial struggle, don't view it as a curse, but as an opportunity for spiritual growth. Allow God to clear your vision, shift your priorities, and set your eyes on the higher calling He has placed in your life. The financial struggle you face is not meant to break you. It is meant to refine you, to guide you toward a life of eternal significance, and to remind you that success in the kingdom is not about the wealth you accumulate, but the purpose you fulfill. Chosen one, let me share something that may shift your perspective on your current financial struggle. God is using this season to deepen your empathy and compassion for others. You may not fully realize it now, but your financial hardship is not just a random challenge. It's a divine tool God is using to shape your heart and soul. By allowing you to walk through these tough times, He is teaching you how to understand and relate to those who are facing similar struggles. These hardships are not meant to break you. They are preparing you to help heal others. Consider 2 Corinthians 1:4, which reminds us that God comforts us in all our troubles so that we can comfort others with the comfort we have received. In other words, God allows us to experience pain and hardship so that we can relate to the pain of others and, in turn, offer them comfort, wisdom, and support. It is in the valley of financial hardship that you begin to understand the weight of unpaid bills, the stress of having to make ends meet, and the deep anxiety that comes from wondering how you'll get through the next month. These experiences, while difficult, serve as powerful lessons in empathy. Isn't it true that the people who've been through the toughest trials often have the most profound compassion for others? When you walk through the fire of financial struggle, you gain a sensitivity that cannot be taught in a classroom. You learn to recognize the silent struggles of others, the ones that often go unnoticed. God doesn't want you to just survive this season. He wants you to come out of it with a heart that overflows with generosity, selflessness, and compassion. This doesn't mean you should rush past your current hardship. It means that God is preparing you for a greater purpose. Your financial struggle is not a punishment, but an invitation to grow. When you endure financial hardship, God is teaching you how to manage your resources with wisdom, how to be generous when it's hard, and how to serve others in their time of need. You see, He's not just preparing you for financial abundance. He's preparing you to be a blessing to others, to extend the same mercy and kindness you've received from Him. Think about the story of the Good Samaritan in Luke 10:25-37. While others passed by the wounded man, the Samaritan stopped, saw his need, and acted with compassion. He gave not out of abundance, but out of a heart of empathy and kindness. The Samaritan didn't ignore the man because he didn't have enough himself. No, his compassion overflowed because he recognized the suffering of another, and he was moved to act. God is preparing you to be like that Good Samaritan, someone who, when blessed, doesn't hoard, but extends generosity to those in need, particularly when it costs them something. Could it be that your financial struggle is preparing you to serve in ways you hadn't imagined? God is shaping you into a vessel of compassion, someone who can pour out love and provision to others, especially when they're in the same place you once were. The compassion and generosity you develop now will become part of your testimony when you experience breakthrough. Your financial testimony will not only be about how God blessed you, but also about how you used your blessings to help others in their time of need. Don't despise your current struggle. It is a season of growth, a season where God is building in you a heart of compassion and empathy that will bear fruit in ways you can't yet imagine. When you step into the abundance God has for you, you will not hoard your wealth. You will use it to bless others, just as you've learned to bless those who are struggling, because you know what it's like to walk in their shoes. Your financial testimony will not just be about you overcoming. It will be about how you've learned to help others overcome as well. Chosen one, let me speak to you about a powerful and often painful process that many of you are walking through right now. You may be enduring financial hardship, not just for yourself, but because God has chosen you to break the generational curses that have plagued your family for years. Curses of poverty, lack, and mismanagement. Galatians 3:13 reminds us that Christ redeemed us from the curse of the law, but sometimes breaking free from the chains of past generations requires us to go through the very struggles we are destined to overcome. Do you ever wonder why you seem to face financial difficulty more intensely than others? Could it be that God has set you apart to break cycles that have been in place for generations? You see, the challenges you're enduring right now are not just about your present circumstances. They are about the future of your family. The poverty, debt, and financial mismanagement that have bound your ancestors are not meant to define your future. God is calling you to be the one who shifts the trajectory of your family's financial legacy. It's not easy. The weight of it can feel overwhelming, and sometimes you may question why you have to endure such struggles when you are fighting to break free. But here's the truth. The very challenges you are facing will equip you with the wisdom, strategies, and faith needed to change the course of your family's future. It is through your own journey of financial hardship that you will gain the experience needed to lead others out of it. You're not just struggling for your own benefit, You're laying a foundation for your children, your grandchildren, and those who will come after you. Have you ever considered that you are the one chosen to be the cycle breaker in your family? God is refining you in this season, teaching you the importance of financial stewardship, wisdom, and faith, so that when your time of abundance comes, you will know how to manage it properly. Think about this. You are building a legacy, not just a legacy of wealth, but one of financial wisdom, discipline, and trust in God's provision. You're breaking the chains of financial destruction, setting the stage for future generations to walk in financial freedom. This is why it's crucial to understand that your current financial struggle is not a sign of failure. It's a stepping stone to victory. Every challenge you face is preparing you to be a better steward of the blessings God has for you. As you break free from the limitations of poverty and lack, you are not only creating a different future for yourself, but you are laying a path for those who will follow in your footsteps. Your children and grandchildren will not have to fight the same battles because of the wisdom you are gaining in this season. Think about the example of Joseph in the Bible. Joseph's journey was filled with hardship, from being sold into slavery by his brothers to being falsely accused and imprisoned. But it was through these trials that God shaped Joseph into the leader who would save nations from famine. God used his struggles to prepare him for the great purpose he had for his life. Joseph's story shows us that the struggles we endure are not in vain. They're part of God's divine preparation for the breakthrough that will change not only our lives, but the lives of those who come after us. Could it be that your financial difficulties are part of God's greater plan to set your family free from the generational curses of poverty and lack? Could this season be preparing you to break the chains that have held your family captive for years? Embrace this journey. Trust that God is working in you, through you, and for you. He is equipping you to not only overcome, but to break free and build a legacy of financial wisdom, stewardship, and faith that will bless generations to come. So yes, you may be struggling right now, but know that you are laying the foundation for a future of abundance and freedom that will last for generations. Financial struggles can often feel like an overwhelming weight, a burden that presses down on your spirit and challenges your faith. Yet, if you are one of God's chosen ones, these trials are not without purpose. 1 Peter 1:6-7 reminds us of a profound truth. In all this you greatly rejoice, though now for a little while you may have had to suffer grief in all kinds of trials. These have come so that the proven genuineness of your faith, of greater worth than gold, may result in praise, glory, and honor when Jesus Christ is revealed. These verses teach us that the pain and difficulty you face are not signs of abandonment or failure, but rather moments in which your faith is being tested and refined, much like gold purified in fire. What if the financial hardship you're enduring is part of God's divine plan to refine you? You see, money and wealth can often create a false sense of security, leading us to rely on things of this world rather than on the Creator Himself. When faced with a lack of resources, it can feel like the very foundation of your life is shaken. Yet this is precisely when God has the opportunity to show you His sovereignty. Just like the Israelites in the wilderness, when they had no food and no water, they were forced to trust God to provide. And He did, miraculously. In the same way, your financial struggles can lead you to a deeper understanding that God is your ultimate provider. But my God shall supply all your need according to His riches in glory by Christ Jesus. Philippians 4:19. Have you ever wondered if God is using this moment to teach you to rely fully on Him instead of your own strength or resources? Think about the story of Job. He was a man who lost everything, his wealth, his health, and his family. Yet through it all, his faith was refined. Though he slay me, yet will I trust in him. Job 13:15. Job's story serves as a powerful reminder that even in the darkest financial moments, God is still present, still in control, and still working on your behalf. Your struggles are not in vain. They are shaping you into a stronger, more faithful servant of God. Just as gold becomes more valuable when it has been through the furnace, so too does your faith become more precious as it is tested by trials. When you are faced with lack, what is your first response? Is it to panic and worry, or is it to turn to God in trust? It is in these moments that your true faith is revealed. You begin to understand that wealth is not the source of your worth. God is. For where your treasure is, there your heart will be also. Matthew 6:21. The true treasure in your life is not the money you have, but the relationship you cultivate with your Heavenly Father. So, when the financial struggles seem unbearable, remember that they are an opportunity to purify your faith, to deepen your reliance on God, and to grow spiritually in ways you never imagined. Could it be that your financial trials are God's way of drawing you closer to Him? Each hardship is an invitation to trust Him more fully, to surrender your worries, and to embrace the promise that He will never leave you nor forsake you. Your faith, like gold, is being refined in the fire, and though the process may be painful, the results will bring honor, praise, and glory to God when Jesus Christ is revealed. Misalignment with God's timing is one of the key reasons why you, as one of God's chosen ones, might be experiencing financial struggles. Have you ever felt like the doors of abundance should have opened by now, only to find that they remain shut? It's a common experience, but it's important to understand this truth. God is never early and He is never late. He is always right on time. Ecclesiastes 3:11 says, "He has made everything beautiful in its time." This verse is a profound reminder that God's timing is perfect, even when it doesn't seem to align with our own expectations or desires. At times, it can feel like you are on the verge of something great, only to face delays that seem unexplainable. However, God's delays are not denials. They are part of His sovereign plan to ensure that everything is aligned for your good. In fact, there may be times when you feel that your financial breakthrough should have happened by now, but God is saying, wait. Why does He delay? It's not because He is withholding your blessings from you, but because He is working behind the scenes to set everything in place, people, opportunities, circumstances, all at the right time. This is something we see in the Bible time and time again. Take the story of Joseph, for instance. Joseph had dreams of greatness, but it wasn't until many years later, after he had been through trials and hardships, that he was placed in the position of power God had promised him. His financial and life breakthrough came at the appointed time, when everything was perfectly aligned. In Habakkuk 2:3, we are reminded, "For the revelation awaits an appointed time. Though it lingers, wait for it. It will certainly come and will not delay." The key phrase here is appointed time. There is a moment in God's plan, a set time, when your breakthrough will come. It may not be when you expect it, but rest assured, it will come. Have you ever stopped to think that your financial struggles might be because you're not yet in sync with God's timing? It's not that He doesn't want to bless you, it's that He is still preparing the perfect moment for that blessing to be released. Think of the Israelites wandering in the wilderness. For years they waited for God to fulfill His promise of leading them to the promised land. Their journey was long and filled with challenges, but each step was part of God's perfect timing. Had they reached the promised land too soon, they might not have been prepared to handle the blessings that awaited them. The delays they faced were part of God's plan to prepare them for what was to come. In the same way, God may be preparing you for something greater, and His delays are actually His way of ensuring that you are fully equipped to handle the blessings that He has set aside for you. So, if you find yourself in a place of financial limitation today, It's essential to understand that it may not be because you are out of favor with God. Instead, it might be because you are waiting for His divine timing to unfold. Trust that He is aligning the right connections, the right opportunities, and the right moment for you to experience breakthrough. Do not rush the process. When God moves, He moves suddenly, and when His time comes, your breakthrough will come swiftly, as everything will be in perfect alignment. Can you trust God in the waiting? Can you align your spirit with His divine timetable? It's not easy, but the reward of His perfect timing is worth it. As you wait, remember that God is always working behind the scenes, and when He moves, nothing can stop the blessing He has prepared for you. God is teaching you, as one of His chosen ones, to live by faith, not by sight. Sometimes He uses financial lack to sharpen that lesson, drawing you closer to His divine purpose for your life. 2 Corinthians 5:7 says, "For we walk by faith, not by sight." This verse serves as a powerful reminder that the life of a believer is not meant to be dictated by the visible circumstances around us. In a world that often measures success by the wealth someone has or the material possessions they can show, God calls you to live differently. He calls you to trust in the unseen, to have faith even when your bank account looks empty, and to declare His goodness even when your bills remain unpaid. In those moments when financial struggle becomes overwhelming, it's easy to feel as though everything is falling apart. Yet, it is often during these times that God is calling you to a deeper level of faith. Financial lack has a way of stripping away the false securities we cling to, things like our jobs, our savings, or our physical possessions. When these things are no longer reliable, you are forced to rely on something much greater, the unseen hand of God. This is where true faith begins to take root. It's in the absence of visible provision that God often reveals His most powerful lessons. As Hebrews 11:1 says, "Now faith is confidence in what we hope for and assurance about what we do not see." Can you hold on to the assurance that God is at work, even when you can't see how He will provide? It's easy to have faith when everything is going well and your pockets are full, but the true test of faith comes when those pockets are empty. In those times of financial strain, God is not just preparing you for a financial breakthrough. He is building something far more valuable. He is building a faith that can move mountains. He is shaping a trust in Him that will not waver when storms come and challenges arise. Your faith is being tested in ways that will equip you for the battles ahead. It's in the midst of these struggles that you learn to rely fully on God's provision, to depend on Him more than on your own ability or understanding. Remember the story of Abraham, who was called by God to leave his home and go to a place that God would show him. Abraham didn't know where he was going or how he would be provided for, but he trusted God's word. His faith didn't rely on what he could see. It was rooted in the unseen promises of God. God called him to walk by faith, not by sight, and Abraham's obedience led to the fulfillment of God's promises. In the same way, you are called to trust God, even when the path ahead is unclear, and to step forward in faith, knowing that He will guide and provide for you in ways you cannot yet imagine. Can you trust God when your circumstances seem uncertain? Are you willing to step out in faith even when you don't have all the answers? The financial struggles you face are not just about money. They are about building a deeper relationship with God, one where your trust in Him transcends any material possession. This is the essence of living by faith, and it is central to your life as one of God's chosen ones. Your financial situation, no matter how difficult, is an opportunity to develop a faith that stands strong, a faith that can withstand the storms of life and rely on God's provision in every season. When you walk by faith, not by sight, you learn to trust God in ways that go beyond the visible, and you experience His provision in ways that will surpass your expectations. Are you ready to walk this journey with Him? Let's be real for a moment. If you're struggling financially, there may be a deeper reason beyond external circumstances. Some of you are broke because in the past you mismanaged the resources that God placed in your hands. Yes, I know this might be a hard pill to swallow, but I'm saying it with love and a heart of encouragement. Reflect on the times when God blessed you abundantly. Perhaps there were moments of financial overflow, yet instead of stewarding those blessings wisely, you spent recklessly, failed to save, or ignored the promptings of the Holy Spirit to give or invest wisely. Now, you find yourself in a season of lack, not because God is withholding his blessings from you, but because he's using this time to teach you the importance of stewardship. Luke chapter 16:10 says, "Whoever can be trusted with very little can also be trusted with much." This verse is a powerful reminder that how you manage the little you have now directly impacts how much God will entrust you with in the future. It's easy to think that financial struggle is a sign of God's punishment or a lack of favor, but in reality, it might be a lesson in responsibility. God is trying to reset your priorities, to refine your ability to handle wealth with wisdom and care. The struggle you face today could very well be an opportunity for you to learn how to better manage what you already have, so that when more is given, you will be able to handle it with the maturity and wisdom that God desires. Consider the parable of the talents in Matthew 25:14-30. In this story, the master entrusted his servants with varying amounts of money, expecting them to manage it wisely. The servant who wisely invested the money and grew, it was rewarded, while the one who hid his talent out of fear or neglect was rebuked. The lesson here is clear. God doesn't just bless us for our own enjoyment or comfort. His blessings are meant to be used for his kingdom and purposes. When we misuse or squander the blessings he gives, he often withholds further blessings until we learn to be faithful stewards. When God blesses you, it's not solely for your benefit, it's for you to be a blessing to others. If you are constantly mismanaging your resources, how can you be trusted to steward more? God is teaching you that true financial success isn't about accumulating wealth for selfish gain, but about being faithful to what he has entrusted you with. No matter how small, he wants to bless you, yes, but he wants to make sure you have the wisdom to handle his blessings in a way that aligns with his purpose for your life. So, if you find yourself in financial struggle today, take a moment to reflect. Am I being a good steward of what God has already placed in my hands? This is not the time to wallow in discouragement. It's a time for self-examination, a time to reset and refocus. God is calling you to prepare yourself for the future blessings he wants to give you. This season is not a punishment, but a preparation for greater things. As you learn to manage what you have with care, responsibility, and a heart of obedience, you will position yourself to receive even greater blessings from God. This is your opportunity to grow in wisdom, to take responsibility for your finances, and to trust that, in due time, God will entrust you with more. The journey may be challenging, but the reward of being a faithful steward of God's resources is priceless. Can you trust God with your current situation and allow him to teach you how to handle what he's already given? Beloved, one of the greatest lessons you can learn during a season of financial struggle is the lesson of contentment. Philippians 4:12-13 beautifully captures this truth. I know what it is to be in need, and I know what it is to have plenty. I've learned the secret of being content in any and every situation. I can do all this through him who gives me strength. In these verses, the Apostle Paul speaks from personal experience. He knew both abundance and scarcity, yet he learned the secret of contentment in Christ. This secret is a lesson that God is teaching you during times of financial struggle. True joy, peace, and satisfaction are not found in riches or material wealth, but in your relationship with Jesus Christ. In a world that often equates success with wealth, It's easy to fall into the trap of believing that your happiness and fulfillment depend on how much you have. But God is showing you that financial abundance can be fleeting. Even the richest of people experience seasons of lack, and material wealth can easily be lost or stolen. However, contentment in Christ is eternal and unshakable. When your heart is anchored in Him, you realize that you don't need to rely on the things of this world to be at peace or to feel whole. It's easy to find joy when everything is going well and your bank account is full. But can you still declare that God is good when your resources are low? When you're content in Christ, you find that no matter what your financial situation looks like, your sense of peace and joy doesn't change. Money can't buy the peace that surpasses understanding, and it can't provide the lasting joy that only comes from knowing Jesus intimately. Consider the story of Job. He lost everything: his wealth, his family, his health, and yet he never lost his trust in God. He declared, "Though he slay me, yet will I trust in him." Job 13:15. Job found contentment not in his material possessions, but in his relationship with God. That same peace is available to you, no matter your financial circumstances. God is using your current situation to cultivate a heart that is satisfied with His presence alone. In times of financial strain, you are learning to find joy in Him, not in what you have or don't have. It's a lesson that can only be learned through the fire of adversity. When your spirit is not dependent on money for fulfillment, you are free to rejoice in the things that truly matter: your relationship with God, your loved ones, and the peace that comes from knowing you are never alone. If you're in a season of financial lack, understand that this is not a time of punishment, but a divine opportunity for growth. God is teaching you to find your contentment in Him and not in the temporary trappings of this world. You may not have all the material possessions you desire, but you have something far greater: the unshakable peace that comes from trusting in the One who provides for all your needs. Are you learning to rest in His provision? Are you finding contentment in His presence, regardless of your circumstances? This is the secret of contentment that Paul learned, and it is available to you as well. God is faithful, and when you learn to find your fulfillment in Him, you will discover a joy that is not dependent on your financial situation. But godliness with contentment is great gain. 1 Timothy 6:6. This is the kind of contentment that leads to true abundance, the abundance that lasts for eternity. There are seasons in life when financial struggles are not merely coincidental. They are a part of God's divine plan. If you find yourself in a period of financial limitation, it may be because your purpose requires it. God might have called you to a work, ministry, or mission that doesn't yield immediate financial gain. It's important to understand that this season of poverty is not permanent, but it is necessary for the fulfillment of your purpose. Matthew 6:33 reminds us of this truth. But seek first His kingdom and His righteousness, and all these things will be given to you as well. Your purpose might not always involve immediate material rewards, but the eternal rewards are far greater. In this season, God may be refining your character and purifying your motives. It's easy to pursue a calling when the rewards are clear and financial security is guaranteed. But when resources are scarce, it becomes more challenging to remain faithful to your calling. Yet, this is exactly what God is asking of you, to remain steadfast in your mission, regardless of whether or not it brings immediate financial returns. He is teaching you to trust in His provision and to seek His kingdom above all else. For where your treasure is, there your heart will be also. Matthew 6:21. The challenge is to keep your heart focused on God's will rather than being swayed by worldly success or the pursuit of wealth. Your financial struggles are a crucible for your character, God is testing whether you will still be faithful to the call when it doesn't come with a paycheck, when the bank account is low, and when the immediate rewards aren't visible. It's easy to remain committed when everything is provided for, but can you remain committed when it's hard? Can you still say, "Yes, Lord," even when the financial provision isn't there? If you can pass this test, your heart will be aligned with God's will, and when the time is right, blessings will flow in ways you never imagined. In this season, your purpose is being shaped, and God is preparing you for greater things ahead. Will you trust Him even when your financial situation is difficult? How do you think this season is shaping your ability to serve God's purpose? My friends, remember that your financial struggles are not a sign of defeat, but a powerful season of spiritual growth. God is molding and refining you, preparing you for the blessings He has in store. He is teaching you to trust in His timing and to live by faith while aligning your heart with His purpose. Keep your trust in Him, knowing that Romans 8:28 assures us, "And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love Him, who have been called according to His purpose." Your breakthrough is coming, and when the time is right, you will walk into the financial abundance God has prepared for you, not only for your own well-being, but to further His kingdom. As we conclude, let's take a moment to pray. Heavenly Father, we come before you today, trusting in your perfect plan. We may be facing struggles, but we know that you are using every challenge to shape us, strengthen us, and draw us closer to you. Lord, help us to rely on you, not on worldly wealth, and give us the wisdom to handle the blessings you have in store. Strengthen our hearts, refine our spirits, and guide our steps as we walk by faith. We trust that you will provide in your perfect timing, and we thank you for the purpose you've placed within us. In Jesus' name, we pray. Amen. If you feel led to support this channel through Super Thanks, your generosity is deeply appreciated. But no matter what, I am thankful for each of you, whether you choose to donate or not. Your presence and support means so much. Please like, comment, share, and subscribe if you haven't already. Let's continue to grow together in faith. May God bless you abundantly and keep you in His perfect peace today and always.